association, pussy by association, pussy by association. Now you look at deputy man in my brown.
Put my problems paper, dial up the deputy mad at my brown problems in the paper. Put my problems paper, dial up the deputy mad at my brown problems in the paper. Put my problems paper, dial up the deputy mad at my brown problems in the paper. Put my problems paper, dial up the deputy mad at my brown problems in the paper. Put my problems paper, dial up the deputy mad at my brown problems in the paper. Put my problems paper, dial up the deputy mad at my brown problems in the paper. Put my problems paper, dial up the deputy mad at my brown problems in the paper. Put my problems paper, dial up the deputy mad at my brown.
Listen here, buddy.
Pussy by association, pussy by association, pussy by association, pussy by association. Now you look at deputy mad at my brown. Pussy by association, pussy by association, pussy by association. Now you look at deputy mad at my brown.
Put my problems in the paper, put my problems paper, dial up the deputy mad at my brown problems in the paper. Put my problems paper, dial up the deputy mad at my brown problems in the paper. Put my problems paper, dial up the deputy mad at my brown problems in the paper. Put my problems paper, dial up the deputy mad at my brown.
Association. Now you look at deputy man in my brown. Pussy by association, pussy by association, pussy by association. Now you look a deputy man in my brown.
Put my problems paper, dial up the deputy mad at my brown problems in the paper. Put my problems paper, dial up the deputy mad at my brown problems in the paper. Put my problems paper, dial up the deputy mad at my brown problems in the paper. Put my problems paper, dial up the deputy mad at my brown problems in the paper. Put my problems paper, dial up the deputy mad at my brown problems in the paper. Put my problems paper, dial up the deputy mad at my brown problems in the paper. Put my problems paper, dial up the deputy mad at my brown problems in the paper. Put my problems paper, dial up the deputy mad at my brown.
Listen here, buddy. Pussy by association, pussy by association, pussy by association, pussy by association. Now you look a deputy mad at my brown. Pussy by association, pussy by association, pussy by association. Now you look a deputy mad at my brown.
Put my problems in the paper. Put my problems paper, dial up the deputy mad at my brown problems in the paper. Put my problems paper, dial up the deputy mad at my brown problems in the paper. Put my problems paper, dial up the deputy mad at my brown problems in the paper. Put my problems paper, dial up the deputy mad at my brown.
Now you look a deputy mad at my brown. Pussy by by association, pussy by association, pussy by association. Now you look at deputy mad in my brown.
In the paper, put my problems paper, dial up the deputy mad at my brown problems in the paper, put my problems paper, dial up the deputy mad at my brown problems in the paper, put my problems paper, dial up the deputy mad at my brown problems in the paper, put my problems paper, dial up the deputy mad at my brown problems in the paper, put my problems paper, dial up the deputy mad at my brown problems in the paper, put my problems paper, dial up the deputy mad at my brown problems.
Hi everybody and welcome to Sky Esports and the Chennai Esports Global Championship. The European qualifier is about to begin, where 15 teams have to play. Only 2 will make it to the LAN event. And we're here to bring you all that action. My name is Eternal J. I'm joined by Dweck here for day 1 of 3. And we've got plenty to cover over the course of the week, Blake.
Yeah, the only thing that I know about Chennai is the Super Kings, and I'm sure that's what a lot of viewers are looking at today. They're looking at BCGame, they're looking at the Super Kings. It's nice to see Tier 1 players down in Tier 2. The question is, are they actually going to qualify to the LAN? Because let's just go straight off the back with it, Jay. That's got to be the expectation, right? When you're a team that are bringing Tier 1 players forward, you can't be getting knocked out in online Swiss stages.
Well, I'd say there's potentially 3 teams that you would expect to make it into the LAN event. With only 2 spots up for grabs, well, I mean, that does mean that one team's going to be disappointed. The question is, will that end up being one of the greatest in the world? We'll find out as time rolls on. For now, of course, it is just the first step in a grander scale of things. We've got 3 qualifiers going to qualify to an event, and so this European division definitely will look to indicate exactly who's going to be our favourites of the tournament, given the strength of the region itself. But look, there's many more coming up, and there's much more action to go over the course of this one. We've got matches going on simultaneously today and tomorrow and the day after as well. So lots of things to keep up with over the course of the week.
And I'd say a pretty good sample size of teams. You've got your top-heavy squads. You've got a lot in the middle where, on a good day, on a good best of 1 and a good best of 3, they'd be able to take each other on. And then you've got the weaker teams that aren't really featured on HLTV frequently, play a lot of Liquipedia events, and they want to use this stepping stone to create a bit of an upset, right? To maybe start a new legacy for themselves and see if they can find one of those LAN spots.
Yeah, and look, for a lot of the teams that are unranked in this event as well, this is an opportunity to get on the ladder right here. I mean, look, it's very big ask at this current stage of things, but we'll find out exactly how far they can go over the course. Again, it is one qualifier to our Grand Open event. It is an open qualifier for Europe, India, and Southeast Asia, the top 2 teams of which will make their way into the Champions event in Chennai, which will be coming up over the course of November as well. So just one port of the system, Dweck.
Yeah, indeed. And I've already seen Impression & Co. I saw them perform out in the Southeast Asia tournament and try and get their spot into the LAN. They know that the European side of the bracket is going to be very difficult, and I'm sure the Indian teams are going to see that as well. But just to be able to get to a LAN event and be in the vicinity of some top names in Europe, that's what benefits from being a part of the Asian region, right? Is that when we get the exports in, when we get the European teams across, they can only learn and benefit from that when you play in a bit more of a small and more regional circuit.
Some opportunities to present themselves over the course of the week for them, and all, of course, India will be coming up later on this week as well, after the European division has concluded. And of course, these teams fighting the all-important VRS points and the prize pool of $50,000, 30 of which will go to first place. And considering how much that affected Paravision in terms of their major run, it actually might be rather important for the victors of this tournament to also claim that first place prize leg.
Yeah, indeed. You know, we're getting to a position now where teams are outside of the major cutoff, but you're not outside of being able to end the year on a high note. You're still trying to push up the pedigree, get up the ladder on VRS, and get yourself in a position to get closer to the Tier 1 atmosphere. Especially
considering that if you can end the year on a high, you can start next year on an even better high. This is how the teams stack up in the European division. Single Elim bracket, best of 1s in round of 16, best of 3s for the rest of them. We've got the likes of Big, Washington, BCGame, of course, Novak, Eternal Fire, Foot also involved in this one. And I picked out a handful of the teams that you might be familiar with, and you might be able to pick out who of those teams are going to end up being favourites in this overall bracket. I will say that there are 2 teams that look to face against each other that look to disappoint or look to disappoint the opposing squad in terms of qualifying for the LAN.
Oh, my eyes straight away are going to be on that Arbe Illwall games, because that's Waro2K and Haji playing out over there versus Queenix that's just gone down. Queenix was at the Copenhagen Major just last year, and he's now dropped down in the divisions. He's playing now out with the Danes over there. For Foot, look, they're going to be a team that a lot of people look at as one of the top dogs, probably the #1 team in this entire bracket. And then for Gen 1 versus the Musketeers, mate, French derby in a single Elim best of one, that's going to be a banger matchup to keep an eye on.
Yeah, all these matches taking place at the same time. In about 10 minutes time, we'll kick off with all of them, but we will only be taking one of the ones here on stream, and then we'll take a look at one of the best of 3 when the bracket proceeds. And the best of one we're taking a look at is BCGame versus Quasar. So definitely looking at one of the front runner favourites compared to the other side of the bracket. Of course, Foot having side of things in their own sort of isolated position. BCGame, a completely different opposite end.
Well, just to give an easy contrast between the two sides, Quasar have played 3 best of 3s on HLTV in the last 3 months, whereas BCGame have played 25. This is a squad that are frequently at this level of competition. We're seeing them go deep in tournaments, whereas for Quasar, look, they're trying to get on the VRS. They're trying to show that they can upset some teams, and while they've had some okay map results and best of 3 results in Liquipedia, they can't do them in the important games, and this is a really important match for them today.
Yeah, imagine the points you could gain, in theory, if you were Quasar. I don't know if they've gotten their 5 or any of the number of their ranked matches as of yet, but have struggled, as you mentioned, in those big important moments. So the opportunity to take down BCGame and to farm up at their own points position and try and make a run here in this qualifier might be enough to maintain their position on VRS, because you're right, they are unranked coming into this event, and the task at hand is to defeat BCGame, who are not going to be easy. That being said, though, Dweg, I have been commentating a bit of BCGame lately, and they have had their issues.
Indeed they have. They've had some awkward tournament runs, top 12s in ECL Cups, top 24s at times, only a top 8 the European Pro League Series 2, and then, well, I mean, are we going to put an asterisk on is Simple playing Dota over CS? I mean, if that's something that's got to be a discussion, then I don't know what's going on with this team. 60th in the VRS right now, but ex-Tier 1 players. You've got Simple and Electronic that have just come from Tier 1, and Nexar, who was at Tier 1 but hasn't been there for a little while now.
Yeah, Electronic is the big highlight man to talk about, though, because he's on debut for today, only officially added to the roster 3 days ago. I haven't seen any officials from him, of course, since that plan. Imagine there's probably been some practice going on, but filling in the 5th man role in the wake of Prime Tabs, who stepped down for personal reasons. And I saw BCGame playing an ECL Cup recently where they got pretty easily dumpstered by Partizan, unfortunately. I mean, they held weight in the maps, but it was a 2-0. And for them to see that how that series went down with Emmy subbing in as the coach, I said they needed a permanent 5th. I will say that Electronic is a massive improvement. We'll see how chemistry works out for BCGame over the course of this run. I will say, however, that in this isolated best of 1, they probably should be given a bit of a layup over Quasar.
Well, for Quasar, you've got guys that just aren't even really playing on HLTV throughout their careers. At least with Nealon on NovaQ, we've seen what he's been able to do in the past on K23 and out on Gamer Legion. Whereas for here, the most experienced players is Numbers, which is 20 years old and has just 37 maps played on HLTV in his entire career. They are not a successful squad. They're a side that the organization's had some success. They qualified to an RMR a few years ago at Antwerp, but overall, I'm not expecting a huge amount outside of maybe holding weight. I think that's probably the only stretch that they could ask for in a best of 1 versus BCGame.
Yeah, and I think that's a reasonable not expectation, but a reasonable goal to set for them in this context, right? Just to try and make it look competitive, try and make it look decent. Let's get in the win. Just try and just hold yourself with a bit of dignity compared to players that are and have been the best in the world at various points or currently. So yeah, for these guys, I think that is the best you can hope for in a best of 1. That being said, it is a best of 1 at the exact same time. So I think that there might be some way, in theory, in which you could exploit things. Again, it's a very, very big ask for Quasar to get this kind of victory over the world.
Well, not that long ago, they played some Tier 1 players. So one of the open qualifiers, they went up against that 9 Boom Pro roster, which is Norbert, Schauffi, Flammus, Axal, and Zorti. That was a best of 3, and it went 10-13 on Nuke and 10-13 on Dust 2. You look at that and go, I know that that's a loss and that's not taking a map, but that's giving them a run for their money. And this is what Quasar have got to do today. They've got to give BCGame a run for their money. Now, we know they play a lot of open qualifiers. We know that they play a lot more best of 1s than BCGame do. Maybe that might be something that's a slight edge for them, because for BCGame, they really only play best of 3s.
Well, I mean, look, again, it's a best of one, so it would be the perfect environment for a team like Quasar to try and stretch things. But in terms of the victory itself, we are very much on the side that BCGame should be getting a layup. I think that the issues that BCGame have shown have been near that mid-pack, high-end Tier 2 environment, rather than the level that Quasar have been playing at. And so that's why I sort of say that their concerns might come later on during the bracket, may even come down during the LAN itself, because I think the one team that could challenge them on their side of the bracket actually should, in theory, be the lesser of the squads by comparison. So I think that, yeah, BCGame should be able to get away relatively cleanly. I don't think it's going to be completely easy because of the teething period with Electronic. But look, they've got Electronic and Simple, and I think that that speaks more than what Quasar can bring to the table. You mentioned the fact they're playing an unranked events and on and open qualifiers, and very few of them have found a lot of success. I think the one time they played in a ranked event was the Winline Open qualifier, and then that didn't get to HLTV, or at least the stages they played in didn't get to HLTV. So we're not talking a lot of great experience on this on one side of the board.
No, we're not. And the roster, I would say, is even quite fresh. One's joined the team about a month ago, and then Newt has been here for only a handful of weeks. Now, for BCGame, the same could be said for them. They have gone through a crazy amount of roster changes throughout this year. They started with Guardian, right? He was coaching, and then he decided to play for a little bit. They then picked up Nork, and then he's parted ways with them. Lecro was even in-game leading this team for a little bit of time. You had Cypher, that was the aggressive rifler, that's now moved over towards Fnatic. So we've seen a lot of players come and go. I know Prime Taps was here for quite a while, a bit more of an anchorish player, hard lurky. You now bring in someone like Electronic, who has only played at a tier 1 level for the better part of, 10 years, from sort of Flipside to Na'Vi to Cloud9 to VP. This is his first English-speaking team. He's only played in those CIS rosters. So this is going to be a new test for him. It's also going to be a test to how motivated is he going to be playing on HLTV frequently? How motivated is he to taking on teams like Quasar? There's a lot of difficult transitions, I would say, for players when they drop down from tier 1 to tier 2.
Yeah, and I think one of the things that might end up affecting players like this could end up being complacency, because, you know, if you think you're the hot thing and you've been part of VP for a fair amount of time, you might take a look at a team like Quasar and think these guys shouldn't be really any sort of deal. And really, in the European division, even though are extremely lowly ranked, I mean, if you apply this to anybody, I think, in the European, you could say that actually that is prime sort of mentality to take an upset. I do hope he takes this more like what Simple has done, and to really put his best foot forward in the context of BCGame and try and prove another spot back at the tier 1 environment. Now, again, we haven't seen too much. We haven't seen anything of Electronic on this BCGame side yet, so it's still teething period. Still first impressions with this new BCGame lineup, and I think this might be a good litmus test to sort of just get a rough idea as to where they might end up placing in tier 2.
And for BCGame, it just has to be noted, I know that this is an open qualifier that sort of take each game as it comes. Their expectation has to be not only qualifying to the LAN, but winning the LAN. When you've got Electronic and Simple on this team, whether it's your debut or not, you are thinking so much further ahead of the future, because results are needed. The amount of resources that are going into this project, especially at tier 2, is crazy, right? I mean, even the salaries from guys like Simple and Electronic. I mean, we saw tweets about people wanting helicopter rides. I mean, it's crazy what's going on here at BCGame.
Yeah, they spend that dawa, I guess you could say. But look, there are a whole like favoritism for the tournament thing, because remember, the invites there are no tier in it's all through the qualifiers. So the 2 European teams that make it into out of this qualifier will be the 2 favorites of the event when it comes to going to Chennai. So the comparison point is that, well, yeah, BCGame, for example, if you're taking that sort of weighing, Big will be the 3rd team in that sort of mix. So if you're saying the BCGame's expectation should make it to the event, that means that Foot will be their biggest competition at LAN. And yeah, that does feel like to me that BCGame should be aiming for a championship, for that $30,000 grand prize. So start off well, start as you mean to go on, and just get your solidity involved here today and carry that on for the rest of the week.
And I think a lot of people just want to see BCGame on LAN, because when you look at the roster, the expectation is, especially with Nexa as the caller, that the results would be better on LAN than they are online. However, they haven't taken the approach to go to these BYOCs and try and help out their VRS. They've been completely different from that point of view than what the majority of tier 2 teams have been throughout this circuit.
Well, look, that might be a decision to question whether it's going to end up affecting or hurting them or favouring them as time goes on. But for now, they are involved in the online circuit, and now they're involved against Quasar. So vetoes are ready to go. Dwayne, way, we have our map up for our best of one ready to discuss. And look, I don't think maps are going to make a huge difference here in this context. You've got a lot of more reputability from the BC game, lads. You mentioned the number of maps and number of series played on HLTV from them compared to Quasar. So no matter what it is, it's probably it's going to look like BC game will be the favourites in this best of one.
You know we're not going to get Train. There's no way BCGame is going to allow that in. We know that we're not going to get Ancient either. I would say Mirage has been a pretty good map for BCGame, and for Quasar, they play quite a lot of Mirage too. The issue is, do you want to take an opposition who's one of the favourites in the bracket on their very best map in the pool? I think it could be a good decision from Quasar to get rid of Mirage, even though you're more comfortable on it, just to not give that solid map over towards BCGame. And I think even for just the players overall, you expect at least in the best of one, probably in the best of three to follow for BCGame. They shouldn't be getting tested at any point. So it's going to be a good little eye-opener to see exactly what Electronic's individual form is going to be like. Because I think everyone wants Electronic to get back to that sort of 2021 period of what he was like on Na'Vi, where you're just an exceptional rifler. All of his times recently on Cloud9 and VP, under the in-game leadership of himself, we haven't seen that same star rifler. I mean, even thinking back to when they were on Flipside, Electronic was one of the very best riflers in the world. You certainly don't have that conversation for him anymore.
Yeah, I mean, look, I think that it's very sort of contrasting how we're saying that Quasar, their best expectation is to try and make it look competitive, whereas BCGame, their best expectation is to try and just make it look easy, and going throughout the whole bracket making it look easy. So, again, we put these two teams on two very different pedestals by comparison. You're right about the Mirage pick or the Mirage map being involved here, because it is BCGame's best map in the pool. It has been played the most number of times. They've won it so many more times alongside that as well. I had some concerns when time came down to their runs in the ECL, which I commentated again. But look, that was with a stand-in. That was with their coach subbing in. They've got a more defined player here involved in this competition, and I think that means that when Mirage comes out, that's going to be, death time to everybody involved.
And I think it's going to be a good test for Emmy, who's currently on trial as the head coach at the moment. I mean, for you and I, we casted Emmy throughout the majority of his playing career. He's only kind of given up playing recently after stepping down from Partisan. Not known for being much of a coach. I know that he coached Crazy and Valiance for a few periods a few years ago, but now he's working with Tier 1 players, and he's not had that in the past. I think the most successful project that he was ever a part of was maybe that Contact FPX team, 5-6 years ago now. Otherwise, he's just been a fairly stable, recognized Tier 2 in-game leader. And now, yes, you've worked with Nexa in the past, you've been teammates, you've got that connection with the in-game leader, but to coach guys like Simple, to coach guys like Electronic, this is going to be a test for Emmy to see whether he's the right fit for BCGame moving forward.
Yeah, it's a very different beast going from that region to the international stage and two players of the caliber, as you mentioned. So it's going to be a tough task for him. I'm curious to see how well he'll do it. Of course, you mentioned he is on trial as a coach at the moment, so there's a key possibility that he might not stick around for much longer. Seeing him sub in for BCGame when they didn't have a fifth man was very telling as to how different of level between Emmy and the rest of his team really are. So he's definitely more of an experienced coach rather than a mechanical kind of a mechanical training kind of guy. So he's got backing behind him to have at least had some sort of ability, some sort of experience that he can impart to his players. So we'll see how well that works, see how BCGame develop over time. So I think that's where you're going to see Emmy's value more than anything else.
Well, if we're talking about Emmy on trial, then we've got to talk about Ando on trial. Now, this was a guy that I think a lot of people remember his tenure on Gamer Legion. Looked quite good at the start. Bit surprising to see that he parted ways with the org at the end. And then I guess the drop-off was quite harsh. You go from playing at a tier 1.5 level where you're in and around the tier 1 circuit, you're going overseas to LANs, to then playing on Copenhagen Wolves for a brief period of time, and then recently playing with Smuya and Yuho on Fish 123, and then it's like, right, then we're back up towards at least a somewhat decent level in tier 2. This is a guy that could probably learn quite a lot from the teammates around him, but also just needs to try and find a stable roster, needs to find a stable home moving forward.
Yeah, it's very true, because, as you mentioned, on trial, just like Emmy, he might not be here in the long term. It depends on the forms. But look, he's only 20 years old, so he's got like a little bit of time ahead of him. He's got some time to grow, to develop, and again, sort of similar to what we talked in previous discussions. We are talking about a player that could well grow into the role and could well become a much more developed individual. But look, here's our veto. We talked about it earlier. Mirage, as you mentioned, probably the best case scenario for BCGame. They start things off the CT side. So yeah, all signs point towards BCGame here in the veto process.
Yeah, so we've seen 17 Mirage officials from BCGame in the last 3 months. 15 of them were in best of threes in which it was the map pick. So not only is the win rate high and the play rate is high, this is their #1 map. They go to it in every single best of 3. Now, recently they were in the Exort Proving Grounds tournament where they got themselves into the grand final. In the playoffs, Jay, they picked Mirage against ENCE, Spirit Academy, OG, and BetBoom. So they're picking it against what I would classify as the high-end Tier 2 squads. No matter, even if they're facing off against teams that are better than them, they're still picking into the Mirage. So definitely going in for comfortability. And then as for Quasar, they also pick quite a lot of Mirage. They played it recently against the Falcons Academy roster, got themselves a 13-10 result. They took on the Turkish squad of the Bushido Wildcats. That was a loss. That was only 2 days ago in a best of 3, and that's even a team that doesn't get featured on HLTV very frequently.
Yeah, Bushido Wildcats, not exactly a home staple, home known name per se. So yeah, I mean, look, it was always going to be difficult, no matter which map you played in for the Quasar side. They don't play at this level all that often, and when they do, it's oftentimes a loss. So I'm backing BCGame. I can be pretty confident to back BCGame in this one. I can expect them to make it look easy. Again, Quasar will just be setting them basis for what they can do. We're looking to try and make it competitive above all else, and that is the minimum marker for what they can do. No one should really expect them to take a victory here.
No, but it's an opportunity to show some of the newer pieces for Quasar, because it was back in, July last year that they picked up this Dosky roster, and then from there they've made a few more roster changes. It's no longer the core from all the way back then, but they've tried to make some upgrades. They've brought some newer players forward. They've even promoted 2 players from their academy roster. So it's a very young organization from the lifespan of the players, but then also just what the pedigree is and how frequently they can get to this level.
Yeah, I mean, look, it's staunch and different, I think, is the to make out here for this one. BCGame should be locked in. I think that the concerns of any roster changes or any concerns of chemistry will crop up later down the road. I think this should be a pretty easy affair for them. They should be able to blast their way through against Quasar, and they should be able to make this a very comfortable opening map for them. If they don't make it so, then that's where I think questions might have to ask. Questions would we be asking if BCGame can't make this look comfortable?
I think for BCGame, I'm just keeping an eye on Electronic. I mean, you've gone from playing on VP, where it's such a system-based team, everything's about the timings, everything's about playing the percentages. You're coming out here, and it's going to be a lot looser, isn't it? You've got hard-hitting players that are going to be making star impact moves. They're going to be playing with a lot of confidence. And I think a lot of people just want to see Simple and Electronic back together again. They won a major together. They were teammates for, over 5 years? And the last tournament they played together was the Blast Paris Major over 2 years ago. That's a long time of separation, and now the band, they're back together again.
Indeed they are, although they're missing the backup dancers of the last 3. But look, you are right. It's a bit of a reunion between those 2 players. And look, I also think that Na'Vi roster didn't quite fulfill everything that they could have done. I think that they had a lot more of a big period, like a significant period of dominance ahead of them. It's just unfortunately things didn't pan out that way. So get a bit more of a taste for these 2 players to reunite and try and do what they were able to do before, to apply themselves in a different kind of context and to try and elevate BCGame a bit more, because that's what this has been all about for them, elevation. They've been elevating their roster bit by bit. Bringing in Simple was a big power move. Bringing in Electronic is another massive power move, and now to relieve him of the stresses of what was happening on VP, I think that this is a positive move for them. I think that, again, this is where we're going to develop, if not right now, in the very near future, they will be an absolute duo.
And my biggest question is, are we going to see Electronic be a star rifler, or are we going to eventually see him transition into an in-game leader? Because, come on, we know with Nexa, right, we've heard it plenty of times. He wants to be an IGL, then he doesn't want to be an IGL. He was leading OG and G2, but then he was also not calling for them. He did the exact same thing when he was working with Hampus out there on Bleed. And we know that what's happened recently with Paravision. James comes into the team, no, I'm not in-game leading. Give him a few months, then you start in-game leading again. So I I would like to hope and have the expectation that at least for the rest of this year, Electronic is a star rifler, but it's got to be in the back of your mind. At some point, in some way, if results don't go your way, does that eventually become a move to Electronic to pick up the in-game leadership again?
I mean, look, it's not impossible, and you are right to make that assessment and to make that assumption, or at least to have that question mark behind you. I will say that I think that Electronic possibly could provide a bit more just as a star rifler, in my personal opinion.
Yeah.
I think that maybe, I don't know if Nexus is going to be the right IGL to make. I don't know if replacing the roles and swapping it out between him and Electronic and finding another player to replace Nexus would be the appropriate move again. I think that by the end of the year, we'll see more from Electronic as an individual. I think he can provide more to the team in that context. And I think that if we are going to talk about IGLs, then there should be a great discussion about that within BCGame to say, right, well, let's not put it on Electronic. Let's find somebody else that can take that mantle. Let's keep this guy's talent unlocked and available for us to use in a way that will get us victories and get us the kind of progress that we need.
And even though BCGame aren't in the running to make the major, I think they're in a really good period where a lot of teams didn't want to make roster changes because of what it would affect in the major qualification. There were so many teams afraid to maybe make a new player, to bring someone in. When you know you're outside of the cutoff, bro, it just gives you so many options, doesn't it? It allows you to sign players. It allows you to bring someone over like an Electronic. And you can use these last few months of the year to, be results-based and make sure that you're trying to improve the VRS. You're getting closer towards Tier 1 environments, but also just realizing that even if we do want to make changes like we have done throughout the majority of this year, it's not going to affect us as much as if we were just on the border to making the major or not.
Yeah, and I will say that I think the BCGame might be a little bit limited by like any changes that they make to the roster, because they have been aiming up the chain of command. They've been aiming up to try and get players in the Tier 1 teams that might have shed loose. I know that people, I'm not sure if this is a rumor or everyone just wishing that Rain would make his way over to this team and all, but at this point, it's probably not going to happen until after the major has concluded. So we'll see whether BCGame will get more active in the roster changes after that fight at the end of the year. Five-man unit, so I think they can sort of get a bit of a base mark as to where they want to move on from that base mark. Whether question marks about Andu, whether Emmy's going to maintain his trial into a permanent contract. Maybe there's other guys that might want to get replaced here and there. I do feel this is not the final form of BCGame, though. I think that much is a very fair assessment to make given their history of transfers.
And I'd say you've probably got a balance of youth and experience. You've got some older guys. Next, mentioned it, he's only 20 years old. And Kakanito, he only came into the scene, I would say, around the online era, playing with Blue Jays when he was out there with Kixan, with the North Macedonians, had that good rise with Apex. So you definitely don't have the old boys club, right? I think we've definitely seen some Tier 2 teams in the past where everyone is ex-Tier 1, everyone's getting quite old in their career, getting on. There definitely is some youth within the ranks.
Well, let's see whether that development of that youth is going to work up for. And let's see whether the veterans and the experienced players, the GOATs of Counter-Strike, can deliver across this qualifier. In the first best of one, it should be easy pickings for BCGame, but how much of a stress will Qualifier take? BCGame to take it pretty cleanly as we get stuck into the pistol round. BCGame on the CT side, start Quasar, establishing themselves on the apartments, but blocked off by...
Rather than cancelling into a double, still quite next and damage with the Julies. Hopefully get a multi-frag with this kind of range.
Players on the site, rotations will be rather slow. Held pretty firmly on the A-bomb site outside the opening secondary, not quite coming his way, although the headshot does get landed alongside a third kill from the bat lines. They're all getting picked apart. Easy pickings for the two defenders. A full 1v4 for Bakari.
And for Quasar, I would say an unlucky system of the draw, right? You go into an open qualifier, you're all against the seeds, and you have to go up against BCGame in an opening best of one. You're a squad that want to try and get on VRS, you want to try and get more ranked matches. Unfortunately, ESEA Advanced Playoffs isn't ranked, so you want to try and get as many of these officials in as possible, and instead you're taking on one of the top 3 teams in the tournament. But that's what all of these open qualifiers are all about. That's what seeding's all about.
I remember if playoffs of ESEA Advanced was ranked in the past, wasn't it? Or was it?
It's always been unranked. Unfortunately, so. And that's why a lot of teams aren't playing ESEA Advanced anymore. It used to be quite a big division back in the day, whereas nowadays you have a lot of teams participating in other competitions rather than playing Advanced.
meaningless in the grander context of things, although it could well be a pathway up if you can make it. Good shots on the BCGame side should make light work of the light eco from Quasar. Upgrade pistols. Attempt to get some damage up, and then we'll get Kakanito back for one decent kill. 4 versus 2 outside of that BCGame will make light work of this second round all the same. Quasar on their ranked journey have been put onto the early back foot and will continue to get extended against. And no damage to really compound here.
Even though the results haven't been world-beating from BCGame, and at times they've looked a bit awkward across the last few months and last couple of tournaments, I would say that they're never really losing to teams that they should never lose to. Even some of their eliminations, right? Eternal Fire recently, well, Flammus was playing rather than Simples. You can give a bit of a pass there. To go up against Partisan, you've got Emmy in the coach role. He's participating on the server. The other ECL Cup you get eliminated by, OG, a team that's very solid in Tier 2. And then the only other one was Ruby in European Pro League. They're not a fantastic team in Tier 2, but they play at this level very frequently.
And they're trying to strut their stuff. Rifles of Quasar now hoping to get started here on their map.
Really slow default to start, and maybe that's something that we can expect. I mean, we're talking already 30 seconds into the round, no contact in top mid, no lurk towards A. They are sitting back and playing extremely defensive on this T side.
Starting to set smokes in towards mid-access, one down to Sniper's Nest. One also at the top of the catwalk should allow some breathing room. And he counteracts with some utility of his own right. HE sent pretty nicely down the underpass, but lands on the entryway as the one player made his way out. Numbers unaffected by that HE. The Molotov goes late as well, so Andu's not affected by that one either. Smoke's about to clear, man's about to get revealed. And dead to rights in an instant, Andu kicks off the round.
They smoke off top con, and they're going up short on a B split. The AWP from Simple is holding out from Market. Andu is not hearing them run. They are not making any noise on this walk up in short.
Gaji's going to try and move him in. Right by that AWP position, Andu's just got another one kill found on Kaori. Now Simple stands alone, flanked out, shot rings out, doesn't connect it, but does connect the secondary player instead. 2 left standing on Quasar. Support has arrived for the AWPer, or has it actually? The market player got taken down, and they can overwhelm him. 3-on-2 for BCGame, making it 1 as the bomb planter just about secures the plant, but goes down quickly after the fact, and Nukes will be eliminated all the same. 3-0 start for BCGame.
Very comfortable from Andu, the guy that was out there in ladder, slightly repositioning. The numbers just unfortunately out in the open. When that smoke starts to clear in window, you need to either be ready for a fight or you need to be in a position of safety, in coverage of some sort of under window position. But being out in the open gives Andu a freebie. And then while Quasar had quite a lot of space to work with at short, if you're not trading Andu successfully in ladder and you're struggling to deal with the AWP out on B, it's never going to be an easy round on the post. A 3-0 start. The bomb plant does allow a few upgrades, and they need to try and make these rounds a little bit more costly, a little bit closer, I would say, in competitiveness.
A little bit closer with the rifles. Still not enough to truly deficit the BCGame players. They are still well and truly in control. The money is well bolstered for this early matchup. But bomb plant bonuses are going to help things on the other side of the board. Outside of that, it has looked like BCGame's confident start. And again, to start as they mean to go on here in the Chennai Qualifier.
Maybe a chance to talk about some of the other squads. You've got Washington versus AM that's just started. That's the UK boys that have basically been going for a very long time, at least that core 3. And for AM, they were recently at Draklan. I know that they've made quite a few changes themselves. You've got GXX, a part of the old B&E roster. Too High that was out there on Ents Academy. Keto that's been trying to in-game lead ever since he's left the big organization. So there'll be ones to keep an eye out for. I think Eternal Fire, they had a bit of a weird period where VRS, where they had Polish players and then they had some Turkish players. They had some Russian players in there as well. But now they've gone back to a full Turkish team, and I don't think any Turkish team recently has even come close towards the new Aurora squad. So I'd like to keep an eye on them to see what their progression is going to look like in the bracket.
I do wonder if Aurora need to make any roster changes. They might dip down to an Eternal Fire again. Finally, the talent might be emerging from that team if they do manage to prove themselves in the Tier 2 environment. Of course, not quite yet, but just something to keep in the back of your minds as time goes on. Missed window smoke there from Quasar. That's not encouraging. BCGame, Kakanita having full reign of mid access. Only one rifle to bring to the table here, a half buy. Even with that bomb plant bonus, Quasar will be trying to protect their economy game. And BCGame should be establishing themselves in the 4-0. Default smokes, set pieces onto the A bomb site will not cover off from the CT spawn. Andu can catch numbers and Simple can get newt. So all's working out well for the CT side. Regardless, 5-on-3, and just all their flank angles, all their bases are covered.
Electronic out from Sandwich, finally starts to peer forward, and the connector players are trying to come up, and it means that the single rifler is the only one left and going to get spotted from the B-site anchor of Nexa. Easy kill, very clean, and the scary aspect is keeping AKs alive. You've got Kakanito that's your comm player, you've got Electronic that is your A-site anchor. When you've got AKs in good players' hands that are feeling quite confident, looking to take a lot of duels, it's going to be difficult to slow those two guys down in particular.
Be careful not to offer up any more AKs as well for Quasar. They're bringing out full guns. In the Orb of Kaori. AKs will be first port of call in from mid. Again, the players are majoritively are outside of the A bomb site. And there are 3 defenders here on BCGame, 4 if you include the connector player, who is swapping places with Simple. There goes the smoke to connect Tongue. Another one coming in as well to Jungle, I'd imagine. Numbers bringing up, sending one player over a default ammo. Smoked away by Electronic. Nexa holds his nerve. He'll burn to his demise. So we'll go for 1-for-1. And Genji also gets a trade back as well on Kakanito. So advantage maintained only for a moment. Andy gets into a 3-on-3. Electronic playing elevated angles, trying to suss out a position of attack against Quasar. The Orb also in support, but Electronic lands on Newt. Headshot claimed. Andu upgrading to AKs. The last 2 players not out in mid. Holding out their entry lanes, the bomb still on the back of Kaori. Shot missed out that bait. Bit wide from Electronic, but it forces the man to make a move away from Tetris into the hands of Simple. And is in a 1 versus 3.
And that was quite a difficult position for Electronic. When you smoke yourself off in that molly, you can't repos. You know that players are coming in from A ramp. You know that they're flooding out from Palace. So you just have to work around the default box for as long as possible. And he tries to get up on Firebox. He tries to play around it. And he does everything that is required from him, time stalling and putting up impact. Now, Andu is going to drop quite easily, but as soon as this kill comes in, you expect the reposition from Simple with the Orb.
Backs turn, second kill, hang on a second. All Electronic now, the new blood, 17 seconds. He knows that bomb's been dropped in. Nice as that has got to get his way towards position, but no. Backs turned, Electronic will close it out. Very good effort, but not to be 5 on the trot for BCGame.
I think unfortunately, individually, they're just letting themselves down in a lot of these opening duels. They have themselves an A exec with a late lurk coming out in con, and they're just never getting man advantages. They're never getting them in positions that are winnable. Even in that 1v3, yeah, it's good trigger discipline, and you get yourself 2 freebies. You've then got, what, 15 seconds on the clock to somehow scout where Electronic is and try and get that bomb down. Never going to be a round that you can win.
Excellent stuff from BCGame. Back to pistols and half-bought rifles for Quasar. And the vicious cycle of the Bi-Eco. Much faster into the B-bomb site this time, changing tack. We'll draw some rotations back. Good HEs to land onto Newt, and is also tagged up, dealt with by Andy, who lands a triple as well. Nexa also involved. Light work again from the CT side. The perfect round, and no man takes damage.
Very good utility usage there from Nexa as the B-side anchor. It was quite readable. You put your incendiary down when you know you're up against lighter buys, stop any kind of B-pop or any B-rush, and then from there, smoke yourself off, give yourself the cover. Both players are cross-firing it easily. And Quasar have only managed a single bomb plant in the first 6 rounds of the game. AWP can come back out, but what they need is to show some threat with an opening kill. They need to get a 5v4 going for them.
That has not happened so far in this game. Kaori hopes to try and change that, though. He's aggressive in towards the apartments, initially ahead of the Molotov, but the AWP in his hands doesn't go so far as to extend all the way out to the bomb site where Andu is holding from.
Well, we've seen this previously where they've played a 4A setup where they have had no short player. So they used the 2 mid players in Con and Window to crossfire to make sure that no one can come up short. But they're leaving the in-game leader of Nexa to go more aggressive out towards A. So they've got a read on an A move at the moment. Andu, all he needs to do is sit here and block. And if there is a B contact or some sort of an exec, he just needs to go 1-for-1 at a bare minimum.
Minute gone by and no kills early. HE's Incendiary is coming close to numbers. Will make that tag. So I know he's somewhere close. I'm going to sneak through the connector smoke and no one's there to receive it. There is a top con smoke at the same time for the T side, so BCGame can respect that angle and that no man's land. Numbers will push on. His teammates set up on short. Blue split is the target. Andu and Simple will be there on defensive. Akanito hearing some body blocks but not receiving any kills yet.
But they're seeing nothing towards A, so this should be the tell to get ready for B. Andu's given himself an off angle from the van too.
Simple watching short, sees one shoulder blade comes out well enough. Second face does get the kill in, however. Backs will be turned, M4 caught back by Newt. Simple's going to get overwhelmed. He does take down one more on the way out of the round. Electronics forced to trade back in a 2 versus 2. Quick peek in from Kaori. Leaves it on Electronic to clutch the 1v2 now. Making noise there towards short. Watched by the AWPer, secondary player watching from the bench. Not being seen by the Russian. The kill comes in. Secondary player not quite received. Brilliant round from Kaori. He makes the difference for Quasar. Gets there first on the board.
Yeah, that was a sharp shot from Electronic, but difficult to transition from aiming up there towards the bench and then going right up towards the apartments. A good work from Quasar to make it uncomfortable for the AWP. Yes, Simple gets 2 kills on the bomb side, but he's being mollied, he's being flooded, and Andu, the player that was out there to Van, he got absolutely nothing. And rotations were coming in quickly, and Quasar finally put their foot down with a round victory. BCGame are going to have 2 players starting out towards B this time, so they're going to go back towards Nexa being out here at Van.
Mac telling Galil on Quasar setup, showing the economy starting to get weakened here.
And it's a lack of disrespect from the T side in general. We're seeing no aggressive moves from them, and it's allowing BCGames to make moves. Now, last round they took info and aggro towards A main. Now they're taking mid, and completely for free.
The fight from Gakanita did try and challenge onto the first player. Gage is going to get that kill onto the man, so advantage sits in. Electronics good to trade back from Connector and backs away entirely, well aware of the fact that there may well be presence out that position. Simple also positioning himself out to the ladder room as no major contact can come forward from Quasar. Now they're forced to back away, play passive again.
And Simple's in a very strange angle for an AWP. Do not see this commonly to be holding out from short and playing in from ladder. So it's uncomfortable when you need to focus about 2 different areas. Now, it's a defensive line from the CTs towards A. They don't have anyone blocking in the bomb site directly. You've got Andu sitting back with no util, and Electronic doing the exact same thing from jungle.
Exploring his teammates to check, make sure that the ladder room's clear, but the Molotov coming in. No major smokes. One was used to hit the jungle, but Troy's going to put a ahead of that. Get no kill out of that, actually. Just damage being done to players. Numbers involved with the Mac 10 casualty. The player at the ticket booth. 2 to line up, 2 to go down. Bomb not quite denied. And it takes a lot of damage, but not the info he requires. The AWPer just caught at the edge of the smoke, just fading through it. Simple's blind spray comes up good, and it's Gigi all alone now. 1v3. Bomb is open plant. Incendiary lands a bit too deep for him. Dinked up, sees one. Just gets the kill on Simple, but he's dinked down in the process and found by Nexa on the closer. 7-1 for BCGame.
Unfortunately for Quasar, there was just a slight lack of hesitation. Now, they're getting the bomb down and they're holding out for CT, but they're not entirely taking that space. You get two players that are close towards taking spawn, but they get trapped up there on the missiles. Now, really, they need to be clearing out Ticket and going deeper in towards CT. If they take that space, maybe they get a one-for-one trade against Andu and you can get the bomb down safely. You can set yourself up for a good post plan. Really good work from the Estonian, who at the moment is putting up quite a lot of multi-kills. We've seen it previously on B, now we're seeing it towards A.
Quasar going back to basics very quickly here, setting up the set piece once again. Players in Palace blocked out for now. I think that they might push forward of that when the time is right, when all players are ready. Three-man unit to defend it, but Quasar seem like we want to go quick into this round.
Simple on first contact can just fire and then try and get out towards the triple box quickly. Electronic was previously out here from the deeper angle at default. Get the next player, Kakanito. He should flash high to help out Electronic.
HE reveals, flashbangs well timed against it though, so Simple can't get the opening kill. Electronic back in Ninja gets his kill. Nuke down, secondary player can trade from the T side, or could trade from Kakanito. Goes awry, and the advantage stays with Quasar now. Low HP for one man, but 4-on-3 overall. Bomb plant should be secured. Extending out towards CT. They hear those footsteps. Simple Zorp is peeking in. Low HP man first, dead to rights, instant kill. M4's right around the corner. The AK looking to replace their flash support. No, from range, shot baited. Nexa gets that trade in quick, looks up towards the Palace, but can't get his kill. Andu all alone, knows where one is, knows where the second man is. Oh, what a flick on the second. Headshot is perfect, and BCGame continue to take it to Quasar.
Oh, well, this is just a joy to watch, isn't it? When you've got individuals fragging at the level of BCGame, it's always going to be pure entertainment. That is a really sick round coming through from Andu. It's an excellent clutch. Good pre-aim, good adjustment. And Quasar, well, they've certainly made this game more competitive than what the start was looking like. They were getting bodied. They weren't even getting close. We're now seeing a couple of bomb plants, but just not quite coming ahead. Andu, again, he has had another good round.
Not too shabby for a trialist. Talked about it earlier. Is he going to stay for long term? How long is this trial going to last for? Will he get a permanent spot on the team? Well, if you keep showing up like this, you will.
It's been a fairly long trial. I mean, we normally classify trial players as what? A few tournaments, maybe a month or two. He's been on trial for 3 months. So I would say that's a pretty positive sign moving forward for a young player if you can last that long.
Oh, Mac 10 of numbers, trying to find an angle of attack, but no, Kakanito good to find him. Follow up on the second. BCGame continue to hold their confidence right now. 4-on-3 with a couple of players rotating out to position, trying to hold down connector angles and ensure that Quasar can't make their way from mid to A. And rightfully so, they start backing away to regroup and reform. Oh, look at Simple dipping in. Almost thought he hit that shot. Not quite, though.
Yeah, that's crazy. In a man advantage, Simple is just dry swinging into mid. No teammate on support to swing con. No teammate swinging short. No util. And that tells you that they are going up against a much weaker opponent today to make moves like that possible.
Confidence. They can't quite capitalize upon the positions that they have for Quasar. Ops alone on the B bomb site. And to their credit, they did get the dink off in that mid fight. So Simple's low, but as he lands that first shot without resistance, Newt is in a 1-on-4. Molotov should force Simple into his demise, and he will go down, but only after he gets the kill. That closes the round for BCGame. 9-1 on the board. 2 AKs held over, and Quasar, yeah, just not standing a chance here, and you can't be too surprised given the caliber of the opposition they're facing. We hope that they would make it competitive. We hope that in a best-of-1 context they could get a couple of cheeky rounds that would turn economy towards their name, but BCGame streak has bolstered their money state. Quasar probably have no more ways back into this game.
I think at absolute most, they probably could have won 3, maybe 4 T rounds, but that's been it. There's been very few chances. And unfortunately, there's been very few adaptations of pacing. It's just been a really slow game overall. You'd almost expect to kick the bucket at some point, have a quicker A, have a mid pop, have something in the playbook that's different, that catches BCGame off guard. But they've stuck to a very concise game plan of keeping it slow, keeping it contact heavy, and it just hasn't worked for them. Individually, no one's shown up for the squad. And for Simple, when you've got a guy that's averaging a 1.24 rating across 17 Mirage officials, you're always going to get consistency from him on the big grain.
Smokes up. Electronic of mid-smoke. Kill found the first, transfer to the second's good. Simple's there to close out the rest of them, trying to ensure that AK stays out of T-sided hands. Ensure that numbers can't do much with it. That HE doesn't quite land onto the man. His teammate with the Tech 9 really hasn't got much more breathing room here. Kills come easy and simple enough. BCGame should go 10 on the board. Quasar still hunting for an answer, still hunting for a way back. We approach the last round of the half. See one final buy out of them, but possibly an 11-1 to BCGame.
And I think it's just a shame that Quasar have shown in previous tournaments that they can hold weight against Tier 2 teams. They've taken maps off of Tapchan's Phantom, they've beaten G2's Academy roster, they've beaten Havu recently, they took a map off of Eklot in a best of 3. They've taken on some, what I would say, no names in Tier 2 and actually given them a run for their money. But in this best of 1, it's been anything but that.
This is not the week in BCGame anymore. Clearing to find favourites in this best of 1. Clearing to find favourites their side of the bracket as well. And proving it with a very confident start. And again, that's what we wanted to see out of this team. The ability just to shed any past struggles that they've had. Bring in Electronic into a comfortable kind of match, in a comfortable kind of tournament. And make this look pretty clean. In terms of the Nexus getting out to the apartments, going to start hunting for info, but won't be sticking around too much there. Simple will hold the AWP position. They will start to stack into this mid and A bomb site.
Contact will start getting established out towards Connector. And, well, it's Simple to fall early, so it's finally a good opening start from Quasar, but they need to deal with this double com play.
She's on the smokes, check for numbers. Kakanito going to get that kill together. Players up on short now to take access, and Andu, his aim K is good enough. Kill comes in just about for Nexa. Gage is going to trade back though, look to the last man on that A-bomb site defense, and the last man on the CT side is Kakanito. Gets his kill in, Newt 1v1. Got to go back for the bomb. Kakanito knows it, repositions, checked up, just grabbed and just escaped to that B plant.
And Newt can get the bomb down, but he doesn't know where Kakanito is going to reposition to. There's every chance that he goes back to window and into market.
Incendiary forcing him into the open, sees the shoulder, has the info. Kakanito got vision on him the same. Swing up, but Newt lands the headshot. And I will just bring in a second consolation prize for Quasar, but it's 8 rounds to make up after the break. Only 3 rounds for BCGame to maintain a victory over Quasar. 8 on the other side of the board if they wanted to try and equalise. It's going to be a tough task for the Quasar side, Dwagon. Unfortunately, I haven't seen enough out of them to say that they can really test the likes of Simple and Co. And they're having a great time over there.
Indeed they are. And this is how they should treat every one of these games up until the more quote-unquote bigger matches. Have fun, enjoy the moment, because we know that there's going to be some stress testing officials coming up. It's probably not going to be this one today.
Yes, there's a second half alive. BCGame bound for their best of 3 later on today. Good shot from Electronic, kicks things off. They quickly enter into the A-bomb site, and who's going to get a player down in the dark is forced back. Him and Newt and Numbers, the 3 versus 5, with damage being minimal against the T-side line, although they overextend and get picked up on a couple of players. Kakanito there to maintain control of the situation. As Numbers falls at CT, here's a Newt. Should be revealed, making a lot of noise in their respective positions, aware of the secondary player that was out there at CT. And over a jungle, trying to test the likes of Nexa as Iz continues to try and push on here. 2 round the corner, headshot not gained, Simple closes him out and swings back to Newt to do the exact same thing. Pistol win for BCGame, the end is nigh of Mirage.
Really good patience from Ones out in CT. He's got 2 cracking shots in the USP. He's kept it slow, he's waiting for an overpeak, it's not coming, eventually goes around the corner and he just gets completely deleted. Very sound entries from the players diving out of the Palace. Those first lines of engagement on the defense just warranted nothing. No fight back at all. And Quasar aren't even forcing going into round 14. They want to give themselves, if possible, the best chance of winning a round, and that's going to be in the next one.
After the perfect 10 in a row for overtime, though. One's going down to a Deagle. A little some firepower to hopefully take a player out, hold a rifle into the next. So AK is a bonus. And they'll need every little bonus they can here, Quasar. Because BCGame were always going to be an onslaught. They were always going to be difficult, and unfortunately, they haven't shown much to show that they can deal with them. Extensions back on the A-bomb side. We'll start to recognize that nobody's out here. Mid players making noise. Numbers hoping for a Zeus kill. 1 rifle does land him, but Frank comes in quickly after the fact. The Deagle front range can't do anything. The B site is taken.
The round is completely over, but maybe there's an exit kill. If you really want to try and see if you can get an exit kill that's going to warrant a rifle, some sort of Galil or an AK to be saved forward, that would be excellent. But BCGame shouldn't be hunting too many of these players down. Yeah, they might have a bit of an ego to try and get these last few kills forward, but you don't want to give them any sort of freebies.
They'll hunker down on their side defense. Quasar will stick around for the exit. Trying to get that rifle that was dropped there on shore. I don't think it's there anymore, though. I think 1 more kill out of that mid-access, but the AK stay in, that's the most important thing for BCGame. Map point for them, match point for them. And 10 chances to close. Quasar need all 10 to try and return the favour. But yeah, this opening game working about as well as we expected it to.
A lot of time as well for BCGame to maybe keep an eye on their opposition in the next round of the competition. Maybe try and get a little bit of anti-strat in, any sort of preparation. I'd say all teams that BCGame are going to be playing today are in and around the same level of one another. Simple. With the AK out towards A ramp, you got your Palace lurk of Electronic, opening contacts out from top mid, but nothing aggressive from the CT line at all.
Kaori's going to go well and Simple to start off back over at A ramp. BCGame pushes on the back foot. Dinks down on Kakanito as well. He's low, teammates. Also tagged in Andu's case. A little bit of return damage on Quasar, but not enough Maybe survival for a little bit longer for the underdogs. BCGame scattered. Bomb making his way towards the B apartments, but no support for execution yet.
Well, Electronic is activated by giving the info away that he's the Palace Lurk. He's made contact. And the CTs are trying to clear out this mid space. Now, there might be a good timing for Kakanito when he starts to peer out from underpass against this con individual. And they're trying to A fake to eventually get Nexa to get that bomb down on B, but they've got to try and over-rotate numbers.
Well, the kill for Newt. Kaori also involved against Andu. Electronic can finally get his responsive, but now he's low. Nexa's got to do this on his lonesome. Bomb to go down the B side, but Numbers is ready to receive him. They're running well. Kill found. Man down, and there goes the round as well. BCGame unable to extend to 13 just yet. 1 out of their 10 match points burned.
BCGame will have at least Electronic holding on to the AK. The money is not ideal for the buy, and they will buy it down, definitely. They'll force it up, but not going to get the best of weaponry. So yeah, maybe there's a little bit of a chance for survival. I think for Quasar, I know that they're playing in Advanced this season. They're playing in some of the Elite Cups from ESEA. They just want to try and find improvements with some of these roster changes. I haven't been able to show much in this best of one today. I'd like to maybe see if they could come back on HLTV in a few months' time, a little bit more progression up the ladder. Today's definitely been a sour taste for them.
Indeed it has. Sour taste for ones as well. 22 HP on his part.
He has taken way too much damage there. There was not even a fight coming forward. That was just Electronic passively holding Palace with a molly.
Molly doing all that work. KG also in mid trying to find an angle of attack, but only one player out in mid for now. The BCGame lads have set up towards the B-bomb site. Newt and Numbers on the defensive directly. No more utility to go down in that apartment, although there is a smoke available for Numbers.
Newt is in a really good pause. This might not get cleared.
Smoke missed. Tech9 runs over and is going to get caught inside of that corner, so Newt can strike. Kill found the second player as well as KG also gets involved. All works out pretty well for them. Electronics goes for one pick, but no more than that. Indeed, it wasn't checked, led to their demise, although looking at the HP numbers for Quasar, BCGame did get close to a couple of them. Not to be, though.
If you're not clearing that ninja box angle out on B straight away, you're just going to get farmed from the position. It's so strong because you can just draw in the crossfire. You can bring all that distraction away and get your secondary B player to just chime in and start hitting. BCGame will at least give themselves a good rifle round. I mean, simple buying down to a Deagle, same for Electronic. Unnecessary, I would say, in this round. I mean, there's legitimately no point in even upgrading anything. It should just be 5 Glocks here.
As good as BCGame are, I don't think that the pistols are going to lead to the match victory. It does mean that Simple's going to have some struggles with the AWP buys in the latest few. Of course, won't be buying it for the next round, and $1,400 on his current cash amounts. Burst through from Gagey, gets Electronic on the boost up, also in mid. Andu fell down earlier to the AWP of the CT side. Kakanito also caught there, and also easy pickings, no major damage done by BCGame, no damage done at all by BCGame, in fact. Quasar can keep their lifeline extended to 5, but the rifles will be inbound for the next, so BCGame's next big chance to shut this whole thing down and to end this best of one as clean as you can.
And I do wonder if we would have had a more competitive match if it wasn't Mirage. We were sort of talking about it from the outset. It's the #1 map in the pool from BCGame. A lot of play rate, a lot of wins, and I would say decent victories against strong teams in Tier 2. You're just going straight into the belly of the beast by going into a map like this. It allows individuals to shine, allows them to play quite individually rather than as a team like you would on some other maps. Simple's got a good spawn to try and go aggressive out towards mid, a lot faster than what we saw from Quasar in their first half.
Wasting little time. The mid access for Simple. Flash can catch him more in the face than he does anybody from the Quasar lads. Fortunately, there's no one in Quasar, so no real chance to engage. Simple will get forced away from that corner. Into the open to the mid-fight. H is coming in against him. Won't quite land on target, so he's only going to stick at 66 HP. Slow from BCGame. They have been tested in these early rounds.
Not a huge amount of util left. You've got 2 smokes and 1 molly, and while they've taken all the mid space, because they don't have the util to smoke off con, molly into short, they have to give it and lean back into an execute. Now, they can contact out here on B, and if they do, you'd expect that the AWP is going to be able to multi-frag up. Andu can cut rotations from anyone moving over from con and into short.
He split in the mid-access from one player. Kaori good to get another kill out against Nexa. 5-on-3 with the apartment hold. And now the backup has arrived. Rotations in BCGame, waiting for the molly to burn. Orb still posted. Jump face. Good swing from Simple. Comes up good onto that kill. Secondary player in the backline corner. Bomb plant trying to go down, open to short. Tapped once, forces that play into the open, but Gagey still gets that kill. Electronic forced to trade it. Simple down, it's on Electronic and Andu to close this one out. Kill comes in against numbers, more baits out. Default plant secure, but Nuke gets Andu. It's on Electronic again here in the 1v2. Side turned away from Ones, who just closes him down. And caught on timing, gives Quasar a 6th.
It's well done from BCGame to keep drawing those fights. They know almost immediately there's no point getting this bomb down straight away. Let's try and test the youngsters. Let's keep faking it. Let's see if we can force some aggro duels, and that's exactly what comes in. Electronic comes close to being able to repos to the other side of the bomb site, in which he's not being seen by that short sight line, but doesn't quite catch the timing that he's after. It's just a shame that we didn't see more rounds in the first half. More balance, I would say, more survival rounds for Quasar to work with. And their backs are just always up against the wall because there's already 12 on the board for BCGame.
Buyback heavy into the follow-up and all. They got one down, one player down. 2 left alive from Quasar in the previous. Fast in, it seems. Kakanita going to try beat him with pace. Ones isn't ready for that, so he gets killed off. The short access players and the ace site individuals have fallen, so it's all down to these B rotators. Tech9 still holding out the mid access. Gagey moving up. Nuke gets caught on Simple. Andu goes down. Takes one more kill out of it. Electronic also following up on Nuke. It's all on numbers now from CT. Bomb's been dropped in the open for now, but with a 1-on-3 to deal with, BCGame should find him soon enough. He swings in to get revealed and adjust that bomb plant's position just to ensure he can't get him. Tries to find an elevated angle, but this will be a magical clutch. Just sees his man posting out beyond the box. Goes for the engage towards the player over at short and doesn't get it. 13-6. BCGame eventually will close out this one and really confident with happening regardless. And we'll move forward in the open qualifier bracket.
Fairly good showing there from BCGame. I don't think we saw many rookie mistakes. They certainly weren't losing rounds like 5v2s and 5v3s, those sort of rounds that you should always be closing. That can sometimes happen when you're a much stronger team versus a much weaker opposition, but that didn't come into the fold today. So yes, the best of 1 victory that should happen. Now they just need to focus on a very important best of 3 a little bit later on.
Yeah, I mean, look, their whole goal here is to qualify at the very least for the LAN. As you mentioned, their goal may even be just to win the LAN outright, and that makes a lot of sense for them. So being here in this best of 1, coming away clean as they have, coming away as confident as they have, it's not unexpected for BCGame. It's not like we're supremely shocked in the fact that Quasar should be disappointed about this. That's not the case at all. They did all that they could there, but it was always going to be tough, and they found out the hard way.
And I think this is a perfect opportunity to remind all our viewers, we've got community streams for pretty much all the games. So just remember, we've got a lot of round of 16 matches, and, well, there's got to be an upset in one of them, right? I mean, we didn't get an upset in this one, but surely there's going to be an upset in another one.
Well, I don't know about that one, mate. Right now, the scorelines are pretty one-sided to our favourites, although Eternal Fire Moller is at 7-7, so that's maybe one example. Elsewhere, are they 10-3 up over their opposition? Washington 9-6, Novak 8-1 over the Jumbo mix side. So, yeah, for the most part, we are seeing the right team sort of win their appropriate matches. Big already got their victory as well because their opponents forfeit, and so that's kind of the lay of the land for the round of 16 right now. So they'll be moving forward to take on that Washington AM winner. Of course, BCGame will be moving forward to take on the victors of the matchup between Novak and Jumbo. So right now, looking at, or NovaQ rather, NovaQ should end up winning that matchup. But yeah, that's the kind of the lay of the land right now for the round of 16. But here in the context of this matchup, look, BCGame looking lights out and setting the pace to go forward with.
And it would be great to see NovaQ going up against BCGame, because then we would get a bit more of a taste of a ex-Tier 1 player, even for a very brief period of time for Nealon, but someone that's been very respected in the Tier 2 scene, trying to bring up younger talents. Whereas for BCGame, it's kind of the complete opposite. Rather than bringing up younger talents, we're trying to bring this team to Tier 1. We're trying to get them out of Tier 2 as quickly as possible.
Not to say that younger talents aren't part of the roster, but you are right, the focus is completely different here. And yeah, it'll be a nice, interesting matchup to face against. So I'm looking forward to seeing how that one pans out. BCGame, though, certainly the dominant force in this matchup, and therefore would be looked at as favourites in that matchup as well. Much higher ranked, and much better, and much much deeper in the higher ends of the Tier 2 space compared to their opposition in this one and in the last one as well. So getting away clean, I think, is the best thing they can context of this matchup, and if they can get away clean going forward, then that's going to be all the more positive for them.
So if Big were getting the forfeit win and then Foot got basically the bye in the round of 16, we've got two teams that haven't played opening matches. We don't really know exactly what to expect from them in best of threes. I think for Washington, I was watching them last night, Jay. They just got out of a CCT closed qualifier. I think they found it quite difficult in the VRS landscape. Even recently, I would say they've been dethroned in previous LAN tournaments in the UK, not even being the #1 team that can always win titles. So that would be a really good win to go up against AM, because if you've got Big in a best of 3, you would be heavy underdogs going into that matchup, that's for sure.
That being said, Big have had some struggles as of late of their own, right? So I wouldn't necessarily put it past them to take an upset, even though it probably would be a huge upset for the Big side all the same. Although maybe their changes recently might do something impactful. We're still waiting to see who's going to take on that team, and we're waiting for the next round of matches basically to shuffle over. So look, it's a little bit of time to sort of speculate and study and do a little bit of like mulling it over to sort of see where the bracket will lay out for the next round of things. But for our favourites, it feels like right now that everything's all geared up and locked and loaded and just sort of ready to progress on with the rest of the best of 3s.
And this is what I love with any kind of open qualifiers is, yes, we want to follow the favourites and we want to see the strongest teams get to the LAN tournaments, but I also like to see the field. I like to see which teams can maybe surprise, or which teams overall can come away with some good victories. So for BCGame, no surprise here. I'll be keeping an eye on the rest of the best of 1s, and then especially the best of 3s that we've got moving into the next round.
Well, we had a lot of question marks around BCGame here coming into this tournament with additions of Electronic, the trials of Andu, and all these things right here. Are these questions that can sort of start to get answered now, or we're going to have to wait until the end of the qualifier to truly sort of get anything out of it? Because look, Andu had a great map up, and I think that's a good sign for him as a trialist, but I'm also thinking compared to Quasar, is that going to repeat when they take on a Big or a Foot or someone else here in the bracket?
I would say that you probably wouldn't get an answer even by the end of this qualifier, maybe even at the LAN. When you bring in someone like Electronic, I don't think you get the true notion until maybe a month later. That's the kind of player, because he brings so much to the table, that you need to see a large sample size. And not sample size against unranked teams in VRS or lower ranked Tier 2 squads. I want to see him against title contenders in Tier 2. I want to see him against the Tier 1.5 team. So we might have to be searching for quite a while, I would say, for that sort of answer.
Well, look, we've got a big old bracket to play, and we've got a lot of tournaments upcoming till the end of the year, even for a team like BCGame. So we'll get to find out how things play out here in Chennai at the very least for them. But they do move forward, and that's the ultimate end goal of things. That's the ultimate point to prove here. For Quasar, look, it is what it is. You know, you've had a chance, you haven't taken it, and that does mean that they'll remain unranked, unfortunately. So we probably won't be seeing much of them in the very near future either. No,
it's just... It's one of those positions. You had yourself an unfortunate draw of the overall bracket. You had yourself a top team. The second half was okay. First half was really disappointing. Nothing that screams any sort of positivity, I would say. It's back to the open qualifiers. It's back to trying to make a qualification happen to a ranked tournament and eventually get yourself on the VRS where we can see them participating at this level more frequently.
Yeah, look, it was a good opportunity, a good chance to sort of present themselves to the grander scale of the Counter-Strike world. But look, you're going to take a look at these scoreboards and take a look at how things have looked by comparison to this team. And you will notice that there's just a stark difference between them. And that really is sometimes how it works out for a rising squad like Quasar. You're going to get ranked low, you're going to get ranked against or seeded low rather, and you're going to get put against a very powerful team in the BCGame side. So that's just how these things happen in these open tournaments, and that can oftentimes bleed up the chain of command, bleed up the rest of the scene. And look, for them, I think they did all they could, and I think that's the best thing that we can ask for them.
Well, for me, I just want to see what their advanced campaign is going to look like now. Because last season, they made it to the playoffs. They won a best of 3. They made it to the top 16. This time around, they've had a tough start to the regular season, but the expectation should be making the playoffs again, maybe getting 1 or 2 wins in best of threes, getting more HLTV matches under their belt. Because when you look at squads that are down in a position like a Quasar, and you're going up against teams like BCGame, up against Andu, you are going to get farmed. You are going to get destroyed, and Andu showed quite a lot, I would even say, in the first half. I mean, just his clutching and multi-fragging ability in itself.
Yeah, look, and that's another encouraging sign for him, as you want to just sort of see him really bet his confidence out as the trialist here. We have to question whether or not that's going to continue along throughout the rest of the tournament, rest of the bracket, and the rest of the tougher teams that we'll see them face later down the road, not only in this event, but also in other events at the same time. But it was always going to be an outclassing. I think we saw that here in this kind of context. We would have hoped, maybe optimistically, maybe overly optimistically, that Quasar could at least hold confidence, but that didn't happen. So it is what it is. They have to move forward.
Indeed they do. And for BCGame, there's a little bit of time until their next best of 3. They just need to relax, keep it easy. They've got themselves either 2 opponents, which they are heavy favorites against, so they should have no issue whatsoever moving into the next game. They just need to basically show the same level of consistency that they've shown in this best of 1.
Yeah, the day should be a pretty easy one for the BCGame boys, and maybe the semi-finals in tomorrow's proceedings might end up being the big sort of challenge for them if they do end up facing the testing squad of Big. But we'll see how that weighs up for both teams, and both teams making really decent roster changes. It looks to me like that might be an interesting matchup to sort of like weigh them up, see how these changes are going to work for them. On paper, we can say that Electronic feels like the stronger of the 2 moves, but in practice, sometimes things can be very different.
Indeed, and I think just for Electronic's sake, it was a good debut. You certainly didn't lose and get eliminated out in the first round. So now it's just about keep winning those games and keep getting the fans excited, because a lot of people want to see BCGame on LAN. They want to see them at the higher echelons. They've been an organization that's been around for, what, over a year now, and haven't really achieved anything. I know that they've had previous iterations of the squad and they've had weaker players in the past than what they've got today, but all the fans just want to see Simple and Electronic on LAN. They just want to see them get back towards the top again, don't they?
And for a team as well that have only been to 1 LAN across the last year, right? That being IEM Dallas, you want to see them at more. You mentioned earlier how they haven't gone to any of these BYOC events. They haven't tried to grind their rank, which actually might end up working out better for them, given how the LANs are very impactful towards their VRS systems. But the choices that they made, now they can try and make a better choice and make a run here to Chennai. Right now, they are on track to do so as our bracket favorites at this present point in time. For now, we're going to head to a break and find out how far they'll go alongside the rest of the teams. Again, we are waiting for our final few best of 1s to conclude, and then we'll bring you the second round where we get into the best of 3s here in the Chennai Global Esports European Qualifier.
In the paper, do my put my problems, paper, dial up the deputy, mad at my brown, problems in the paper, do my put my problems, paper, dial up the deputy, mad at my brown.
Listen here, buddy. Pussy by association. Pussy by association. Pussy by association. Pussy by association. Dial up the deputy, mad at my brown. Pussy by association. Pussy by association. Pussy by association. Dial up the deputy, mad at my brown.
In the paper, do my put my problems, paper, dial up the deputy, mad at my brown, problems in the paper, do my put my problems, paper, dial up the deputy, mad at my brown, problems in the paper, do my put my problems, paper, dial up the deputy, mad at my brown, problems in the paper, do my put my problems, paper, dial up the deputy, mad at my brown. Pussy by
association, pussy by association, pussy by association. Now you look at deputy man in my brown.
Put my problems paper, dial up the deputy mad at my brown problems in the paper. Put my problems paper, dial up the deputy mad at my brown problems in the paper. Put my problems paper, dial up the deputy mad at my brown problems in the paper. Put my problems paper, dial up the deputy mad at my brown problems in the paper. Put my problems paper, dial up the deputy mad at my brown problems in the paper. Put my problems paper, dial up the deputy mad at my brown problems in the paper. Put my problems paper, dial up the deputy mad at my brown problems in the paper. Put my problems paper, dial up the deputy mad at my brown.
Listen here, buddy. Pussy by association, pussy by association, pussy by association, pussy by association. Now you look at deputy mad at my brown. Pussy by association, pussy by association, pussy by association. Now you look at deputy mad at my brown.
Put my problems in the paper. Put my problems paper, dial up the deputy mad at my brown problems in the paper. Put my problems paper, dial up the deputy mad at my brown problems in the paper. Put my problems paper, dial up the deputy mad at my brown problems in the paper. Put my problems paper, dial up the deputy mad at my brown.
Association. Now you look at deputy man in my brown. pussy by association, pussy by association, pussy by association. Now you're looking deputy mad in my brown.
Put my problems paper dial up the deputy mad at my brown problems in the paper. Put my problems paper dial up the deputy mad at my brown problems in the paper. Put my problems paper dial up the deputy mad at my brown problems in the paper. Put my problems paper dial up the deputy mad at my brown problems in the paper. Put my problems paper dial up the deputy mad at my brown problems in the paper. Put my problems paper dial up the deputy mad at my brown problems in the paper. Put my problems paper dial up the deputy mad at my brown problems in the paper. Put my problems paper dial up the deputy mad at my brown.
Listen here, buddy. Pussy by association, pussy by association, pussy by association, pussy by association. Now you're looking deputy mad at my brown. Pussy by association, pussy by association, pussy by association. Now you're looking deputy mad at my brown.
Put my problems in the paper. Put my problems paper dial up the deputy mad at my brown problems in the paper. Put my problems paper dial up the deputy mad at my brown problems in the paper. Put my problems paper dial up the deputy mad at my brown problems in the paper. Put my problems paper dial up the deputy mad.
Pussy by association, pussy by association, pussy by association. Now you're looking deputy mad at my brown.
Put my problems paper dial up the deputy mad at my brown problems in the paper. Put my problems paper dial up the deputy mad at my brown problems in the paper. Put my problems paper dial up the deputy mad at my brown problems in the paper. Put my problems paper dial up the deputy mad at my brown problems in the paper. Put my problems paper dial up the deputy mad at my brown problems in the paper. Put my problems paper dial up the deputy mad at my brown problems in the paper. Put my problems paper dial up the deputy mad at my brown problems in the paper. Put my problems paper dial up the deputy mad at my brown.
Listen here, buddy. Pussy by association, pussy by association, pussy by association, pussy by association. Now you're looking deputy mad at my brown. Pussy by association, pussy by association, pussy by association. Now you're looking deputy mad at my brown.
Put my problems in the paper. Put my problems paper dial up the deputy mad at my brown problems in the paper. Put my problems paper dial up the deputy mad at my brown problems in the paper. Put my problems paper dial up the deputy mad at my brown problems in the paper. Put my problems paper dial up the deputy mad at my brown.
Association, pussy by association, pussy by association. Now you're looking deputy mad at my brown. Pussy by
look the deputy mad at my brown problems in the paper. Put my problems paper. Dire look the deputy mad at my brown problems in the paper. Put my problems paper. Dire look the deputy mad at my brown problems in the paper. Put my problems paper. Dire look the deputy mad at my brown problems in the paper. Put my problems paper. Dire look the deputy mad at my brown problems in the paper. Put my problems paper. Dire look the deputy mad at my brown problems in the paper. Put my problems paper. Dire look the deputy mad at my brown problems in the paper. Put my problems paper. Dire look the deputy mad at my brown.
Listen here, buddy. Pussy by association. Pussy by association. Pussy by association. Pussy by association. Now you look at me, mad at my brown. Pussy by association. Pussy by association. Pussy by association. Now you look at me, mad at my brown.
Put my problems in the paper. Put my problems paper. Dire look the deputy mad at my brown problems in the paper. Put my problems paper. Dire look the deputy mad at my brown problems in the paper. Put my problems paper. Dire look the deputy mad at my brown problems in the paper. Put my problems paper. Dire look the deputy mad at my brown.
Association. Pussy by association. Pussy by association. Now you look at me, mad at my brown. Pussy by
brown problems in the paper. Put my problems paper. Dial up the deputy mad at my brown problems in the paper. Put my problems paper. Dial up the deputy mad at my brown problems in the paper. Put my problems paper. Dial up the deputy mad at my brown problems in the paper. Put my problems paper. Dial up the deputy mad at my brown problems in the paper. Put my problems paper. Dial up the deputy mad at my brown problems in the paper. Put my problems paper. Dial up the deputy mad at my brown problems in the paper. Put my problems paper. Dial up the deputy mad at my brown.
Listen here, buddy. Pussy by association. Pussy by association. Pussy by association. Pussy by association. Now you look at me, mad at my brown. Pussy by association. Pussy by association. Pussy by association. Now you look at me, mad at my brown.
Put my problems in the paper. Put my problems paper. Dial up the deputy mad at my brown problems in the paper. Put my problems paper. Dial up the deputy mad at my brown problems in the paper. Put my problems paper. Dial up the deputy mad at my brown problems in the paper. Put my problems paper. Dial up the deputy mad at my brown.
Association. Pussy by association. Pussy by association. Now you look at me, mad at my brown. Pussy by association. Pussy by association. Pussy by association. Now you look at me, mad at my brown.
Welcome back to the Chennai Esports Global Championship European Qualifier. We roll on with our open bracket and move into the best of three proceedings. No qualifiers just yet, but we're about to find who are going to be our candidates now. BCGame, we saw earlier on stream, have a very easy best of one. We're going to follow them along as well as they take on NovaQ. Dwag, you said earlier you'd love to see this bit of a CIS derby between Simple Electronic and some of the Kazakhstanians of the NovaQ side.
And NovaQ are a side that are at least familiar at this level. I wouldn't say that they're known frequently. They don't play on HLTV as much as some of the other competitors, but at least we've seen them take on teams in and around the level of BCGame. So I think for that reason, you can at least look at this best of three as one that, in theory, should be more competitive than what BCGame had in their last best of one.
Yeah, I mean, certainly so. The question is how competitive, though? Because certainly you would expect that the caliber is a little bit higher, but at the same time, NovaQ are not exactly playing on the highest ends of the Tier 2 space in the same sort of way that BCGame are. Yes, they have had a few more opportunities in terms of the ECL Cups, for instance, but CCT play-ins and a bunch of other smaller local level events like the Kokonistas events, for instance, and the Frag events, not exactly the same level. Again, it's a very stark contrast between the two sides, although the experience certainly I think is there for one player on the NovaQ side in my eyes. Yeah,
Nealon is going to be a guy that a lot of people will remember because he qualified to, the Starlighter Berlin Major with Simon Gaming way back in 2019. He led K23 throughout the online era as being a dominant Tier 2 team that could win titles. He had opportunities at the Tier 1 environment. He played in North America with EG for a bit. He went out towards Gamer Legion, but he never really got successes when he made those moves. So now that he's come back into the local scene, it's nice to see that he's come in with basically some veteran names in the past. He's had Adrena part of the team. He's had Buster, but it's all about rising the younger talent, the guys from Kazakhstan.
Yeah, and that's another thing you also mentioned earlier, the contrast of the two approaches to these two teams, right? That you got Nealon trying to bring up some newer, younger guys, some guys that are less experienced. I mean, we've got average ages of like 20, 21, 19 years old or so across the rest of the players. So even though I'm not saying that Nealon's old, he's still only 25, because we've still got plenty of career left in him, but it's like the contrast experience is where we're focusing on right here the most. And if we're talking about guys like Andu on the other side having a lot of room to grow, same could also be said for at least 3 of the 5 players.
Yeah, and for NovaQ, I mean, they slapped about their opposition in their opening game, so that would have been a good little confidence booster to not get tested massively, come out and train, get a good result, move into the best of 3. I don't think it's out of the realm of possibility that they can force an upset. It's just unlikely, and they're certainly not going to be the favourites against BCGame.
No, absolutely not. Although at the very least, they will be having a best of 3. So it won't be so much as a one and done scenario where a good start from one side could easily make this an over affair in an instant. We will have a bit more of a spread, a bit more of a chance to test the map pools. And especially for NovaQ, just test their map pools against a higher level of opposition. I'm just taking a look at some of their previous results, and the higher end teams just don't really seem to be in their repertoires of late.
Yeah, the only notable teams that they've beaten recently was Sashi in ECL. They beat them 2-1, and they beat Betra 2-0. Everybody else has either just been losses or teams that we wouldn't really call reputable in Tier 2. I think they'll be disappointed to not get out of the last CCT closed qualifier, to at least get a chance of getting into one of those main events where they can help out their VRS. I mean, right now they're outside of the top 100, so they'd like to be able to sort of push themselves along. But this is a long-standing roster. I know that, but we're still talking about a core 3 that dates back to February. So that's 8 months. That's a long time that NovaQ have been going for.
Indeed, that's true, and I think that their position right here with the victory in mind they've had from Jumbo, and also the fact that they are, of course, ranked on VRS, meaning that this is a chance for them to try and gain some very good points rise, and they could actually break into the top 100 with a kind of victory here over the BCGame boys, and to set back BCGame by quite a margin if they can also contrare that on the other side of the board. So, you know, opportunities are abound, even if they are massive underdogs in this best of 3. We are looking at them as trying to see if they can make the most of the opportunities given to them, probably go a little bit further than what Quasar did, and have the backing necessary to try and make it look competitive, if nothing else.
Just to quickly look back at that bracket, we saw AM being able to overtake Washington, which means we've got AM versus Big in a best of 3. Now, Keto is going up against his old teammates and old organization. I'm sure he would love to be able to get the one-up over Big in a BO3.
Indeed, they are. So I'm looking forward to seeing how that match will play off stream, or at least towards one of our community streamers. So make sure you check that out if you are interested. But here on the central stream, again, BCGame versus Novak is going to be our focus. We're following BCGame throughout the course of the day, it seems, and well, their chance again to maintain the expectation of trying to qualify and potentially even win the LAN. More likely to win the LAN than not anything else here. And look, confidence to start things off in the day. I don't want to take too much away from that Quasar series, but they have gotten off on the right foot, and now they look to continue as they meet.
Yeah, we've got 3 players out here on the BCGame roster that have got over 1,700 maps played on HLTV. That's Nexa, Electronic, and Simple. Even Nealon has 1,400 out on the other team. So you've got some experience between the 2 squads. I think for NovaQ, though, there are some very much younger and inexperienced players. Mode Savage has just 18 maps played on HLTV, and their head coach used to play professionally for K23 back in 1.6. You've got some vets, and you've also got some new blood on this organization.
Yeah, Mode Savage is the guy I'm going to watch out for the most, not because I'm expecting anything massive, but just because I'm curious. He's very, very unknown, he's very, very new, doesn't have a Liquipedia page, doesn't have a lot of history behind him in general, so I want to see where he fits into this roster, why they've picked him up, why they decided this guy is the man, and what they're going to do now with him in the team. Because you are right, there are a lot more, there's a lot more development to maintain across the players outside of Nealon. Nealon being the captain will try and lead them into victory, but it's those intangible elements that can make the biggest differences in series like this.
And another thing to add about Mode Savage, the AWPer of the team. Young AWPer, 21 years old. We know that Neelan's worked with some pretty good AWPers in the past, some pretty experienced AWPers. I mean, Mo was one of the guys that he worked with a lot. Think about some of the other guys that he was able to bring up. He was able to turn Norbit into a really good player. He was able to make Fame a really good player. I look at this NovaQ roster and think, is it a rifler? Is it an AWPer? Someone from this organization a year in the future, 2 years in the future, might just be a tier 1 player because he's done it in the past.
Indeed he has, and I think that K23 roster is a perfect example of what Neelan can be capable of if given the right tools in place. So I'm looking forward to seeing whether he can do it again here with a set of newer talents. And, you know, they haven't had a whole lot of opportunities to maintain their position in the grander scale of Tier 2, so maybe this is a perfect chance to put your name on the map. If you take an upset over BCGame, and this applies to everybody in the bracket almost, if you take an upset over BCGame, you put yourselves on the map, I think.
Yeah, certainly for a team like these guys who, again, they've done quite well in the local LAN results. I think we've seen a lot of Kazakh teams recently in CCTs and trying to get officials under their belt, trying to rise up. I don't think they've had the best of reputations for the local scenes. However, for Neelan, this is about trying to basically bridge that gap away from the rest and make sure that you are not only one of the #1 teams from the Kazakh region, but that you're actually going to start doing some damage in Tier 2 and that you're coming to really trying to improve the local scene.
Yeah, I think one of the concerns to me is the fact that it doesn't need to be just this one event. For him, it needs to be more consistent. Because we have seen NovaQ at various events in the Tier 2 space across the year. You know, talk about the Galaxy Battles, the Proving Grounds, Win Line, lesser Win Line, but more so looking at those European events. Well, they haven't quite made the deeper runs. And so they need to find some consistency in going deep in these tournaments to establish themselves as being separate from the rest of that pack.
Maybe they look at someone like Hotu as someone that they can look up to, because I mean, look at what they've achieved recently with Norbit there, Mizu, KDO that used to play out with Neelan. There has been some surprising tales throughout the last, I would say, 6 months, second half of the year. These Tier 2 teams that have come out of nowhere, they've had opportunities, they've gone to LAN events, they've done really well. Neelan knows that this is a winnable game, and if this is a winnable game, then the best of 3 tomorrow is also quite winnable. Yes, there's going to be some favorites in the bracket, but when you're an in-game leader that's achieved as much as he has, you have to look at BCGame and say, not only are we going to come to give them a run for their money, but we're coming for the win. Anything else is a disappointment to us.
Yeah, well, look, they are still going to be underdogs, though, so BCGame would be disappointed if they went out at this stage. I know that we've obviously got still feeling out the roster change and how Electronic is going to bed in on a chemistry basis. Obviously, capable player, as we saw in that last best of 1. I don't think that we have seen enough to quite say that there's much exploitation in the team as of yet. Maybe we'll find that out here in this NovaQ series. Maybe there's another opportunity later down the road, but you could also say it'd be disappointing if BCGame don't make their way out of this series because they're aiming to win the whole thing.
Well, it would be nice to get a feel of Electronic's roles across the map pool. Now, Mirage, he was the A site anchor, and he was also the A lurk on T side. So I would say quite solo positions, quite lurkish, quite individual. Is that going to change once we start going into the Dust 2s and we start going into the Infernos and the Ancients? You always need to get a feel, because a player, they're going to play different roles. Some maps they might play star roles, some maps they might play more supportive. For Electronic, it's probably not only for him, but also the team. How does Nexa want to use him? How do they want to try and get the most out of him? Because they know that he isn't a very good player and that you need to put him in the best positions that are going to give the teams more wins and more progression up the scene.
Yeah, and look, I think that we'll start to feel that out as time goes on. They've had a few days of practice, but I don't think that's necessarily enough to sort of find the ultimate sort of composition for BCGame, if that makes sense. So we will find out across the best of 3 with more maps being played. I think that Mirage is certainly capable enough. And I wouldn't be surprised if Mirage came into the veto process as the pick for the BCGame side. But it's those picks of the NovaQ side that might start to throw some curveballs into the mix. Thinking about the Dust 2s, for instance, where, you know, we've still got a decent number of maps being played by BCGame, but just remember, there's a stark difference between the highest played map in the pool for BCGame and the second highest played map in the pool for BCGame. With that Dust 2 in mind, Novak having that one on record as being their best map on HLTV, is that the key exploitation point in this veto process?
No, definitely not. This veto is very readable. NovaQ are going to be banning Overpass, BCGame are going to be banning Train, BCGame are going to be picking Mirage, and NovaQ are going to be picking Inferno. You can say what you want about Dust 2, they don't pick it in best of 3s, they pick Inferno as their go-to map, and it's definitely their best in the pool.
Okay, well, we have those sort of like base marks to sort of think about when the veto does come up on screen. For NovaQ, I think that they've still got some flex room, however, with that Dust 2 in mind. I mean, I know it's not a pick per se, but you've got wins. You've actually on a bit of a streak of wins as of late. Again, not at the highest level, but you've also talked about those notable names like Betra and Sashi. Those were involved. That map was involved in those 2 best-of-3 series. So is that a marker, potentially a way to work into this best-of-3, or a way to sort of like, not work in, but rather close out this best-of-3 if Dust 2 does crop up as a third?
Yeah, it might do. I mean, BCGame pick a little bit of Dust 2, and they never ban it in the second wave of the veto, so they'd be happy to float it. NovaQ would probably also be quite happy to float it. I would say overall, for Nealon, there's just going to be a lot of importance on your map pick, and I don't even think you could be focusing on map number 3. You're going up against a team whose expectation is to win this entire competition and win the LAN. You just need to be taking your map pick. That's a bare minimum in this best-of-3.
Yeah, I mean, that probably is the bare minimum in most best-of-3s, to be fair, but you are right in this particular context. NovaQ want to get started on a good line of form. I'm not sure who's picking first, but we'll know that they just want to get things off on the right foot, and they want to get the strongest territory that they could beat BCGame upon if they are going to have a chance in this best-of-3 series, because they are still going to be the underdogs. Even with that Inferno, even with that Dust 2 potentially numbers and statistics-wise, you are still going to be looking at BCGame as having favoritism across this best-of-3 just because of the nature of the players that they have on the roster. It's experience versus inexperience in this style of game.
Yeah, BCGame are just going to be the favourites in every single best-of-3. I mean, you've got Foot on the other side of the bracket. The one against Big, some people might question it, but you have to look at Big and say, well, they've got a core, but they've got a new 4th player, a new 5th player. One of them is replacing a world-class anchor in Crimbo, and the other one is a change of in-game leadership. So even if we do have a meeting in that all-important best-of-3 between Big and BCGame, there's no way that there's going to be favouritism towards Big in that one.
You just saw the veto, not the veto, but the maps being played across this best-of-3 up on screen a moment ago. We are going to see Inferno first, Mirage second, and Dust 2 as the third. So NovaQ going to get their map pick in this series, an opportunity to get things started over BCGame and try and take a map in the best-of-3. And I think that right now, if they can do that, then they could prove that they could still take this best-of-3 overall. But I am going to go 2-1 to BCGame.
I am going to go 2-1 to BCGame as well. I think you've got to give Nealon the benefit of the doubt of at least taking one map. The concern might be simple because he is averaging a 1.48 rating on this map of Inferno in the last 3 months. He is going to be difficult to deal with.
He's a monstrous player for good reason. GOAT, as we all expect. I'm trying to bring that GOAT status to the server and try and dismantle NovaQ. On the T side, start into the mid and banana access. Second mid for Tasman. And just contact to be passive from the BCGame defensive.
Yeah, we've seen BCGame recently have quite a weak CT side of their recent Infernos. They've always brought it back on the T side and shown a little bit more depth, a little bit more success. Now, map control is being taken easily towards brackets and top banana just because it is such a defensive setup. Very deep in the bomb sites here for BCGame.
And the Prods and NovaQ initially taking back into that A bomb site. Only 2 defenders here, Kakanito and Electronic. On the defensive line, smokes up. Into the long and short access we go. Forward facer, Kakanito, good to draw out Neal and kick things off. Back to be turned, flashbang keep them blinded. Kakanito on site with 2 more picks. Tasman good for a trade. Secondary follow-up isn't quite there for him. Kakanito holds his nerve, and it's all on Tasman in a 1v3. Have to go for the bomb plant. Maybe get the cash bonuses at most. This has been impossible pretty much post-plant to fend off. He'll back away from short access. If he's going to get the bomb down, he might have to go all the way around towards B site now.
Well, he's hoping for a fight. He's hoping to catch one of these rotators, whether it be from bottom mid, out to the apartments. What he doesn't know is that there is no fight coming towards his direction at all. Nex has now been able to repos himself out to the pit, and Anders on the bomb site, so there's no way this bomb's going down. 15
seconds, so he's going to go in for at least a death. They want to go down after time. They want to save what you have in at the time at the moment. We'll get Nexa out. Secondary shot doesn't quite land. He's out of time now. He can't get a plant. Just about gets his kill in on Andy, but not much more to speak of. And just about holds on to his lifeline. Just holds on to that Kevlar. The pistol round is taken by BCGame.
What a round to come in from Kakanito, and this is a guy who, after Apex basically dropped their entire division, he's been waiting for that bounce-back opportunity, because he was a part of one of the original BCGame rosters, and then he got put on the bench. He went to play with AM Gaming for about 6 months or so, where they weren't getting on the VRS, they were really struggling to get on HLTV frequently, and now he's been given an opportunity to have that second chance to come back to the organization.
Returning man. Turning to favoritism for BCGame. Forced by in for NovaQ. Even without that bomb plant bonus, want to get themselves around that saved Kevlar. Upgrade pistols, the Tech 9s and Deagles. But slow to the uptake. Very slow this map of Inferno, and that's not to be unexpected. Now trying to feel out BCGame, who they themselves are on a passive line of engagement.
Haven't really seen them take map control. Didn't see it in the pistol. Going into round 2, they're not retaking top banana. They are shifting players to re-aggro this short line. Kakanito gets smoked off again. Now, when that smoke clears, he doesn't spot anything in the brackets.
Quick in. East side running right past Kakanito in this cubby corner. Get one pick back. They're splitting their way into the B bomb site. Nexa is going to have to hold his nerve in the back lines, an SMG in hand. Maybe some cash bombing to go on. The bomb plant bonus not impossible here for NovaQ. 25 left. Fighting from range. Tech 9 gets a little bit closer and then get the 2 kills out of it for Tasman and Neil. And doing simple, get trading, drop that bomb for the time being, but the plant can still be secured. So there is a cash injection for NovaQ. A 3-on-2 retake for BCGame. They make their way out quickly to the site. The player gets caught off guard as Neil and trade. Simple gets right back onto him, and Pump is known about. Tech 9 only around the corner, covered off on this defuse, instantly on by Simple. And covered off from range by Electronic. He can just hold full 10-second stick. There's the Tech 9 gets a headshot. He doesn't quite use. So Simple seen, spammed up, but just couldn't get the damage through the wall. And the defuse will come to game regardless. A point of health in the difference, though. Very close from the last man.
Scary signs, I would say, in that round. First off, really poor from Nexa out there on B. I know that he's alone, but you've got to be stalling and doing damage, and he just doesn't really do any of that from the new box. He's struggling with the MP9 to even get that first kill cleanly. And then with how that 2v1's going down, that was extremely winnable. So shaky signs to start off this map. They need to put in cleaner performances for this to continue. Otherwise, NovaQ are going to start getting a good feel of their T side.
Bomb plant bonus on a force buy does not equate to a full buy in this one, although they are going up with upgrade pistols again. Had some critique of this buy in the last map up the weg. No harsh egos for NovaQ. Can take heads out. That might be a positive to justify such an investment. And they do find Simple, so that's a start. And they follow it up on Andu. Okay, this one's on.
Definitely worth the investment. You've got heavy loss bonus. You've got the bomb plant down. So yeah, get a few upgrades. Get the pistols in. Bit of Kevlar, bit of util. This should be very winnable from a 5v3. You just need to pack and group. Now, they know that the B player is solo at the moment. They don't know about rotation room. Resmoke goes down to waste a bit of time. NovaQ just need to make sure that they're not running it into 3 players. Now, Nealon is going to try and over-rotate this third man. Try and force Electronic to move.
Flash over, kill from Kakanito comes in and finally trade by 1 and NovaQ. Now Electronic is going to hear the footsteps. He knows that he's in trouble. How long can he hold on for? How many can he get out of this? Mid player not looking to fight. Oh, what a shot from Pump. Deagle straight to the head, and this upgrade pistol eco is going to work out for NovaQ. BCGame shut out of the bomb site. Kakanito and Nex are just going to save their weapons here. They're going to try and lean in for more, but Kakanito's taking more damage. Eventually they will fall back. Eventually they will hold on to their weapons, and NovaQ in with an excellent steal.
It's a strange reposition there from Electronic when he's playing solo A. You would normally expect, if there's only one defender on A, that he's going to be sitting in the bomb side, or maybe down from mini pit or big pit, because it gives you room to, once you start hearing contact or hearing footsteps, you can fight in a position. You open yourself up for 2 sight lines there. Electronic was wary about brackets, but also worried about the apartments. And he just gets domed. Very good individual shooting coming out from NovaQ, and BCGame's economy is ruined because of it.
The damage of the force buy, the steal of the follow-up. Excellent stuff. NovaQ have set themselves up wonderfully. And tacticals are coming from BCGame as appropriate because, as you say, they've got many problems to deal with, and well, to start to deal with them now may be the best port of call for them. Regardless. Map pickers, where we'll be finding the driver's seat in a couple rounds' time. Force buy will still be weakening areas for BCGame, so a chance to reset and claim the lead.
Yeah, we saw only a few days ago, not that long at all for BCGame. They took on Eternal Fire when it came to Inferno, best of 3 in that Exalt Proving Grounds tournament, round of 16, and had themselves an atrocious first half. Went 2-10 down on their CT side. Now that was with Emmy and Flammus playing. But they don't want to be a repeat of that. They want to keep this competitive. They want to make sure that they're not giving easy chances away to Nealon and Co. Now, knowing that Electronics on an MP9, you'd probably have a little bit more of an aggressive move in this round than what we've seen previously.
Great swing from us in towards banana control. BCGame, you mentioned earlier, not really hunting for a lot of map presence, but now with a slight difference on that. Now they have some angle on banana. They can rotate 2 players away from that B-bomb site and focus down on the A defensive. Good flashes on Andu will keep him at bay though, and force him passive enough to where Nexa has to get involved.
Well, they're desperate for a pick because not only is the buy weakened because of just the overall economy, but they just don't have a lot of util. So if you sit back and hold, you're just not going to be able to block against the executes. Need to find a way to squeeze a kill. Tasman is going to smoke off long and give no vision away towards Kakanito at all with the M4. Now he's hearing 1 in brackets, but it's only 1 out of the 3 that are making noise.
No, none of the 3 there on that A brackets angle. The teams have rotated back as a simple rotated into the B play. Master Vandu starting to get a read on things. Jump up from Nealon's going to catch him in the head. Reduce the defensive line to 2 players. Good counter incendiary from the CT side though. Stalling for time and there's not much left of it here for NovaQ. Smokes at Coffins and Cross. Simple and Nexa. Set the crossfire to 2 and 4. Swan peeks out from the pillar. Gets 1 kill out of it. Nealon with a good trade. Secondary player still out to defend and holds them off as backup arrives. Kakanito beyond that smoke. 10 seconds. They need that plant now. They get Simple at last. Kakanito involved. He's caught the wrong man though. The plant could still come down. And Electronic is in an impossible clutch now.
Just nothing to work with in this 1v3. You're being wrapped in from behind. And for NovaQ, they're playing this really cautiously in the 3v1.
Backline's held. A little bit of noise being made by 1 player. The backstab closing in from Tasman. Find his contact eventually. Get caught off by Electronics, so that's an upgrade rifle for him. It's 17 HP to get the rest of it. Tries to get away alive though. The cross towards CT. Gets another kill out of it actually. Hold on. Mode Savage. Orpa. Doesn't see his man crossing. And should just be able to escape with the weapon. So decent damage being done by BCGame. The NovaQ will get their 2nd round, and loss bonus will not equate to a full buy for the rest of the players.
Yeah, that round fundamentally was just awful from BCGame. So there's complete separation of the B players. Nexa is holding a flash out for Andu to peek forward. There's nothing wrong with that. But Simple's just not even in a position where he can fight with Andu. He's a little bit further back on the rotation, so they're giving up individual duels. You then have load time on the clock, and Simple is out there towards the first oranges. Why is that incendiary not going down earlier? He's holding onto it for way too long. It just separates the crossfire between him and the in-game leader. And that was messy all over the place for the B players.
And they'll pay the price for said messiness. Pistols out, and Mo Savage just won an AWP fight against Simple. Electronics AK, the only thing they can contest, and held back to the back lines on B. Stack involved there with the remaining players, and only Kakanito on A. As I said before, this should be a 3rd for NovaQ and lead to be taken to the economical reset. See whether this Deagle can take any heads with him on the way out.
NovaQ are starting to show signs of aggression while also having some passive lines. So we're getting a change of pace quite consistently here for Nealon. And notice how they fairly frequently are pressurizing both top banana and brackets. It's making it uncomfortable for Nexa to get a call and a read on exactly where the bomb is ending in a lot of these rounds.
Smokes up in the way of Kakanito, and have to concede this bomb plant. All angles being checked from pit to graveyard. shots on Mode Savage connecting in towards mid in the meantime as Nexa goes down. And again, they're just hunting for the exit frags. Electronic's hunting to keep his rifle in check. And actually, that could get hunted down by Nealon if timing's good. 2 pistols outside towards CT. Get nothing for Kakanito. USP of Andy should get nothing itself. And the hunt slowly comes in as Electronic does find his pick back at least. So can protect that weapon only for a moment. He does fall elsewhere. Andy escape with nothing. 3-2 for Novak. The bomb plant bonus will not matter. The buy state will work better for BCGame as their loss bonus stacks up and they are in for rifles.
Now, between Pump, Tasman, and Diffizer, these guys have been teammates on and off for quite a few years. They're all a part of that Vanguard and Tor organizations before now regrouping out on NovaQ. And I think the difference is, while you may have been teammates for a very long time, you never had an experienced in-game leader. And now that you've got someone like Nealon behind you, I think he's going to try and be able to push that pedigree further from the core 3.
NovaQ in the driver's seat. In round number 6, taking damage early to Nealon. Electronics going to try and hold for first contact kill for BCGame. Here at Apartment's entrance to the balcony. Kill found in the first and the second. Third player trying to dip in and get that trade, and finally the Bizzer can get him, but not get the second. Kakanito training back to hold control for BCGame. Bomb dropped and everything. Back up slowly to rotate in. And they can chime back in to even the board quickly.
Well, now we're starting to see some creativity from the calling. That's a very unorthodox round from the T side. It's not an apps pop. There's a bit of distraction because Nealon's still bottom banana and Mode Savage is holding out from the brackets. And they just try a quick execute. Just 3 players with a bomb trying to charge in. And unfortunately, Electronic has had a hell of a round. That's a world round right there. To get 2 kills, drop off, waste time, and set up the crossfire. That's everything that you want from your apps player.
Orb doesn't even make it out alive in that one. SMG to pass that to Simple and bring him his favourite weapon. Excellent round that evens the board for Kakanito's boys. Right about that calling there from NovaQ. Didn't work out for them though, so what's the follow-up? Is it going to be unorthodox and quick again? Are they going to go back to passiveness and slowness? Towards Banana initially for 3 players. Utility goes back and forth. Damage being taken by Andy here. Nealon leads the charge. Don't engage from beyond that wall. And I think he landed a leg shot back there on Nealon. But the HG's returning to Andu just about as much damage in kind.
And you can really appreciate the gimmicks when you are a squad that's outside of the top 100 on VRS going up against tier 1 players, can't you? You've got to throw them in some curveballs. You can't keep a stable, defaulted game throughout the entire best of 3 because you'll just be outclassed individually. Now, right there, they try and pressurize top banana. They put the util down heavy, and they do well to get Andu down to 30, but they give the space, and now they start pressurizing brackets instead.
HG's to open the smoke, see nothing. Another one down as well. No one seen at brackets, then that's going to be information coming over to BCGame. Put 3 players out there over on the B bomb site, and that is the right call to make as well because they're once again starting to move into banana. Smokes down at Moto going to indicate nothing as no one from NovaQ is being seen over on that ace part of the map. It's all about B here.
There's a lot of util to block. This is looking promising with time being low. Simple still got a HE. Nex has got another one, and Andu's got a flash to try and support.
The might push forward in the smoke now. Coffins and Crosser comes down from the execution. HE's nicely centered up, and Andu gets his kill together. Mode Savage gets him Molotov off. However, kill from Nex to return center of the bomb site. Needs to get more out of it though. Low time on the clock, and Tasman steps up, but he takes his own teammate out. Mode Savage can get Simple in the back lines 2v2, but now the 1 HP player's dropped. Bomb's been dropped with him. Tasman needs to get this plant in and clutch against 2 individuals, but the smoke clears at Coffins way too early, and Kakanito can close the 4th of BCGame.
BCGame set themselves up for a good read. Now, NovaQ and Nealon in particular, he's an in-game leader that likes a lot of contacts, likes a heavy lurks, and that dates all the way back to the Simon and K23 days. And when we get towards the execute with the group and pack setup, they just go up against too much util. Now, I would say, considering there were 3 players on B, NovaQ have done well with the entries to even get it to a 2v2. It's just unfortunate that they get spammed from the CT rotator.
Momentum swings truly in the other direction. NovaQ were looking on task to start to run away with a bit of a lead with the economy game. Now it seems that they're going to be leaving it back to BCGame's advantage. Harsh eco with a deagle of Nealon. Hassan's just charging his way forward and eat that nade right in the back. Nealon goes down first to Kakanito. Deagle lost. Trying to get it back for Tasman. But no such luck in the trade kills for NovaQ.
And not expecting much from this point onwards. You've got one Deagle that's going to try and strike. The best that you can hope for is 1 or 2 picks. And you could also give a little credit to the organization for making some heavy changes. To kick Adren as your head coach and kick Buster tells you that you don't want to hold on to, let's just say, old fodder, right? Guys that are going to try and hold on for their careers right towards the end. They're looking for the future, and you mentioned it at the start of this best of 3. A lot of guys that are around 20 years old. It's the new generation.
Hopefully some bright careers ahead of them. Maybe not today, but in the future. As you say, they're going to hunting to see who could potentially be that next big star over Kazakhstan. And the big star in the modern day, Simple, picking up all the kills in this anti-eco. Making it look simple as well. 3K and all 5 alive for BCGame can really establish their confidence now with the money state. The money will level out for NovaQ the same, however. Third stage loss bonus plus the $1,900 they had in their bank accounts. Start to see some rifles back in for them. To re-establish that confident style of winning that they had before, though. And above all else, need to break BCGame's economy state because it is very well built up at the moment. Tactical pause is called in before we go any further, though. There are some things to discuss for the T side.
Now, looking at that being a boot camp, maybe a team house, it reminds me back to when K23 had a team house. I wonder if that's maybe something that is trying to be pushed forward for the team in important matches or just overall for progression of the squad, that rather than being at home and just separated, always trying to be together and trying to push that mindset forward.
K23 team house, but not all that pleasant. This one looks nice. Has been killed from Nealon. Kill found on Andu. Ding down on Kakanito from that wood wall. A stag, 2 HP. Only half HP traded back on Nealon. Excellent stuff from the captain of the squad. Leading by example as he damn near gets 2 picks to start off. Next is left alone of the B-side defensive from passive. But even with Kakanito on the 3-man stack over at A, he goes down very quickly in these exchanges.
We're already starting to see a bit more of that separation in the default now that they've got a pick. So they can still pressurize the A bomb site with some util, leave the lurker of pump, get Nealon to reposition everybody over towards B. Now, previously, we've seen BCGame gamble B quite heavily. We've had quite a few rounds where in the 40 to 50 second marker, there's typically 3 on B. Now, Kakanito's not seeing anything towards brackets, and Simple's not seeing anything in the apartments. It looked like a rotation from Electronic, but it's hesitant at the moment.
One of these slow rotations. I don't even think the BCGame are going to be involved in this unless Nexa goes in with a double. They'll need to do so. Rotations are coming slow. Tasmania at a mark up the mid-access. Nexa does get 1 out of it, but no more than that. He's overwhelmed. And Simple and Electronic will now start to look for exits and just save their weapons, particularly that AWP. Even though they have cash, it's just a 2v4 retake on B. You're never going to make it work, not with an open hand especially. Minimums for BCGame for now, NovaQ. When they look good, I mean, they look well coordinated.
Well, the packing and spacing looks quite good on the executes, doesn't it? We've seen quite a few rounds where when they've gone in for Xes, we're not often seeing multi-frags from the CT players because it's always 1-for-1 trades. So they keep the spacing tight, they keep the utility usage quite strong. Even in that round, they leave a late lurk towards the bottom of the T ramp. That was Tasman that caught off Kakanito that was trying to rotate in from mid towards Banana. Get themselves up to 4. BCGame have got no problem with the buy state back. Wonder at what point are they going to completely take Banana? We've seen them contest Banana with the util, but not take the space.
As of right now, leadership seems to hold its nerve. Oh, very nice HE. He's going to have to take banana space with the way things are going down right now. Look at the Pfizer and Nealon there on 10 and 15 HP to start off this round without even seeing a single CT player. Nade stacks onto the fast beam moves, and that is BCGame almost with the 5-on-3 already.
And NovaQ are going to have to basically over-rotate players and get themselves in with a good timing to work a pick. They don't want to be down this heavy with the HP, that's for sure. BCGame have oftentimes tried to go for info plays in the mid to late round rather than the early. Flash in towards the apartments allows Simple to peer around the corner, get himself an opening freebie.
Tasman down at high HP. I'd Savage and Pump have a lot of pressure into them now. What a response it'll be for BCGame. Simple's ready for more access coming in from brackets. Pump is trying to get some control over in the apartments. Counter smokes are there from the apps though, so Electronic will protect the position alongside his former Navi teammate. 30 seconds. Done well from this position very early on. Simple's good for one pick and a second nicely done as well. We've got to hit the third player though. 20 seconds. Bomb on site. Molotov going to try and drive Simple back up as arriving Kakanito. Plant could still get secured. The concern is the two-man disadvantage and HP disadvantage for the retake.
But Mode Savage is the only one that can make a difference in this round. Deviser can play out to the apartments and try and waste time, but he's on low HP. It's his teammate on the bomb side that can do anything.
The least known player. Deviser still gets a kill out of that one. Simple down, repositions back to the broken wall. Two players coming in from short. Maxwell somewhere. Flashes forward. Just about isolates a second kill actually. And Mode Savage gets Andu next. And now Kakanito alone. 1v1. Mode Savage hits the killing blows. But what an excellent performance there from Defizer. 15 HP. Still got 2 picks out of the post round. Excellent work from him.
Well, there we go. We're starting to get a bit of X Factor. And this is NovaQ stepping up in a way that would have been unexpected. 2v4 post plant. 1 player on high HP, 1 player on low. You're expecting economical damage, maybe a couple of picks, but never around victory. And that is going to start getting the boys hyped. That is a large round to win, and Nealon knows how important that is towards the end of the half.
We're going to start off well enough in the penultimate round of the half with a kill onto Kakanito. AWP shot back from Mode Savage. Excellent work into mid. An aggressive move that didn't go well for BCGame. NovaQ are going to ensure that no more rest comes out. A-side stack again. Nexus solo holding from the cross. They'll quickly take banana control. That does force a secondary player's worth of rotations because they are moving quickly into these execution positions, and well, counter smokes will be there to stop it for now. And it cancels NovaQ.
So because they got the opening kill quite early and they put quite a bit of util down towards top banana and B, it's drawn out a lot of counter util from the CT side. There's almost nothing left. Now they've gone in for a dry extension. You've got Electronic and Andu that have worked an aggro sightline out to the apartments, and Simple and Andu, or Simple and Nexo I should say, out here on B have got nothing to block.
Well, just spotted one, repositions to get Neil in. Eventually Pump has found Andu on the counter action over on A-bomb site, so is this a lurk? It seems like it. Bombs rotated back. Defizer still making some noise though. Falls away. Electronic stands alone on defensive. You could isolate each of the individual fights though. Held back in his corner. Are they ready for him? But checks corner. Kill gets found, but caught on the jump back. Pump can turn it into a 2v2. Meanwhile, Defizer's challenging out towards mid-access. Seeing that one player rotating. Next set in Simple. The B defenders on for the A retake.
And Nexa is trying to toy with him. Knows that he's out towards the apartments, but it's a lot of time stalling. Defizer knows the more that I run the clock, the better the round chances of survival.
They're moving them quick though. Half the time is ticked away and they already have their way up short. Backs turn to the bomb site though. Pump can get him. Simple. He's up. Needs to do simple things. Lane to his left hand side, trying to nose grab. It's way to a bait shot, but Defizer takes his timing well enough and takes him down the same. NovaQ, minimum 6, looking for the half. With the buy state looking where it is a BCGame, it looks like they're going to...
Because he just gave away an opening kill within the first 15 odd seconds of the round. Shaped it up nicely. Lurkers on both sides, out towards top banana and then out there at brackets. And these post plants, we have seen not a lot of over-peaking, and I think that's always a good sign for me, isn't it? When they can slow the round down, jiggle off of each other, not get too in their heads about wide swinging and ego peaking, and just playing a good percentage-based Counter-Strike matchup, and NovaQ have done well to get to 6 rounds already.
Indeed, they have. Just looking to push one step beyond. Claim the half advantage, claim the T-side basis. Might not be a huge half advantage, but it would still be a bonus above the opposition. And on your own map pick, you want every bonus that you can. Final round of the half, and we're seeing SMGs 5-7 and Famata BCGame. That's how the economy has been dismantled by NovaQ. Not taken up by the HEs this time. Andu leans up, but gets nothing.
And these MP9s are going to have to try and play as many close range positions as possible. And if you can, upgrade an MP9 towards one of those AKs. NovaQ towards banana have not been hit by much counter util at all, so they'll be quite happy to keep this slow.
Flash Molly HE into top mid. Good shot by Nealon. Trade back from Kakanito's good. Turning back at the banana entrance, 4-on-4 smokes. Try and return back. Kakanito's going to dip in one more time and hopefully get a blind fire, but free fire does not do much for them. Meanwhile, Lurkers over on the A-bomb side are going to start to dismantle. They've got so much access towards B right now that they could try and make a play. Work out through smoke, gets spotted, gets his kill on Nexa. Back return to Kakanito. Now the bomb carrier, the AWPer, getting seen himself. That's info to give over towards the CT bases, but they're going to carry on here. AK starting to move up. AWPer in support. Kakanito does get pump, however. It's down to 2 men on NovaQ and 1 with Tasman falling. Mo Savage was hurt as well. That will call in the rest of the cavalry. Upgrading to an automatic, trying to get around that corner, but shut down by Kakanito. Gives BCGame stead set even 6-all at the turn of the half. And Novacure bringing the fight to BCGame in the opening map of this best-of-3 series, 6-all, as they had a lead for a moment, but BCGame brought it back and transitioned over to their T side. Is this when Novacure start to really take control of things, or has BCGame got some firepower behind them? Certainly for Kakanito and Simple, it feels like they might just do.
Yeah, this has been a good showing from Kakanito. Andu, one of the more supportive, lurkish pieces, struggled out on first half. You'd expect not too much more individual performance in the second just because of the role. But everybody else needs to come to the fold, because this is a challenge. Maybe one that BCGame weren't that ready for. And that's a good performance from Novacure to start off this map. Now, going into the pistol, you are getting a very passive line of engagement. No aggro duels towards brackets, no contention towards banana. Everyone is sitting back and playing defensively.
And the best team that Novacure have beaten on this map has been Sashi. Last few months. BCGame would overtake that by quite a margin if they can make it happen. And they are so far doing well. You're right about the start performance. Remember, this being their map pick, we expected them to win it. Giving the benefit of the doubt of that much up on both of our predictions. Now let's see them actually do it. Minute on the clock. The defaults have been set in by BCGame to look over to that A-bomb site. 3 defenders are here for Novacure. Electronic. Out of apps, the other 4 in from brackets. And Mode Savage's USP looking to engage first. Can't quite catch any of the players out there on long. Gonna have to fall back to passive angle. Striking from range. Electronic's going to get involved. Tasman can get first blood, but Andu's good for a responsive. Tasman needs some more though, because now he's all alone. Players up close. Headshots locked in. Third player out to the graveyard, but he can't hold on to it. He's overwhelmed with the numbers, surrounded by the T-side forces. The Julies from range eventually bring it to a 2v2. Bomb plant and default. Novacure moving in quickly. They've got no utility. They've got no kit. They've got time if they act now. Andu looking up, trying to get his second kill of this round, but he can't quite seem to land anybody. His third kill, I should say. Kakanito in the back line, going to hold his nerve. Eventually find Nealon, swing forward for Andu. Defies against one of them back and rotates away at 17 points of health. Massive disadvantage, which Kakanito can take advantage of and extend his top frag count into a pistol win for BCGame.
Well, Electronic just made it so uncomfortable for the A-site players. He's flying out to the apartments. He's playing very close range with the Glocks, and they're just getting entry after entry. A moment of time where the Julie on rotation of Divisor was probably just a bit too slow to get that kill out from the graveyard. Want to get it in quickly, want to try and pressurize towards the bomb side, and then right at the end, they just swing on a contact. They go 3-2-1, they both swing right, and Kakanito finishes off. Now, Novacure are not only buying, but they are keeping 4 players towards B in the opening round.
Quick up towards Banana, trying to take that control, but Andu shut it right down. Cancelled rather easily at that. Defies able to just take some exit frags out of the round itself, and we'll go down to Andu the same. Quadra for the Galil. This should be BCGame extending to 8 and 9 as well, with the economy not balancing out for Novacure. The early back foot in the half. Losing both the pistols to BCGame, and they get extended upon that streak, and that's not a good thing for the CT side.
Yeah, definitely not. They want to get this early momentum forward, and if Andu is able to keep bullying the Banana players, keep working some of these picks, then he's going to be a threat. And I mean, he also comes from a very small region of Estonia in which all of the players have made careers out of the local scene. I know that we had Sync for a period of time that was okay in Tier 2, but outside of maybe ROPS, all of the top names in Estonia only really got to a Tier 2 level. None of them got towards that Tier 1 atmosphere.
BCGame. Back in the driver's seat, back in control of this. They did lose Simple. I don't know if that's how we can pick up. But shouldn't be doing much more with it. Maybe holding it into the next round, because pistols have been picked up. Hunt him down eventually, so not even that's going to be allowed. Easy pickings for round 15. The real importance for Novacure is the next one, where the buys will return. One of their very few chances to try and get something back on the second half, and it would be very disappointing to see them bow out of the second half with not much contest at all when the first half was so competitive.
Well, it depends if they can deal with Kakanito in these next few gun rounds, because this is a guy who, funny enough, Inferno is his worst map statistically in the last 3 months. He averages just a .91 rating in the last 7 officials, and he's just frying. He is just winning every single duel that's coming in front of him right now. And if you're Nexa, you're facilitating that, aren't you? As a caller, you want to keep getting him in good positions. You want to keep doubling him up, make sure that he's constantly taking duels, because when you've got a player that's firing to that level, the more that you facilitate him, the more rounds that are going to be won.
The better this will turn out for this side. And the first port of call in a banana. Akanita is sent out towards the apartments over on A as the default setting by BCGame. Not finding the opening picks just yet. The two players out there on B will not have much contention either. They fall back. As all the players on long for the CT side, a little bit of smoke in the way over at the long access. Nothing revealed, no opening kills, just damage being done to Andu to start.
Now, Andu tried to get a bit more aggressive just because he's got the MAC-10. And he's going to have to do the exact same thing when he goes to the execute. Now, Electronics putting some util down towards A, which is hoping to hold the rotations. And Tasman, we've got the M4 playing defensively, watching out for the long wrap, because that's the problem. Because they're tripled up on the short side of the bomb side, there is an avenue where they can warp brackets and into long. So that's why Defizer, the B player, is kind of worried about Speedway at the moment.
And the Pfizer on the defensive line. Ahead of that smoke, flash banged off, but still gets a kill out of it. M4 involved. Dim's USP gets a kill out of that one, but Kakanito and Simba funny trade. Tasman's trotted one back out towards mid. And now it's all on Simple. 11 HP to clutch, 15 seconds to do so. And smoke the cross, potentially get the plant together. Didn't see that player out over at the church entrance, but will isolate Mo Savage. So that picks a return, but trades a pump are good. And Nova Q are now in the second half.
Solid defensive out there on B. We're getting some good utility usage, flash assist, HE, everyone peeking in on the contact. It didn't seem as if B was stacked up heavily. You had a player at Coffins, one closer towards spawn, and then the rest of the guys rotating. But between the two B players and the spam that comes through from that CT smoke, and they do well to shut out that round.
BCGame. Wow, the woods just yet. Still in control of the situation, but that could change with a simple rifle win here by Nova Q. Money with both sides is limited, so he did a swing round, more so for BCGame. Nova Q know that they can start to take control of this. Simple soon ahead of one player at Coffins, just couldn't quite get the headshot instant. Finally will get a second chance, but doesn't quite connect it. Tasman and Defizer take down both of the attacking forces. And now the T's are forced to try and find another angle.
Yeah, that's just in the open, Simple and Nexa. They're just trying to brawl. And you know that for BCGame, you want to get them involved in a lot of individual fights, but if Simple's going to be that wide out on top banana and fight against the Coffins player, I want Nexa to be there as well. I want him to be involved in fighting against the Fountain, against the First Oranges, maybe against the CT player. There was separation between the two of them. Nexa 4 and 13. Simple not getting much going in the second half. And Resmoke going down. Now this might even turn into a save call. Now they can go in for the exec, but if another Resmoke goes down and they keep getting blocked, they might just hold on to the rifles and not go for this.
Smokes involved, flashes all over the place. They are so blind on the CT side. Plant to be secured at default. Nealon's not going to do anything to try and block them. They've got the two-man advantage. And they're quickly making their way up to retake positions. Kakanito uses Andu elsewhere. Nealon strikes first. Electronic tries to get something back, but they're playing out position. AK involved in one of those picks alongside Kakanito with one more of his own. Electronics all alone. 1v3 gets that first kill of the three. Secondary inbound. Kill gets found in Nealon's part. And Nova Q continue to return. 8 on their board.
And Nova Q need to start getting a round streak, because I think that was some of the struggles that they had in the first half, is that they were keeping contention and they were showing some good levels of Counter-Strike, but they just weren't stringing enough rounds in a row to really lopside the economy, to put pressure on the favorites. And 5v3, I would say, was pretty successful from a T perspective. They get a bomb plant, They get themselves 3 more casualties, but it's NovaQ getting up to 8 and then 1 away from tying up the score.
They haven't done that bad. I think how that round could have potentially been theirs, though. Not so close at the same sort of margin in this late stage of the game. Every round counts. Even the weakened weapon buys, which this one will contain. Galil and Deagle for Kakanito and Nexa, and of all players to have a lesser weapon, it had to be Kakanito. 24 kills, he's had such massive impact. That impact to be weakened for this next one.
I'm with you there. I'd love to see an AK in his hands. Maybe get Andu to drop it over to him. NovaQ don't have much to contest towards Banana this time, other than the double AKs. They don't want to take it heavily because they're only working 2 players. Now, the orb's been in play for a little while, but we haven't seen any impact from it, and it's mainly because we're getting a lot of B hits, aren't we? They're pressurizing brackets with the util. There's the odd lurk in the apartments, but it's NB, so Mode Savage is just not being activated at all.
Nexa's legged. Good shot from Mode Savage. Not quite the kill just yet, but he started off well. And he's that Deagle player will come easy. Good position out towards the wine entrance. Electronic still gets the kill back on Pump, so that's a start over elsewhere. They've missed the marker on the player over at the Archers. The footsteps should be heard, though, so that orb is not going to re-aggress. Attention's been drawn completely away from the B-bomb site. All about the A hit, where Tasman is currently siphoned off his teammate, trying to wait and isolate a kick back onto Electronic. Good kill in the first, not the second. Andu returns the favor. Defizer brings it into a 3-on-3. The orb blind smokes are still in the way at Moto. And try and boost one player up to look over the Nexa. BCGame recovered up here.
Now, this is a lot of time stalling because of that re-smoke down to Moto. Andu's given himself a bit of an off angle and Nexa is protected.
Moto, good tap from Andu. Nealon falls. Defizer gets back involved, but he's also low. He's the only rifler here. The Orpa can't do much from this, and they're going to back away and save their guns. BCGame are going to outlast NovaQ to 10.
Well, these are the rounds and the types of situations that I expect Electronic to show his true colors of why he's a top player, why he's a top tier 1 player. And he's the guy that gets the opening kill. It's an uncomfortable round. You don't have a huge amount of money. The buy state isn't great. You're working a Deagle, a Galil, and he just about gets that opener. And for Tasman, he just can't quite make that second, can he? It's a difficult adjustment because he didn't get that first kill in cleanly. If it was a straightaway kill, I think he can transfer back out towards default and get himself an easy second. And that's a good response. And that might just be the round that wins you Inferno, because you're looking at the score, 10-8, Eco to follow up. You're not expecting much here. BCGame should get themselves up to 11. Then you're in closing distance.
Mode Savage shut down from beyond that smoke. BCGame gets started. The big green gun removed from NovaQ, and they have actually ecoed their way into this round. They've taken that orb and that AK is the only weapons with upgrade pistols across the rest of them. Not even a lot of Kevlar to speak of. Defizer sneaking past this smoke. Tease to reveal. There's 3 right there for him! And he's made the play of ages that might just save NovaQ. He's all alone back to the A bomb site, though. The backup needs to get here now.
Oh, what a round this has been from Deviser, and he could be on for more. This AWP is posted.
Not looking onto the side, though. Smokes are in the way. The AK to engage for another. Needs a quadra right here. They swing up next. It gets his kill together. The AWP is still waiting for the smoke to clear up. Finally it does, but it might be a little bit too late. Looks away from the bomb carrier. Another smoke can go down, and the bomb can get planted.
Simple and Nexa to work out this post. Now, they don't have another smoke. There's an aggro duel. Simple walks through the Moto smoke.
Nealon wasn't expecting that in the slightest, and now Pump's got an AK. Tasman is going to find one of his own. No kits. No Kevlar for Pump either. Walking his way up. Noise being made by Tasman. The AK looks up, gets his kill on Simple. Last man standing, back at the broken wall, takes his engage. Last man open for Tasman, trying to find him from beyond that smoke. Doesn't know exactly where, taps the bomb, gets his headshot. Oh, he's just done it, I think. He's just got enough time to hold the round for NovaQ. And by the thinnest of margins, they'll steal a 9th from BCGame.
Well, you can give all of the credit there to Deviser for making that round possible. We know that there's a limited investment going into it. And yes, it's a comical timing going out there from brackets. But oh my, does he put his foot down when he's required to? That is a sick spray transfer to get 3. Man alive. We have had both squads winning rounds that they shouldn't be winning. And you just wonder, does that give a lifeline? A few more rounds for NovaQ to work with.
What an epic this has turned into. Tactical for NovaQ just to calm themselves down, but also to approach the rest of these rounds with necessity of victory, because BCGame are not done. They're buying back again. Simple still got cash. You're seeing Tech9, you're seeing Galils, you're seeing Deagles. They're forcing their way into this, and if they can find a counter, they can find a return, BCGame could still be on to take this map, but at the very least get map point. NovaQ need to shut down this 20th. The Fighters become the hero when they needed one most, but they can't do heroics on their own. They need backup. They need everyone to step up and secure this one confidently.
Well, BCGame have only won a single gun round in this second half. They've won pistol, anti-eco, anti-force buy, and then a force buy themselves. They need to show the depth. Now, Kakanito's got a good timing. This is ballsy to be walking on a contact. They're going to be able to take long space, but Divisor is rotating.
M4 leans in, sees one, gets taken back. It's info to call over to the long access. No rotations from the B players. Pump and Tasman start to hold their positions though. Look back towards that long access. HEs will do minimal damage and the counter rotates are there for BCGame. Start to move on to that B play. Mode Savage is there to try and receive it.
Simple wraps back in towards Library. And it was all a fake about wrapping into B. The bomb was moving absolutely nowhere. And Electronic is desperate for this kill on the bomb site, but the player's not giving him much of a peek at all.
No one was watching long for a moment, but they start looking back there now. That M4 on site, playing double duty. The head was revealed and Electronic's going to give up the ghost. Start moving. Still got their heads turned towards that short position though. The Galil coming off by the truck. Player at the broken wall needs to strike. Tasman does. Excellent against Nexa, secondary player. Out towards the long catwalk, but Ando Electronic get both those kills. Both the defenders flounder at the wrong moment, and Mode Savage and Nealon up to retake 2v2.
Electronic's still got another smoke, so that can go down towards Moto. Nealon's repositioning out here towards the apartments. He can come in from Boiler. Mode Savage can't do much because he's being completely smoked off from brackets out the Moto entrance, so he needs to repos to shore.
Kill against Nealon. Electronic down. Ando alone. Had a quieter map compared to his earlier best of one, and it will stay that way as Nealon quick peeks in, gets a 2k, and gets a 10th for NovaQ.
Well, BCGame probably shouldn't have even been able to get the bomb plant, should they? They were 2v4 wrapping Moto with a crossfire locked on the bomb site, so they've done okay to get the cash injection. But this is NovaQ making it uncomfortable for the favorites. And we've had some competitive scorelines in a lot of the series as recently. Like, take even NovaQ's elimination from the last CCT closed qualifier. They went up against Amcal, 10-13, 14-16. Against Sparta, 11-13, 11-13. So they've always just missed out on some of their most recent officials. I wonder if today they're just going to be able to edge it, right? These competitive maps, these close scorelines is just enough to try and push it over the line.
Tactical pause for NovaQ. I believe their last one available to them. They've had to work for this one. Oh my God, has it started to work out? 10-all. Push back into the lead. Still another force fight from BCGame though. Flash forward, M4 Nealon just misses his mark against Kakanito. HE from the Pfizer will take him. Nealon suffers a lot of damage. The opening pick is theirs.
It's a ballsy call to make here for BCGame because you're not double eco. You certainly don't need to be buying in round 21. But knowing that you forced the bomb plant, you were able to take 3 casualties, they see the investment as a likelihood to try and get a reset. And they've lost Kakanito early. They've got all the banana space. But because they don't have the weaponry and the util, they can't really take bracket. So what they'll have to do is just set for a pure exec.
BCGame forming up to the B execution outside of Banana. Mode Savage and Nealon on defense. Nealon is the low HP individual. Orpa in the back lines over at Dark Breeder, receiving over on a site. Flashbang well timed. Shot misses from the Orpa. Nealon struggling with that M4 though. Doesn't know where to aim or how to look. Is going to leave Mode Savage pretty much lonesome. And Andu can take him down. It's a bomb plant at the very least right now for BCGame. Can they go any further with it though? Retake up the grabs here for NovaQ. Smoke's in the way to stall him for now.
Well, you've got the NWP into the hands of Simple, and he's sitting there on the new box sightline. This is a tough retake. This is not easy. They've only got flashes to get themselves in.
And not the smoke down at Coffins as well. Just going to stall for even longer on BCGame. Defizer backed up. Going to push through the smoke. Is there a flashbang ready for him? Yes, there is. Here they come. Orb shot misses from Simple. Back out towards Dark. Refaces. Gets a kill. Alongside Electronic front Defizer. Then a 2-man. They're solo HP though. Tasman only with one pick centralized. Nealon's out of there. He'll try and sneak his way into the last second, possibly to get an exit frag on Electronic, but so not to get the defuse. Surely not. It's too late. Not enough time. Simple knows it. And BCGame are back in the lead here. NovaQ, Nealon especially, flustered on that B defensive. And don't tell me that all this work is going to go to waste for them.
He's going to be kicking himself because he's had some very good rounds. We saw it previously when he was retaking the A-bomb site, 2 clinical kills from the apartments. But that one there, he's got a sitter for that opening kill. When he gets flashed forward out towards top Banana, he should be winning that. And then when you're out there towards the boost, yes, it's fast and there's a flash assist, but that should also be a kill. He's just left Mode Savage to die, hasn't he, out there on B? He needed to come up with at least one.
He just couldn't. And look what that does to the economy state of NovaQ as well. We're talking about BCGame constantly force buying. Well, now it's the opponent's turn. And that back-breaking round could swing the economy permanently in favour of BCGame. That one hit, that one mistake, that one fuzzy play, that one awkward engagement could cost NovaQ their map pick. They fought well to maintain it. But BCGame still on to take it. Minute on the clock in round 22. BCGame, from that point, play their defaults into mid. A is the target.
Well, they're gambling A right now. Nealon got flashed in, didn't see anything at all. And they've got themselves a heavy bracket set up too.
OHP for a couple of players here on the T side line. Defies is one of them. Nealon over on the B defense, but the resistance from the CT side has forced a counter rotate back. Nealon's going to push forward to that smoke and go down and immediately trying to hunt for info. They thought it was all out towards brackets and they were right for a moment, but not for the moment we struck. Pump can find Electronic, at least that's one frag to return. A rifle they can recover in mid, but now going to convert it over to a retake here. Or do they? Maybe a save call. Yeah, they're holding onto their guns. That does give BCGame map points, and NovaQ have to play for overtime.
Well, right there from Nealon, he's made one of the most, what I would call 50-50 calls of the entire map. You sit there as the single B player behind that smoke. You have a chance of being able to maybe go 1-for-1, wasting a bit of time. You re-smoke top Banana and walk on the front side of it if players are lazy, right? They've got their knives pulled out, they've got their backs turned, they're getting util, they're not ready. You might be able to have a hero moment. You might be able to catch players sleeping off guard completely. But he just gives away a freebie. He gives away an easy duel. The gun's pulled out, they're ready for him. Andu fires a couple of bullets on a burst, and that's it. And BCGame get themselves up to 12. And NovaQ have certainly had chances across both the first half and the second half, and it's now the pressure of a squad that just don't play international teams frequently. I mean, the last 3 months they've played, what, 6 best-of-3s against international competition. All the other games have been against the local Kazakh teams.
Again, the difference is staunch. Fire's been there for NovaQ for the most part. It seems like it might come down to a couple of misplays that cost them. 2 more rounds of regulation to make it up and take us to an overtime. BCGame are on that point on Inferno, Novacue's map pick, the one in the series that we gave them the benefit of the doubt to win. Most Savage and Neil and can strike first on Kakanito and Andu. Different positions, but a 5-on-3 regardless.
No one in trading positions. Simple can get that AWP to re-clear out the boiler sightline and get himself out to the apartments, but nothing's here. And for Novacue, they've been very sensible in this 5v3. Rather than holding aggressive sightlines, they've fallen back and holding tight crossfires now.
Savage flashed off into that corner. Simple, close range, has been seen. Looks towards the bomb site. Orb battle, no. Pump comes up with support of Mode Savage. Looking for another one as well beyond the truck. He is burning, but he finds Nexa. Electronic is shut out of the round. Novacue are back in business. It's game on for the closing stages of regulation. One more round to overtime. One more round for BCGame to claim it.
And in a weird way, BCGame have looked more threatening on these lower investment rounds than they have in pure gun-v-gun rounds. Every time they've had Deagles or Tech-9s or Galils with lighter util, I think it's given the players more freedom to make individual moves, to be able to work picks. And in a round like this, yes, you've got an AK into the hands of Nexa and Simple, but everybody else, I mean, they're slammed with the buy stay.
BCGame. Caught back, Neil in with the opening. Andu trades it quickly from beyond that smoke. Fires is left alone on the site. Defensive, smokes in hand, ready to immediately block the entrance as they start to make their way in. A little bit late on the marker, though. They're going to accelerate. Third down, second player forward. Awkward sprays to the Galil, but Andu comes up good against the Pfizer regardless. Tasman trades Simple. It's a 3-on-3. 2 players tagged on the T side. A retake needs to come in from Novacue.
Tasman is going to make a ballsy play, try and spam, see if he can get that bomb. Didn't quite happen. Kakanito, close range, gets that smoke down. That's going to block for time.
Electronic was tagged 17 in that blind spray, though, so it's done its work. They are so heavily tagged on BCGame. And the high HP player with a Mac 10 up close. Tasman going to get detected. Going to wait for the smoke to clear, seems like it. Very last second plays from Novacue. Kakanito. Backman again, skill gets found, Pump gets caught, but he gets his second. Andu, now to protect the bomb. Last second retake in, Pump is low, and he gets his kill regardless. The defuse will lock in, and Novacue will take us the distance. We're in overtime on Inferno.
It just shows you, it doesn't matter if you've got tier 1 players, tier 2 is a tough landscape. This has been a struggle from BCGame. Would have loved to have been able to close in regulation, and just having a bit more HP would have made the difference in that 3v3. And this is Nealon and co outside of the top 100 that are giving them a real good run for their money at the moment.
At times felt like it was theirs to claim. At times, BCGame felt like they were going to establish their dominance again. But this is not as comfortable as your opening best of one. A very different beast, it seems. Even if Novacue are not quite comprised of the same caliber of talents as BCGame, been building their reputation, they've been building their development, and that development has come to a head here and now. We're going the distance. Inferno hangs it in the balance. Novacue's map pick hangs in the balance.
Yeah, BCGame very cautious to being able to take early map control. They're not really getting themselves aggressively into Banana. As simple as waiting for an info swing, flash play to come from brackets. Now, Andu can't fight massively against these B players because he's got no support whatsoever. So because of that, he's going to fall back and play even more defensively.
Orp posted. Watching for initial contact. BCGame and not moving to Simple's DC. I think damage was done at the start of the round. Either way, it's 45-second marker, so I think we're live. Electronic and Kakanito still deal with it. Advantage retraded by Tasman. Looking for more out here. Bracket seeing a player escape. Still swings in to get Electronic. Kakanito still holds on to a 2v2 and the last man gets sandwiched. It's all on Nealon now. Way too late to the mark. Bomb plant will look to get secured. And a 1v2 to retake against.
Well, that's just insane that we've had a DC and yet somehow, some way, BCGame have still got it into a 2v1 advantage. Nealon picking up the extra bits of util. Oh, just keep getting re-smoked. It's just wasting so much time off of this bomb.
Flash forward. Kill gets found against Kakanito. Where's the last man? They're back at pit. Nealon thought he was on site. And not to be in the end. 13 for BCGame. Back in control. Back in the lead against NovaQ for now. Yeah, simple to rejoin the server, obviously, before we carry on any further. But you are right. Insanity that they still managed to style their way out of that, having lost one of their best players.
Oh, there's no way they would have been able to get a round restore either. That was live. That was on.
Pressure making men out of BCGame, or NovaQ assuming that they were not going to carry on with this and maybe getting a little bit flustered either way. As an official round one that locks in, one that BCGame will have under their belt, one that will put them back in the lead. It's going to feel a bit disappointing from NovaQ after you've worked so hard to bring us in with those last 2 rounds of regulation to this point. Only for the first round of it to look like it was yours, but go off kilter so quickly.
And if you follow Tier 2 closely, maybe even in some of the lower divisions, you'll recognize Deviser's name because they represented Team Kazakhstan, him and Nealon, at the tail end of last year, where it wasn't with any of these guys on NovaQ, it was just a bit of a mixed team, but they did really well. They were just upsetting squads. They beat Nexus, they beat Kodo ECF, they even nearly beat Saw, I think it was, in that best of 3, or Rhino, I think it was at the time, actually, and they went on to go very deep in the tournament and make it all the way to the grand final. So we've seen it at brief periods, some local successes, right, or maybe small successes. But Nealon knows that he just wants to get this team into a mid-pack of Tier 2. He wants them to be in the circuits where you're playing frequently, maybe around the 50-60 marker on VRS, maybe to a similar marker of where BCGame are right now, because that's when you can really see the progression to qualifying to LANs and getting invites and feel that you're getting away from just grinding the local scene in Kazakh and actually getting opportunities elsewhere.
Well, like I said, this win, if it does go the way of NovaQ, is going to put them within the top 100 if they can maintain it. Still got the second and third maps to play out, so it's still a bit of a far-gone conclusion. As of right now, still not certain.
Well, I'll put it this way, Jay. Mirage is a map that NovaQ pick on occasion, and I've seen some okay officials from them. So if Inferno's competitive like this is, no matter if they win the map or not, doesn't really, it's not a concern. I still think map 2 should be quite competitive. I think that BCGame are not going to get a freebie in any of them in the series.
I mean, I get your logic, but equally, this is the most played, not this one, but Mirage is the most played map in the pool. We're talking about a very well-poised, well-positioned, and well-won map from the BCGame guys. And one that we obviously saw the excellence earlier against Quasar, but putting that team aside, we're talking about some very significant squads within the top end or mid-pack or tier 1.5.
Yeah, it's true.
OG, ESC, Bet Boom in there, Spirit Academy in there, Betra. Go up a couple times over the course of the day. Certainly from a fundamental perspective, you might be onto something, but from a caliber perspective, it's still got BCGame beating them out there. I'm not quite as convinced it will be as competitive yet. Maybe when we get into the thing, into the second map, we'll see how competitive it really will be. We're going off the logic of our predictions of 2-1 in the series for BCGame, when we have to sort of say that NovaQ will win their map pick and BCGame would win theirs. So. 2-0 does feel like it's on for the BCGame side. NovaQ have a chance to prove us wrong in that respect, or to try and avoid 2-0 entirely by taking their map pick now. BCGame are up by 1. They're back live with the second of overtime.
And Pump is aggressive to the start of the round out to the apartments, but knows that when that util clears of the smoke, he's going to have to fall back. Now, Mode Savage has had a tough map overall. He's not had many multi-frags. He's not even had that many clean kills. I'd say a lot of the time he's being flashed off of angles and being bullied across the server.
The riflers that have had their day on NovaQ, the Pfizer, Tasman, even Pump getting his licks in. You're up against the GOAT though, you need that AWP to really engage, and for NovaQ that hasn't quite happened. Mode Savage tries to make amends here on the A defensive. He's there alongside Tasman and Pump. Tasman putting nades down against the T side line will not do much for him. Swing forward to see what's coming his way and quickly gets out of the way with a shoulder shot. Meanwhile, Banana's being taken by the TT side, but with the long access, arch wraps are being considered for this. They're going to try and backstab as the defensive tries and holds towards the split play in from BCGame. Pump especially out at pit, making noise, drawing attention towards himself. Trying to hunt for the opening pick here, but none of it's coming his way. Now the backstab's truly locked in. Mode Savage, or pick, all important. Pump's watching out, trying to spot him. Shots connect to Nectar of the head as well. Electronic and Kakanita finally overwhelmed, alongside another kill from Electronic on Tasman. 3 on 2, 2 on 2. Electronic trying to protect it. He will do so on Nealon. Is Defizer alone, late to the party on a rotation, and up for the clutch.
Electronic has had some sick multi-frags in close successions on both the last game and this one. What a difference he's making on that site hold. He might even be able to get another kill.
I was going to walk right into him. I better be ready. And he is. Adjustment, good. Last man standing. Where is he, though? Up to the box. He's been seen. Defies a nose. He'll swing, but he cannot get the headshot. The AK goes one better, and BCGame can connect 2 in the overtime. And that's got to be so heartbreaking for the Orb. We just mentioned how he's been having a bit of a quiet day here for NovaQ, and he gets 2 stellar kills. But after that, the whole site collapses. Mode Savage might be feeling hard done by.
You can definitely feel throughout regulation and overtime that NovaQ have had more chances, but they haven't converted many of them, have they? We've had some really close round losses from them. And that one right there is a prime example of it. Kakanito aggressive to try and get the NWP on the boost up towards the logs. Nealon forced out the open. The shot rings out but doesn't connect.
SMG to lean in. Nealon, solo holder of the B-bomb site. Stack over on A. The default at Banana for BCGame. Kakanito going to lean into the brackets. Try. Not see anything. Fall back. And just adjust away as the T start walking. Sees a gun barrel, doesn't react to it, and it takes him, and that should be round done already. NovaQ going to have to try and go for the retake. They get the kill back towards mid of the 4 on 4. But once again, Nealon failed to protect that B-bomb site, and the Orb Simple can get the advantage back. 4 on 3 post for BCGame.
And not only is it weak weaponry, but there's just no util, no smokes, no incendiaries, no way that you can force players out in the open. And Nexus here in the double rotation from Banana.
Behind the sandbags, killing the first. Sprays around the corner, can't get the second, but he's stalled out. Mode Savage upgrading back to that AK. Needs Tasman to chime in with him. They're separated, and Tasman's isolated, killed off. Mode Savage, tap burst on the head of the first man and the second. The third player's on the back of the site. They're protecting the bomb to the last second. BCGame on map point at 15-12 in overtime.
And you can just notice the small details of extra quality. Nexar, he might only get 1 kill there towards top Banana, but notice how he's waiting for the flashbang for Electronic. He's hearing the footsteps. He knows 2 players are coming up from Banana. That flash goes behind Nexar, so he doesn't have to play anti. He doesn't have to turn and wait. He can fight out in the open, and it's just the small extra elements where BCGame have been able to show that they're the stronger team in this best of 3. It's definitely been a competitive back and forth affair, but NovaQ will look at how regulation went, and now look at how the first half of overtime went, and they'll just be gutted completely.
NovaQ. Switch over to the T side where they got a little bit more success, only a small amount though. They go flawless in this half if they want to maintain something in the BCGame. HG's coming down towards Banana. Orphan's up, shot completely overcooked by Simple. And Nealon and Defizer can trade them or take them both quickly into a 5-on-3 in Overq. Lifeline's just been found.
The T's didn't even have to activate there. They were sitting back. It was the CTs that were on the aggressive. They were the ones trying to break the smoke, trying to make impact. Now, Kakanito's got a timing against Pump. This M4 does lose it. And for BCGame, well, the two opening losses out there towards Banana have cost the entire round.
The task, challenge, Nexa, 1 kill. Pfizer trades him, Electronic gets involved with that bomb being there towards Banana. I think the Motorcycle's going to have to try and get out dodge. Holds that corner, just about protected. Flashbang blinds him, Electronic still on to take this round here. Smoke's in the way. He hears footsteps coming up to his right-hand side. Flashbang against him. Going to keep him blinded. HG's coming in close. He bounces right back on Electronic's body. Gets the kill back. Last man standing. Blind kill nearly comes together. What a clutch that would have been. But Tasman puts him to bed and just saves NovaQ there. BCGame. No right even considering winning that round, but they damn near did.
I'll tell you what, it looks good. It looks very good. And that's only a positive sign that you've playing your debut day with BCGame. You had an okay best of 1. You've come into the best of 3, and he has been a proper X-Factor player. I mean, that's a 1v4 attempt that nearly comes through.
Like 27 HP in that fight or something. Damn close. Damn close. NovaQ. To get away stronger with these rounds. Can't afford to let that happen again. Establish a follow-up and maintain it. And doing next up. On the B-side defense, Andu with the HE, goes too deep. Nice to get the drop-offs. I know there was a boost being dismantled. Can't fire blind, can't get the 3 shots. Will fall away from position. The hold down the bomb site directly. 5-on-5 still past the first minute. Overq going into execution, actually. I thought for a second they were going to hold their nerve, but no. Andu comes up good with 2 kills to his name, and now NovaQ have got to stall.
Great work there from the Estonian. The NovaQ tried to change the pace, go in slightly quicker. Andu gets out of trouble from those Banana players out there to the top of first oranges. And well, this round feels over already. Tasman can lurk, try and get a good timing on the wrap out from Arch, cut rotations from A. But you need a miracle here. At least they've got bomb control. That's going for them.
Running through with it. Bomb. Trying to get planted. Electronic. Holds it, pick, kill found alongside Simple's AWP frag as well. Tasman, 1v5, no time to make it happen. BCGame back to secure it at 16-13 in overtime. A stressing affair, but they have their opponent's map pick of Inferno.
Unfortunately for NovaQ, while they can be satisfied with the performance they put up, when you're Nealon and when you're in this kind of bracket, you cannot afford to be losing your map pick to BCGame. That's going to hurt them in the series because Nexter and Co know that the 2-0 is on.
Indeed they do, and that really is the scariest part for NovaQ, because even though they've made it look competitive, I think we had them down to at least win this one map, but we looked at them as having a chance on Inferno. They're picking the series, and they got so close to it. They really almost proved us right, but just falling apart at the wrong moment. I'm looking at that Nealon defensive over at the flower pots angle where his team would lost the lead and therefore lost the map point from there. I'm looking at his extension as well. I'm looking at the way that things kind of fell apart in that 1v4 attempt from Electronic. Lots of things going wrong at certain periods that let what was otherwise an excellent performance rather down.
And I think that's always going to happen. You're going to buckle under the pressure. You're not going to be able to perform at the same level when you're playing off of HLTV or against weaker squads. You are just going to make small mistakes, small errors, and it definitely shone through. And BCGame capitalized on almost all of them. Now, that Inferno was definitely a testing affair, and I think they recognized some of the weaknesses, but also some of the strengths. Electronic in particular looked really good. Kakanito looked quite strong. Average performance from Simple on the AWP. And for Andu, he was a bit of a slow burner, wasn't he? Because the first half, he was, what, 2 and 10? he only started cooking towards, I would say, the latter part of the second half.
Yeah, but when he cooked, he was cooking like Walter White pretty much. Like he was doing excellent work for BCGame when the time came to show his nerve. And that is obviously another encouraging aspect because he wasn't even the best performer in my eyes. I mean, Kakanito, he was great from the start right up until the end. I think he ended near 30 frags or thereabouts there at the end of that map up. So his contributions were completely stellar towards BCGame. And I think, as you mentioned earlier, Electronic, great impactful moments at the tail end of that map up. So BCGame right now are looking like a real well-oiled, well-rounded unit compared to the likes of NovaQ and certainly in the context of this qualifier, continuing to establish themselves as the favourites.
Now, you've got to always recall your star players on Inferno are going to be your rotators. Your B rotate, your A rotate, or even your AWP that's starting long. Electronic is the apps hit player. That is a very supportive role because you're only going to generate impact towards B on rotates, and you're only going to be generating impact on A when there's apartments lurks or against execs. It's one of the most difficult pauses on the entire map to generate impact, to put up numbers. So the notion that he drops that kind of performance and shows really good quality in those roles, that's a good showing from Electronic, and I'm really keen to see what he's going to be like on that A-bomb site now, Mirage.
Indeed. I mean, look, he showed up great on the earlier Mirage we saw from the opening best of one. So now against a much tougher opposition opponent, as demonstrated, I think that's going to be an encouraging thing for us now to get a bit better idea as to where he's standing. I will say that commiseration to certain elements in the NovaQ side, Diffuser in particular, is the one guy that really stood out to me when it came to impact. I mean, he was making great individual moments across that one alongside Tasman as well. So those two players deserve some tip of the hat to some extent, but it just wasn't enough at the end of the day for them. And for BCGame, it can be expected somewhat because they are the better squad pound for pound, but just a bit disappointing from my eyes that just couldn't quite convert to more for NovaQ.
Yeah, and you have to be blunt with them. I know that they're not a strong squad on HLTV, and it shows that by the lack of officials that they're playing, the lack of invites that they're getting. They are still a squad where you're not going up against the best team in the comp in BCGame. Foot is easily the #1 team. So if you're going up against the second or even the third, you've got to be pushing for a win. Like, there's only so many chances. I think VRS is very cutthroat, especially in what is only a few games to qualify to a LAN. You've got to take the chances when they come. And Nealon knows that they could have won that in reg, they could have won this map outright, and they just didn't take the opportunity when it arose today.
Yeah, especially when you're talking about like a team that do go to LANs in the local divisions, but never truly anything in the wider worldwide circuit. Obviously nothing at the higher end of the tier 1 space, no appearances in the BYOC events, and this may be their one chance to make a LAN happen near the tail end of the season, unless something else pops up that I'm not aware of. So, yeah, you are right about taking opportunities. At least they've got a best of 3 to continue to recover from here. But you are right in considering the fact that it is their opponent's map pick next up. BCGame, be on home territory, and now they're on for a 2-0. In my eyes, it feels like it should be a 2-0 locked in here.
It definitely should be. Now, NovaQ, again, I mentioned it earlier, they play quite a lot of Mirage, they pick quite a lot of Mirage. So I still expect fundamentally some good CS from them. I just think for BCGame, it's their home turf. It should definitely be a 2-0.
Most played map in the pool, probably. Actually, no, I'm not going to say probably. I'm going to say certainly their best map in the pool. Mirage is coming up next for BCGame's own pick in a series. On for a 2-0 after the break.
pussy by association, pussy by association, pussy by association. Now you look at deputy man in my brown.
Put my problems paper dial up the deputy mad at my brown problems in the paper. Put my problems paper dial up the deputy mad at my brown problems in the paper. Put my problems paper dial up the deputy mad at my brown problems in the paper. Put my problems paper dial up the deputy mad at my brown problems in the paper. Put my problems paper dial up the deputy mad at my brown problems in the paper. Put my problems paper dial up the deputy mad at my brown problems in the paper. Put my problems paper dial up the deputy mad at my brown problems in the paper. Put my problems paper dial up the deputy mad at my brown.
Listen here, buddy. Pussy by association, pussy by association, pussy by association, pussy by association. Now you look at deputy mad at my brown. Pussy by association, pussy by association, pussy by association. Now you look at deputy mad at my brown.
Put my problems in the paper. Put my problems paper dial up the deputy mad at my brown problems in the paper. Put my problems paper dial up the deputy mad at my brown problems in the paper. Put my problems paper dial up the deputy mad at my brown problems in the paper. Put my problems paper dial up the deputy mad at my brown.
BCGame currently in the driver's seat, taking their opponent's map pick of Inferno. NovaQ couldn't quite get the job done despite how close they ended up getting their dwag. So, look, before we move on to Mirage, quick sort of summarizing thoughts on how Inferno went down. Look, it was a close affair. I'm hoping that NovaQ could try and do something a bit more competitive in Mirage, hopefully to challenge the likes of Kakanito, who is our MVP for that last map up, and appropriately so. He did God's work, I think.
Indeed he did, and it's going to be that duo between him and Electronic that bring a lot of the firepower in the rifle pack, I think, of map number 2, because Kakanito's a comp player, and you've got the likes of Electronic as your A-anchor. So they're going to be involved quite a lot with crossfires and setting themselves up for CT defenses. And for NovaQ, they just need to try and... It's very difficult in the moment, but give themselves a bit more quality at the end of rounds. I think they gave themselves so many good opening picks, man advantages in the mid portions of rounds, really good trading and spacing, getting into post plants, setting themselves up for retakes, but that finishing blow to closing the round and actually getting a victory, I think that's where we saw a lot of struggles on Inferno.
Yeah, and I also feel like at the same time, we also saw quite a lot of moments where we saw excellence, but they couldn't quite keep up the pace with terms of like mistakes being made. And they had some moments where they might have been set up and someone had a awkward spray, or someone got caught off by a rotation, or something happened that caused them to fall apart. And I think that those are mistakes that can't necessarily be blamed against them, because we have got some younger players on the NovaQ roster, so it might take some time before they truly develop. But in terms of this matchup, it was an issue that I saw crop up, and I think that was the ultimate thing that let them down, because otherwise, it had a very solid start of the game, I think, coming from NovaQ.
Well, I would say that it got very messy at certain points in the second half with these anti-force buy round wins. We had, back-to-back rounds where we saw like the force buy where Nexa was on a Deagle and Kakanito was on a Galil, and then there was AKs for the rest. That one around. And then we had, Defizar having like the triple with the AK in the very next round on a full eco with the AWP being saved. So that second half featured quite a lot of lower investment rounds being won. I hope that that doesn't occur as frequently on Map 2 and Mirage, because it just gets messy. I want to see more gun rounds, want to see more clean CS being displayed from both of these organizations.
Well, given how things went down for BCGame in their earlier Mirage, you'd expect that they're certainly going to carry themselves with a lot of cleanliness into this next one. NovaQ hopefully will post up a bit of a better showing and keep it competitive compared to what they had earlier on today. But I will say again, to contrast how the caliber of opposition weighs up between the two sides, NovaQ only 4 maps on HLTV against low-level CIS squads, and BCGame a lot more higher-level teams. I mentioned some of the names earlier on: OG, ESC, ENCE, Spirit Academy. You know, these are teams that are much higher up the pecking order than NovaQ, and therefore I start to worry if we're still going to have that competence around them to hold contention in this next map-up. They did well to demonstrate their potential in Inferno, but you're going into enemy territory now.
Indeed you are, and for Simple, he wasn't even really getting activated out there in the first map of Inferno. He was rifling quite a lot on the T side. When he had the AWP in play, we were seeing some misses, we weren't seeing good connections. On Mirage, he's going to have a lot more freedom. He's going to be able to play window, but then rotate towards A, help out on B, support the likes of Andu and Nexa on that B bomb site, help out Electronic to A. So you can expect an increase in performance from Simple. So if that is the case, you need to be able to demonstrate a very good T side from NovaQ. I think the T side for me is going to be more important than their CT basis, because Nealon needs to get a feel on how he wants to call. He needs to get a feel of the overall timings and how he can outclass Nexa, because if he's not able to do so, then there won't be much of a series on our hands.
Well, NovaQ did pick into the CT side to start things off, so how much of a T side they're going to be able to get out of this one is left to see how much they can gain in the first half. And I think you are right of weighing up the T sides. I think the T sides in general are what you're going to be able to, are like the better sort of litmus test as to how successful a team can be. You know, anyone can win a CT side, but it's the T halves where things can really test up. And so I'm looking forward to seeing whether NovaQ can hold on to contention in that T side. But to get a confident start in this map up above all else, right? Because you've just come out of a map where you've had, I guess you could say, disappointing showing, because you were close to taking it. You did have moments, you did look solid, but you let yourselves down. And so now I want to see them come back in with a lot more confidence and try and restore some of that potential, restore some of that confidence in their own right in the early portions of the second map.
And this is all about Nealon getting his boys ready for the challenge ahead. I mean, I'm sure that you can shake off map number 1 and almost have a little bit of a laugh about it, of saying we just took a team to overtime who they have no idea who we are. They may have heard of Nealon, but the rest of us, they've got no clue. So for that reason, we've given them a fight. Now let's go out here and let's try and take the opposition map pick. Let's try and see if we can send it towards that decider. See if we can push it towards a Dust 2 and just rattle them. Because for NovaQ, yes, they would like to be able to qualify to a LAN, but their expectations are completely different to an organization for BCGame. And I think when you've got the difference in expectation, you almost always want to beat the favorite, right? You always want to eliminate them early because it just feels like sweet revenge.
Yeah, I mean, look, as you mentioned earlier, if you are sort of having that mentality about the fact that we've threatened a team that we probably shouldn't be threatening. I mean, look, if I'm Anvik, the coach of NovaQ, that's exactly what I'm saying to them, especially the younger guys, because it's like, you know, you've got some 21-year-old players, and they might be a little bit disappointed that we couldn't quite finish the job. But look, you've just gone toe-to-toe with Simple, boys. Like, come on, you've done extremely well right here. Now's the time to try and show that you really can compete at this kind of level, and to, as you mentioned before, establish yourself in the conversation of the mid-pack of Tier 2. Not in terms of ranking, but in terms of potential. And I think they've done at least half of a decent job to do so in this series so far. A map win would go even further than that. To make it competitive in the series, I think is a decent mark to mention up for NovaQ going into this Mirage again.
And even though Nexa may have not been able to provide a lot of numbers, in terms of a calling, think about what his most recent project was. I mean, he was out there on Bleed, where you've got mainly Tier 2 players. You've now come here to BCGame, and while you brought that core forward, you've now got Simple, you've now got Electronic, and you feel that you've finally got pieces like you had on G2. And then you can start getting a vibe of, okay, well, let's try and bring this team up the divisions. Now, they are still getting tested in the majority of cups. I think BCGame are still quite a way off being a top-end team in Tier 2. I would say that around the middle pack is probably where you would sit them right now. They can be a threat in tournaments, but they're not winning tournaments consistently. They're not beating teams they should be beating as well. So for that reason, you've got to take it tournament at a time, but you're already starting to see the potential, and you're seeing it in the very early stages of Electronic joining.
If that continues on like this, and again, you have some very scary squads ahead of you in the Tier 2 space. BCGame very encouraged by their position right now to try and establish their 2-0, continue to make it look as clean as possible. We get started with the pistol round in our second map of this series. NovaQ on the CT side, start a Mirage.
13 wins and 5 losses for BCGame in the last 3 months. Divisor out here on B with an incendiary, and don't often see a B player having an incendiary and a HE. If there's any kind of contact, he can drop that down, get himself out to the van and get the HE up. You're getting an info play of 2 players with the apartments. Now, if the timing's right, they could catch Andu and drop that bomb against Nexa.
Tassman strikes first, and indeed Andu does go down. That bomb being dropped and all. They're going to maintain their position here. They're ready for Nexa. They're expecting Nexa to be out here. Looks being made over towards that short access. Nexa gets his kill in, but Tassman good to respond. He's got no more backup though. He leans in, he's gonna have to get this headshot. Doesn't do so. His lifeline, Simple trying to bait him out into an open angle. Get a kill with on a P250. He does do so in the end. So 3-on-3 established. BCGame can reclaim control of the bomb, but 2 CTs rotated up towards the B bomb site. Prize has been challenged by the player on short. That's Electronic. Swung up close range against Pump, who can't quite land his headshot. And now BCGame continue to act with the execution. That third player going to start his rotations now. He's going to be needed on this site retake as the fight is going down. Last player on defense, surrounded by all 3. Simple, credited with the kill, and kneeling in a 1-on-3.
Yeah, that is crazy that this round is not being won from NovaQ. That's another frustrating one, because everything is just done right. You've been able to aggress out there from underpass. You've dropped the bomb the first time, you've then dropped the bomb the second time, and you just can't hold off. Those are the kind of moments where you feel as a team that you've just been outclassed individually. I mean, right there from Simple, he comes up from underpass, he gets himself a really good tap with the P250, and then Electronic on B, he's also just farming. So it's an unfortunate round, and for BCGame, well, that definitely should not have been a pistol win for them.
No, it's all so much map control from NovaQ wasted there, and in a second they will be forcing by into the FAMAS, into the Scout. SMGs on a couple of players on a 5-7 for the Visor. BCGame quickly onto the safe bomb site with the execution utility, smoke down against the jungle and stairs. Run out towards mid just to throw them off for a bit of a loop, and they're all sorts of blind here on NovaQ. Andu his teammates to check out the dark angle. No one's there from the CT side. Molotov's sent deep. 1 kill's already come their way. Bomb plant is locked in. And there shouldn't be any way back here for NovaQ.
Hold on to the save, bring the weapons forward into the next round. Didn't have much of a defense out on A, and you get hit against an exec. You've also got a full group with just pure rifles. Next to the only one going down towards an SMG going into round number 2. Pump also gets caught at the end. So NovaQ will make it the 0-2 deficit to start off this game. And BCGame will be able to potentially get themselves an easier third. There won't be much investment being brought forward outside of these save 3.
So whether the FAMAS can survive, or if they're hunting, they're looking towards that apartment entrance. But they don't go any further here, BCGame, or 5 Alive. Got at their money state. And go 2-0 over NovaQ at this stage. Bit of a chance as well to just check in with the rest of our matches, of course, going on in the quarterfinals. Big currently 11-6 up on map number 2 against AM. AM took the first map, so that one looks like it's on to 3 maps. Same story for Mascatares, who are 1 map down in their series against Foot, but 11-4 up on the second. And Molo versus Arbe about to head into its 3rd map. So that's the progress of things right now on our best of 3s. You're up to date as the day rolls on. Remember, those are the opponents that these teams may have to face when they progress in the bracket. And in particular, looking at that big versus AM gaming matchup, which is the winner of that will take on the winner of this. So all eyes on those two. Eyes on BCGame. They take on the otherwise eco basics of NovaQ.
And a bit more context on that Foot versus Musketeers games. Remember, Jack, Stevedevec, and Drac, they were a part of that original French lineup that Foot had, didn't they? And then as soon as Na'Vi Jr. became available, see ya, boys. So, in terms of a game of revenge against your old org, you'd love to win that one.
It would be a sweet one. The sweet of this round was going to be for BCGame. I thought they were going to go with the 4 players alive, but the numbers eventually caught up to them. 2-on-3 with Tasman and Moj Savage trying to see if they can take down Simple or Nexa. They're 2 more tagged up players. Make it expensive for BCGame. Again, NovaQ might have had some weapons in this round, but they saved them all from the previous. They didn't invest outside of that. And the bomb's trying to make his way into that B bomb site. Player at ladder room might provide a bit of a concern though for Tasman. Up, back to turn, 2 to line up and both to go down. Now the round becomes plausible for a steal. 20 seconds, Nexa is nowhere near them. Lurking back on A and now got to have to reclaim both of these picks in fast succession. Exposed on 1, turn back to the second and still steal the round back for BCGame.
Well, that's a tough clutch there from Nexa because you don't know where that secondary B player is. You expect him to be on the bomb site somewhere defending the apartments, but he could be Van, he could be Bench, you haven't seen him on the walkout from Market, and it just happens to be that you try and play the trigger discipline, he looks back at you, you look over to the left-hand side, and there he is, right in the open, deer in the headlights. Oh, another very close call. And this has been 2 out of 3 rounds to start off Mirage that NovaQ should have won, and they failed at all accounts.
Indeed they have. BCGame in control as a result, 3-0 in the interim. NovaQ bring their weapons back, all in intention, all the main rifles that try and capitalize upon the economical damage that they've done. There's only 1 player left alive for BCGame in that last round. See hundreds of dollars in reserves to follow up with for the T-side line. Reset on the table for NovaQ. Again, back into the A set piece, it looks like. Well, not quite a set piece, actually, just the walkout contact from Nexa. Counting instill quickly there for the CT Sun. Electronic still swings on towards Most Savage. Kill gets found. Nealon and Pump get trading. Pump is found. Nealon has fall back from range. 3-on-3 can ensue. Bomb plant comes in and all. Another CT up to task. So waiting with flashbang turned away from Nealon, gets that kill. Kakanita with a responsive. Defies it, gets back onto him. It's Andu all alone. Versus 2. Swinging up, finding a player in the open, but can't stabilize his shot. So there is the round that NovaQ are looking for.
A BCGame play it well on the post to be able to try and take the space. You can see the intention is to try and clear as much of deep CT as possible, but then there's a little bit of hesitation because the CTs have already beaten the rotate. So Nexa is trying to play anti-flash, but he also wants to keep his head down there in case a fight comes in. And between him and Kakanito, they just can't trade successfully. That's an important round for NovaQ. Andu pretty good in the clutches, couldn't even get that first guy out on the off angle from jungle. And we've seen quite a lot of set pieces at the moment from BCGame. You wonder when we start seeing heavier mid defaults from them.
We're seeing action towards mid from Andu early on here. But the majority of the defaults set into the apartments more than anything else. Simple is there with Andu. Beyond that smoke, though, nothing major to come his way, nothing major that NovaQ can present. We'll try and look towards their own mid access, but no major control. They're separated from areas like the mid window. The short player is just held in the corner. Nealon's trying to find a better angle of to work with. I think we settle on a 2-1-2 split.
A brief smoke off towards connector as soon as the window smoke comes forward. Tasman is hearing Simple, but doesn't know about the rest of the field. Knows that there's another player under window. Knows that mid is heavy.
And they sent Tasman out of the way. Cindier is up, flashbang forward for him. Sees the head of 1 player at bench. Not expecting Simple to be swinging up from the catwalk, though. Advantage good for BCGame. Nealon forced to back away and try to defend his B bomb site because they are running riot all over it. And it was simple. 2 more frags to gain. No trades found by NovaQ. And BCGame a massive responsive round here. Bomb should cross and get planted. There's nothing that Nealon can do about it.
Well, individually, they're getting bullied in that round, aren't they? You've got a flash play into short. It's a correction. You have a CT side that are being forced back by you two. You want to get on the front foot. You want to catch a timing. And then Simple just wide swings into you. And he just cracks you. And then the 2 players out on B, they're also just getting completely overwhelmed. And unfortunately, no matter how well you're playing on timings or with util or peeking off of one another, if you're losing consistent straight fights, you are going to be losing a lot of rounds in this first half, and it's going to be a good scoreline difference in BCGame.
And that's a concerning thing to think about. The runaway kind of game, the kind of score and the kind of map that would show the BCGame are the superior side, even though NovaQ giving us a competitive showing thus far in the best of 3. BCGame's map pick, been confident from them at a much higher level. For them to go down in such a confident fashion, NovaQ would be left wondering if they really had much competitiveness at all. It's still good to find one onto Kakanito. Mode Savage also finding his deagle shot on Andu. The half buy that's coming together here. So another one in them. That smoke, another sneaky angle. Simple's trying to consider. Can't find him whilst blinded. Deagle does sneak forward for one more pick. So Simple gonna get a bomb down, or is he? Nexus found 1v4 now for the Goats. Fragger first needs to go for the bomb, needs to go for the rest of them. There's a player close, but how close specifically? Where is he repositioned to? Pump. Reveal now. Simple may have seen that. Maybe actually Deagle fires back regardless, and from range Nealon can finish him off. And NovaQ do find a steal this time.
They finally get the edge that turns into a round victory. Now, that's some excellent shooting going down there on B. You've got Divisor holding a very small crack angle, gets himself one, wastes a lot of time, and then it's getting a bit cheeky, isn't it? You go through your own re-smoke, you catch players with their backs turned, you then make it a second, but you're also getting a lot of assistance from teammates on rotation. BCGame ran into a fairly heavy stack, and their buy, well, looks a bit uncomfortable. You're working with a couple of Galils and even a Deagle from Nexar.
It's surprising the BCGame's economy has been so limited. And again, the kills have been rather rife over the last few rounds. NovaQ doing the best of that situation. Finding the opening as well in this one. Follow up from Nealon is great on Andu. Caught back to Connector. Simple trying to make a play. Difference maker as he has been so many times before. Good shot on Pump. Flashed off, blinded. Tasman can't quite take him down. Simple is low HP though, so has to fall back and leave his teammates to try to do the rest of the heavy lifting. 3v4 for BCGame.
But the problem between Nexar and Kakanito is I'm not sure how they're going to try and gain short or con control without any util. Struggling for Kakanito. If you had an AK, that would have been a clean kill. You've now got yourself a 3v4 deficit, but you're hoping for timings. You're hoping for overextensions from the CTs because you can't force map control out yourself.
Simple heard the man falling away. Timing couldn't be any better for a plant as Nexus strikes on mid-access gain. Bomb down. It was not down, but it is on default. 3-on-3. If Nexus and Kakanito can get here and support Simple, could well secure the plant at least. Molotov sent, open up. Orp shot connects. Not as clear as I thought it might have been. Mode Savage with his kill. Nexus trying to cover him. Spray through, forcing that man back. Not quite dead just yet, though. Swings back for more. Takes Nexus, and Deagle pulled out against Kakanito. Risky plant positions there for BCGame. It doesn't work out at all.
Well, the problem is, where do you plant? You've got no protection anywhere. You've got one incendiary that goes down towards CT. You either open yourself up for con, or you open yourself up towards jungle. And Nexar is not in a position where he's holding short. Instead, he's waiting for con. He's waiting to see if there's any movement to come from jungle or the window area. Always difficult when you don't have that util to get that bomb down safely. NovaQ fight back with a few rounds in a row and now give themselves a freebie. You've got a very light eco, almost nothing investment.
NovaQ, their chance to make it 4. Even the board and try and take that lead away from BCGame in this early half. Tasman already set towards short access. Kill count on Simple comes in easy. Aim punch effective. No Kevlar across the entire keyboard, so it should all wrap up pretty nice and clean. Next gets 1 out of it for Nealon. The 4-on-2 still remains for NovaQ, and therefore should be theirs.
And Tasman just wants to make sure that nothing gets out of the ordinary. You don't want to be giving away free kills. Don't want to be making this expensive. Now, Mode Savage has not been moving that AWP around too much. I expect in the next gun round he might try and bring it out to the B apartments or think about taking it into short. Simple was definitely moving the AWP a lot more on their CT side in the opening best of one on Mirage. Whereas Mode Savage is not quite in that position just yet.
We'll see how that adjust comes in. With the BCGame, we'll start to suffer for it, but now NovaQ focusing on their own problems and getting past the scoreline deficit is now one less issue. And Dead Set even at the moment should be able to see them take the lead or at least try and fight for it and have the superior buy here. AWP in play versus none for BCGame. Utility set to limited as well for the T side. AWP goes out towards mid rather than apps or short. Smoked off immediately in the window. I have to start figuring out repositioning. Teammates looking to swing forward from Kector and Shaw. Combined to the killer Nexa, he's down.
Well, like that, complete disrespect. You know, the T's are going to act. They're going to try and walk contact out towards A, and that's a hell of a shot against Pump.
Surprised that he didn't even get the kill outright. 12 HP. Down. Sprays awkward, but it comes together against Nealon with electronic fighting Mode Savage as well. And just like that, it all ends quickly. Tasman's still going to try and contest, but needed to get a multi-frag there. M4 close, can land on Kakanito, unawares of whether players reposition 2 on site, and Andu back towards mid can close in the pincers against the last. And BCGame can maintain control of this lead despite NovaQ's best efforts seem to be falling a little bit short in these key rounds.
Well, we're seeing the best out of both teams at certain moments. Now, for NovaQ, that's quite creative. You go in for something very aggressive. You've got confidence to try and take an early duel. But for Nexa, that's an extremely cold call. As soon as you realize that they're trying to fight aggressive mid, you want to try and pressurize elsewhere. You walk out on A, and everyone is delivering. Yeah, you can say that players were struggling individually. It's true. They still cracked all them entries.
Look at that. Fast plays in from Andu up towards mid. 2 kills out of Con. And Simple's up to chime in as well. They're already done. Oh, another one for Andu. As Tasman completely whiffs the chance to get the trade in. 3 kills from the mid fights. And BCGame have shown just as little respect to NovaQ in this one. Minimum 6 taken for the T side. The fighter's got to hold on to his weapon. And what pace and what a round from Andu. Next at the close. But Andu's the highlight.
And you start getting the feel and the understanding of why Cypher was dropped from this team and why Andu came in to be that aggressive rifler. It's moments of display of talent where you just think, what a player. Yes, he's got a lot of util and he's got distraction. I mean, they're all trying to pull as many of those players towards A main as possible. The first kill against the AWP is a freebie. The second one against Jungle is incredible. And then, well, the third one is just a pure whiff, isn't it, from the rifler at Tasman, and it's an instant capitalization.
NovaQ now have to concede this one, stacking to the A site, and players are on their way to B for BCGame. The T side half. Tasman's hoping for a trade back. Electronics ready to receive, and that's the one rifle dropped and taken away from CT side. Also a little bit of a bonus reinvestment as well. Do everything they can to make life much more harder for NovaQ in the last round of the half.
BCGame have just got a bit of a flair about them on Mirage that we didn't quite see on Inferno, and it might just be because of how the maps play out. Inferno's just so slow on T-side, isn't it? You're always trying to tape Banana, then you're trying to tape Bracket, you're working timings on your apps lurk, whereas Mirage, you do allow yourself those quicker maneuvers, those high impact 20, 30-second contacts. So we're getting a different feel from BCGame between map 1 and map 2.
And they'll have their half. They'll have one more round in the half, and 8-4 up for grabs. Just one more round to claim for Electronic and the boys. Looking lights out on home territory. And again, not to be unexpected. Shot from AWPs coming from both sides. Mode Savage connects his kill though. Simple is down early.
Breakage of the smoke. And now Andu to try and fight back from the man disadvantage. Now you've got Kakanito that's out there towards bench being forced away because of that incendiary. Smoke goes down and Electronic hasn't entirely activated. He is not moving very much out from Palace. Instead he's hanging back and waiting to see if any aggression comes towards him.
And no one is forthcoming for NovaQ. Electronic creeps up as his teammates set themselves into this connector position. Running their way forward, making that team boys land the player on site to engage. Pump kills off one, trying to get towards Firebox. Electronic covered off by Mode Savage in the AWP pick. Looking good to a 5-on-2. No trades yet for BCGame. I don't know if they get any at all. Kakanito and Nexa combine, and they're working their way back into this round in the blink of an eye from a 2v5 to a 2v1. The last man, a Taskman, revealing himself without HE. A little bit late, couldn't deny the bomb plant. Couldn't get a kill out of it after the fact either. Doesn't know where the second player is. Quick over the Tetris, making a ton of noise away from. All timing, all off. Take 37, killed off by Kakanito, and BCGame shouldn't have won 8, but they have done. It's 8-4 for them at the turn of the first half. 4 rounds separate BCGame and NovaQ. 5 rounds separate BCGame from a 2-0 over NovaQ. And the underdog team that impressed in the first map-up hasn't quite been able to deliver that finishing blow. Dwegu said that their rounds are competent. They need more finishing touches, and that one has been more evident over the course of this barrage so far. Just some chances wasted away in BCGame. On the CT side now, trying to close out this 1-2.
Yeah, wasted away to individual brilliance. I can't believe what we're seeing in some of these rounds. I mean, a 2v5 to close down the last half.
Yeah.
BCGame are feeling it, and, well, they know exactly what's going on with this A exec. Info play from mid is seeing nothing at all. Electronic is seeing all the util, and at least 3 players coming out of A main with the bomb.
Pump's hoping that there's someone down in dark mode in the zone. Not going to check, but fortunately that's not going to be an issue. Andy with a good kill to open up. Tasman with a response of Electronic from range. USP connects onto the first head. Second head is seeing the flashbang in support, keeps them blinded, and so NovaQ have to get out of the way. They secure the bomb plot in the meantime, and now hunker down and centralise to the bomb site. Meanwhile, a fight out towards short and connector, where one player is going to get caught off guard. No savage with the bait and switch actually against Kakanito. Defizer and Pumpkin involved as well. It's all on Electronic now. 1v2. Headshot the first, knows exactly where the second man is. Tap the defuse once, see the man coming out aggressive, sees him coming out a second time. Another tap comes forward. There's no kit. There is a kit actually on Electronic, but now he's dead out of time. Forced to the reload. Man's been forced away too long, and Pump's time stalling tactics have worked for NovaQ to tame the pistol.
Electronic had a smoke the entire time and just didn't use it. Didn't put it down onto the bomb. Didn't tap to draw the fight out in the open. And that just seems so insane. To me, as soon as he gets that kill against the guy in jungle, you put the smoke onto the bomb, you either stick or you tap and draw the fight. He just does neither. And
Did he buy the smoke?
What's that, sorry?
Did he buy the smoke?
Yeah, it's smoke and kit from the beginning of the round.
I was thinking because maybe he might have just picked it up and not realised. If that's the case, then yeah, maybe a bit of a misplay from his own individual moment. BCGame, therefore, can't quite get on the victory warpath just yet. Forced their way into round 14 to try to do so, though. NovaQ have their standard sets of Galils.
Now, you've got the M4 on the con player of Kakanito, but because of the rounds not having an AWP and being a force buy, Simple's going to go into con and Kakanito's going to take up window, and they can just keep moving the positions between the two of them. And Electronic is going to jiggle out here from A main. As soon as he sees a shadow, he can drop that and try and block. And this is going to be a simple group. Now, this is the right way to play an anti-force buy round from Nealon and co. Don't get away with too many gimmicks. Don't play too heavily into the default. Just go in for a good set piece and have good trading.
One player seeing close counter utils immediately other for CT side. Got a bit of a gap generated though. Nealon's going to try and abuse that. HE to open Electronic's Deagle. Doesn't get a shot. Doesn't get a kill. Tasman to find him. Bomb site pretty nicely. The 4 players that remain at BCGame behind these smokes and get jumping stairs. Seeing that bomb in his plant position, but can't land against the planter himself. So low HP across players at NovaQ, but no way back in for BCGame. They're going to back off and save what they've got.
It's just such a heavy stack towards B, wasn't it? You got double short, double towards the apartments, and then Electronic is the only player towards A. He tries his very best with the Deagle, but when you're being flooded from both A main and from Palace, it's difficult with the Deagle to make much happen. I think he would have been stronger with an MP9 and armor in that situation. NovaQ make it 6, and BCGame, well, at least they hold on to a lot of the investment from the last round, so they can still keep the next one costly.
Try and find that economical reset that they're looking for over NovaQ. Saw it try and take action in the early portions of the last half when it started going back and forth for a little bit. And NovaQ eventually found the reset point against BCGame, built up their 4 rounds. And BCGame hoping to do the same thing in reverse. Money is building up for the T side though, there's a lot of them in reserve. And Galils will strike first. It's the M4 of Kakanito down in the apartments.
You do have the FAMAS out of the B-bomb site and a fairly heavy rotation from both Nexa and from Simple. Unfortunately, Andrew's been dealt with. All those rifles are just achieving nothing.
Even Nexa gets nothing out of his HE down, utility damage done towards that Deagle. Simple's in the back though. Oh, just heard that Molotov. Don't know he's there. Gets away with one pick, but no more than that. Electronic way too far away and way too little firepower to do much more else from here. Try and make his way forward. Shut down soon enough. Actually does find a pick out from Neil, and it's not going to be wrong with wishful thinking at this stage. No kits in play this time. Tough man. Closes him down. NovaQ within one of BCGame, who are up to the rifle buys, and a chance now to put themselves back on that victory pace.
Well, considering that it really should have been a pistol round win to start off this map, and then they had the, 2v1 against Nexa that was flanking out in market with the MAC-10 in round number 3, they've made this a one-round game. They've brought the scoreline back. I don't know that it's only come from pistol, anti-force bar, and anti-eco, but they have kept themselves in it when they haven't had as good of a performance as what they did on map 1.
Shots up, M4's engaged. Simple kneeling. Kaki to go back and forth. Kneeling trades onto the double. Triple secured from the veteran of the NovaQ side. Andu responds back. Gap in that connected jungle smoke. Re-smoke on from the CT side to buy a bit more cover, or just to bait them into thinking that they're holding back behind Con. Mode Savage needs the Pfizer to get back here because he's trapped at Firebox. I don't think they realize it though. Their backs are turned. Oh, this could be excellent stuff. Swing, kill gets found, secondary trade back, but Andu doubles up and maintains a triple in the round for BCGame to be on the CT board.
Oh, bro, that's the right play as well. Getting out there from Firebox to catch the player on the bomb site, but Trigger Discipline would have won it. That's such a strange round. Neelan has done so much work. He is just running wild. He's getting so much impact on all of those A-site individuals, and yet the round's still not coming in. This, to me, is the best of 3 that if you play it 10 times, NovaQ may win it 7 times. But on this time today, they've had so many what-ifs. A crazy amount across map 1 and 2.
The whole thing I was saying earlier is just excellent stuff, just let down by a couple of problems, either on an individual level or on a team level. One guy goes ham, the rest can't follow it up. You have a solid round as a whole or as a unit, and then suddenly you just can't quite find the closers.
I think BCGame have looked incredible in clutches, whereas for NovaQ, they haven't had that same lethal ability, the success rate in the 1vx's.
Seldom back. And now NovaQ. Got their weapons set, moving in towards the mid-access. Finding the opening on Kakanito from beyond that smoke. Excellent start for Neelan again.
He's got a good timing where he can get out towards Mark, and Andu is trying to work a crossfire with his teammate. He's tapping around, but only gets away with 1.
Mesa was taken down initially. Simple with Electronic. Major champions here. Now just Electronic. If Simple gets cut back on rotation, Electronics for Masters is all that remains. Not enough firepower. Can't be secure, but before that, pump. We'll pump in the last couple of bullets into the last man of the CT side, and NovaQ back on track. May have flustered for a moment. Situation has been maintained and they're still in the game.
And these are the kind of series where Neelan as a caller just wants to prove that he is so much more than what his time on EG was. I mean, he joined that team when it was really going down the drain. And then even when he went over towards Gamer Legion, he wasn't there for very long. They didn't give him many tournaments at all to prove that he's got what it takes. And he used some of that valuable experience at Tier 1, took it over to 1win, and now he's taken it back into the local scene where he's working hard, he's working with inexperienced players, and you finally got that taste of playing up against decent caliber teams, of that next step up in competition. And he had a pretty good map number 1. He's been calling a very good T-side at the moment. And they're holding on here, just about.
One round to the good still for BCGame. They're buying 2 hero M4s. Andu and Simple want to try and make a difference, and to be fair, they have looked pretty good over the course of the day. Andu and Electronic start to make their moves in first. Late and switch angles, the 5-7 comes. Position, goes down to Nealon, chance for Andu to trade, only gets one kill out of it. Now Kakanito needs backup, Simple's on the way in, but connected jungle stairs and CT smoked off. I think a gap in the connected jungle smoke again. By the CT side, being abused by Simple though on top of the ticker booth. Finds 2 frags for it, advantage maintained, regained by Tasman, but Kakanito's P250 returned the favour, and now it's Mode Savage grabbing an M4, upgrading to an AK, and taking that bomb right back to the B site.
Now for BCGame, as long as they play together, they're going to give themselves the edge. You don't want to separate one player towards B and one player towards A. Mode Savage, just 20 maps played on HLTV, has now got to win a 1v2 versus Kakanito and Simple.
One's on a rifle, one's on a pistol. Both are tagged heavily to 40 HP or thereabouts. And they made their moves in as Mode Savage may have just outbrained them. Slowed it down, forced to rotate into the B bomb side, but he's back on his way, diverting his course into the A play via connector. Can't be denied the bomb plant position from here. Simple's watching the murder hole, hoping there's an extension. And he might just still get it. Mode Savage. No, he goes back for a plant. He needs to prioritize that plant now because Kakanito's going to get the information. Simple's going to start to make his moves. HE's towards CT spawn. Simple makes his move up quick. Mode Savage, better be watching. Play. Wrong moment. Simple takes his chance to strike. As great as that was for Mode Savage, it doesn't work out. BCGame on 10.
And there are certain teams in Tier 2 that really don't like heroing. They might do it once every so often, but they always want to try and prioritize a strong buy in the next. Whereas for BCGame, I've seen it now in this best of 3, and I've seen it in the previous best of 1. The heroes work really well for this squad. Yes, you might limit yourself slightly for what happens to the next investments. It might be someone down to a FAMAS or an MP9, but they have real belief in the X factor. And we're seeing it consistently of players just making individual moves that are just winning rounds by themselves.
BCGame back in control, back in the driver's seat. The umpteenth time across this series, Mode Q. Kakanito challenging them, kneeling down, close quarters. Mode Savage can trade, looks to the second to double up. Nexus to full, Electronic gets his response, and Pump's been legged to 15 HP to the AWP with Simple. Knows that Mode Savage is close, shot missed out, the Molotov affects him, the HE comes in. It doesn't get the kill though, 2 points of HP, he's barely alive. As is Pump though, even kill with a 3v3.
Yeah, Simple is very much hurt out towards jungle, so it puts more influence on the CT players. Andu out here to tech it, Electronic with a flashbang and a smoke.
Simple's waiting for someone to swing. Lightning fast reaction to the AWP shoulder bait, but no, they swing wide and Defizer goes down to it. Mode Savage can prioritize on the bomb planter. Simple's found by Pump, and now he's down towards mid and makes way towards connected real quick. Sees one player ahead of the smoke. Diffused is coming in. One straight bullet will do it, and he finds Andu in the air. Nova Q keeping pace with BCGame even against the toughest of margins.
And finally, a clutch going well for them, and Pump had a very good reposition and cleanly got that first kill. The Diffuser just trying to stick the entire thing. Good read from Simple to react to what is an overextension, realizing on low HP that they're going to try and fight him for the space. Nova Q with the buyback against BCGame's AWP, M4s on 2, but also 2 MP9s for Nexa and Andu.
Eight rifles total in this round. Orpa Simple being one of them. And you are right to point out the differences in that buy, more lopsided for BCGame. Those 2 SMGs will be the limiting factors. The Galils on Defizer and Neela means it's not perfect for Nova Q either. Both economies investing heavy. An important swing round, an important juncture in this game. For BCGame, will be enough to get them up to map point, at least for Nova Q. Get them into the lead. And who's seen him, smokes in hand, going to try and block our vision on the bomb side. The backup also involved towards getting the jungle, and one of those blind sprays comes up good for Kakanito. Andu having a back turn of mode, Savage kneeling gets onto the site and can trade him, but a 4-on-3 ensues a BCGame.
Simple to try and fight against Nealon out from spawn, does get baited and goes for a second kill, wins it against Nealon.
Surprised he didn't hit that shot. The second player can't hit the straight bullet on Simple either. 11 HP. He goes down to one good engage. Tasman going to focus on Electronic instead. Kakanito gets trading. It's the Pfizer all alone. AK in hand. Back up towards CT spawn here. And I don't think they realise it. They might think that he's still out towards the site. They reposition. They are having their eyes set towards spawn. Footsteps heard, bomb tapped once. The Pfizer's got no U-turn, no direct engagements. All three are watching him, and all three will combine to take him down. BCGame on 11.
Nealon knows that he should be winning that fight against Simple, because Simple's just trying to brute force it. Yeah, it's fine.
Okay, I thought for a second it was going to go the way of Novaque for a moment.
Yeah, they did enough time stalling, but it was just out in spawn. Simple just getting on the edge of that smoke and just making the AWP feel very threatening. I mean, Kakanito, he can't even see anything, can he? First off, he's smoked. Second off, he's blind. He's just trying to repos towards jungle from connector and thinks, oh, well, I might as well spam in the process, and gets away with just a clean kill straight through that smoke. Even Andu getting on the front side of triple, he also gets one. So both impact from A players before they even need to focus on the retake.
Gage again before Electronic finds Pump quickly up in for BCGame start. Novaque don't have a lot in the setup for this round. The upgrade pistols, that's the best. Mostly ecos other than that. They're playing for OT once again. They did well to take us to overtime in the last map. BCGame. And Mark have already found that first, looking for the rest of them.
And Tasman just trying to get the Deagles in the impact zones. Every time they're getting the upgraded pistols in, nothing's coming of it. Nealon just about gets the AWP, but always difficult when you've only got a Glock. And Mode Savage is the last one left. Only one kill in the round. BCGame going to get up to series point. Novaque have definitely surpassed, I would say, a lot of the viewers' expectations. I think a lot of people coming into this game would have looked at these guys not playing on HLTV frequently, no one known outside of Nealon, and thought there's not even going to be a chance against a squad like this. But they've held weight on map 1 and in map 2. Yes, it's disappointing that they haven't shown a little bit more, but I think the depth is just, unfortunately, too far gone, and this is where BCGame are going to close.
I think at this point, however, Dwayne, we were looking at Novaque saying if they can prove their potential to be a mid-pack tier 2 team, then I think that'll be a satisfactory tournament for them. And I think that they've done that overall. It might not be a map win, it might not be a series win, but you are taking on some of the greats. 3 former tier 1 players, 2 former major champions. A pack of 19 or 21-year-olds plus Nealon. Many of whom have had very little experience and no experience at this kind of level. And still they have kept this close. They have made these games competitive, and maps might read 2-0, but the scorelines will read something very different. And us today, been thoroughly impressed with Novaque. And BCGame are on map and series point. They're looking to put the final nail in the coffin in their tournament run. 3 chances to close it. Novaque rifle by for their last hurrah, their last chance to try and grind back to overtime.
They could get a good timing against the B site anchor. Nexa is repositioning towards short. There is no one on B directly for the CTs now.
Honest that he made us distracted them well enough, so now the action's going to come out. They're going to make their way in from the apartments. Sand is good for 1. Pump going to trade back on Nexa. They're so distracted in mid that they couldn't really support that B site aggression. Find the fight on Nealon though, gets the man advantage in 4v3. Tasman's going to move and watch the doorway. 2 to line up and both go down to him. Simple took Mode Savage out, however, it's 2 versus 2. Bump up the task. Tasman's not done. He swings back in a short. Electronics cut down by the last. And Novaque, wow, they're not done yet.
And they may have lost a lot out to mid, but the extension towards market is the correct play. The flash assist comes in, it's an easy couple of kills, and then just the pure acceleration from the last two of Andu and Electronic to try and get in quickly. And that was a 2v4 being won from NovaQ. Now, BCGame have still got a couple of opportunities to get this game wrapped up. The economy is going to be fine for a rebuy in the next round. If it goes to round 24, though, depending on if players are being saved weapons, it could be an awkward buy. You're working with, what, 1,900 loss. So if you're not winning round 23, you really hope that you're saving 2, maybe 3 players alive in for the last.
$12-10 is still the scoreline, though. BCGame still need one to close it all down. NovaQ fighting from the back foot, trying to come alive at this late stage of the game. Tasman trying to come alive. 23 kills, top fragger for his side, only behind Simple at 24. With AWP leaning into mid, hoping to be the better of the difference makers, the ones that puts this game to bed. Leans up, sees one at stack, takes a shot, and dips out of the way. Tagged to 24 HP. One of the best that starts in the round for it.
Now, Simple had the protection of his own con smoke. Andu tries to go aggressive out to the apartment, and he's being watched. This is a really passive line of engagement for the default. And waiting to see what aggro moves are going to come in. The AWP didn't generate anything in mid. Andu tries to search, he gets caught. And now that means that mid is very open. Kakanito goes into sandwich. Electronic, as the A-site anchor, tries to focus his attention towards con. And Simple's not seeing anything from short.
It's game on here for NovaQ. Frag and tag against Andu and Simple, respectively. And a very spread out CT side. Any kills come in will be lacking immediate trades. Someone will have to go big for BCGame. Might have to be Kakanito here. M4 alone on the A site, and well, they're leaning up towards that bomb plant position. He's checking out all around for information. The mid's been uncontested, so you start to realize quickly that, yep, this is going to be an A take. Do BCGame want to go for it, though, here? They've lost all sorts of control. They're down a man, down on HP for the 5. And, yeah, they will hold on to their guns. They will keep them for the next round, the final round of this regulation, the final chance to buy for BCGame. It makes sense. You should have one more chance to close this down in 2-0.
Kakanito might be able to upgrade this M4 into an AK. That'll be a slight added bonus going into the next. Electronic might also be able to upgrade the FAMAS into an AK if Nealon overextends into market. Now, it was obvious that that was going to be a save because it was just a pure gamble stack, wasn't it? And it was an educated gamble. You have Kakanito that goes aggressive into A main, and he doesn't spot anything. So in a man disadvantage, stacking B is the right read. Unfortunately, it's almost the entire team coming up con. At least they're not going to struggle with a good buy state. This is the best case scenario, holding on to 4.
Last chances are calling. Final moments of regulation, final round of our 24. Tack pause for BCGame. They go over the game plan one more time. One more to close it down, else we go to another overtime. NovaQ been very good at dragging us all the way. Setting towards mid. Molotov sent, smokes down, Simple. Trying to spot. As is Mode Savage for his AWP back towards the apartments, but no one engaging, no one aggressing from either of those two positions.
Now, the AWP is pretty much in the same position as the previous round, except rather than forcing the fight, you're just sitting back more defensively in con. Divisor has struggled massively to perform when it comes to this second map. Kakanito going to go aggressive to try and search out here towards mid. Andu protecting him with the incendiary towards underpass.
Nearly leaning up. Backs turn, and Simio's forcing forward, doesn't let the fight. Forced to engage in it anyway and wins it out against Kakanito. The AWP misses, and Nealon gets 2 important frags. Andrew's returning response. Now next up to task. SMG close range in the apartment entrance. Runs into the AWP and still takes him down. Going for the rifle, costs him. It's all Andrew now. Onshore initially. Hearing one player coming from mid, but Divisor domes him in an instant. And amongst the chaos, NovaQ bring it back all the way to 12 apiece. We're going to overtime again.
Crazy scenes to come out from NovaQ. That is Nealon being able to put his foot down again. We are seeing an individual, I would say, outclassing some of the star players at times. Nealon's never been known as a high-fragging in-game leader, but he's tried to take over in this series. He knows to himself that he's got the ability to call around some of his individual moves, and right there's just a little bit of hesitation between Kakanito and Simple. Do we want to regress for the fight? Do we want to fall back? They get caught in 2 minds, and Nealon just closes both of them.
NovaQ brought us to overtime in the last map as well, but they weren't able to close it. BCGame got the edge over them for 4 rounds in a row. One disturbance from the NovaQ side. On the T side, initiate things. Look at the push for the electronic into ramp. Backstab's also coming in from Kakanito towards mid, but this is a 3-man unit that could line up. This is so much for electronic. Sees him, takes him, perfect. Everyone's dead. NovaQ will concede the first of OT.
And sometimes you wonder what's caused that. We have not seen any aggro A extensions for map control to the early or mid rounds in all of regulation. And yet, for whatever reason, we go into the first round in overtime, and they're instantly on the push. They're instantly searching. Sometimes you probably get what? Like a Palace Lurk of 1. Palace Lurk with 3 and the bomb. It's crazy timings that comes out, and he just gets absolutely everything. And what a shame there from NovaQ. Couldn't even get themselves set up for a default.
Indeed. BCGame. Up to 13, back in the lead once again.
Just quickly there, Jay. So obviously 3 players dropped out there in Palace. The players were a bit afraid about moving too quickly. So what Electronic is doing is he's passing those AKs down. He's passing them all forward towards the A players. So Simple gets an AK and Nexa gets an AK.
AKs for days on the CT side. No casualties were taken, so firepower is all over them. Tactical pause for NovaQ as well, because they did get smacked down, basically. All down to 1 flank, 1 position. They weren't accounting for, so set and ready to go towards that A-bomb site. Now they deal with even further consequences towards that. Plenty of firepower for BCGame. NovaQ. And a set of weapons, including the AWP. Looking at the underpass angles, they're going to fight for the CT side. Kakanito goes a little bit lesser off on that one. Both him and Nealon attacked heavily. NovaQ. Again into this apartment's position. Nade damage being done though. All sorts of damage done across both sides of the board. And then mid-fights, leaving players on the T side weakened.
You'll notice that Simple's not even AWPing in this round. They had perfect opportunity, money to go for it. Every time they've had money in reg, he's always been on the big green. But for whatever reason, in OT, they want him on the rifle. Maybe gives them more ability to fight towards mid. The timing there, I mean, Nealon's hasn't even made noise, hasn't even contacted. It's another HE that puts even more damage down to the Ts.
Pump to 36. Fires at the 39. Kakanito on 18. Next on 55. Those are the tagged up players. Everybody else at 100. 40 seconds. M4 of Andu swings in, but doesn't want to stick around. Saw two players could go down quickly to a 1-to-1 trade at worst, or at best rather. Smokes off the short entrance, covers himself away from any further Russian. Tasman started to walk out here for NovaQ into the A-bomb site, but no info is being gained as the exact position. Hearing the bomb rotate from underpass, so that's information to come over. Electronic going to wait. Is he going to bring another trap on them? They have to do so. Headshot gain. Bomb close range. Electronic gets this kill, and that'll be the end of the round. No. Defizer gets him the return. Player at Palace, though. Chance to strike. Swing up. Gets his kill. Kakanito only good for one, but one's all he needs as Andu and Simple clean up the rest. And BCGame take another. And NovaQ just can't find that finishing blow again. It's been consistent across this series. As great as they are, they're missing the final piece.
Well, I'm not sure what Tasman is meant to do. He's walked up A, he's cleared out Sandwich, he's cleared out under Balk. They just can't find anyone. And then eventually Electronic is playing an off angle on reverse default, and then Kakanito's in Palace, and you're just scratching your head, aren't you? What is going on in that round?
Finally an open for NovaQ. Mode Savage lands on Kakanito. Kicks things off on the right foot for his side and leaves BCGame down on the margins again. With the better weapon at this stage, money's not stabilised for NovaQ at the tail end of this overtime. The Eagles on Nealon and Pump. AKs and M4 still available for the CT side.
He had Kakanito AWPing over Simple in this round. It's an opening casualty. Andu has previously been in this more aggro A main spot. Now the resmoke down to A main should indicate that he's not here, but the AWP is still ready. Oh, that timing is so awkward.
Andu still gets a second chance. He's the second player right behind him as well. Dink down to 41 points of health. Needs to be careful about this. Could have gone a kill, but couldn't quite do so. Defies and now strikes back from mid. Simple's going to get caught. Andu watching Palace, sees a man. Tasman comes out and hits him in the head. Two left. Kill from Nexa can come up against one man, but Tasman's not done. He's just wrecked every single player he's seen. And NovaQ recover around at the tail end of that OT half, not giving them another set of map points. Not another set of match points either for BCGame. We have to work a little bit harder as they move to the T side now.
And now I start wondering, with how Big have performed in their best of three, whether they'll look at BCGame as them being the favourites now. BCGame going into overtime on map 1 and on map 2 versus NovaQ. If you're Tabson, I know that you've got a couple of new players into the team, but maybe confidence is higher than what it probably should have been going into that best of three tomorrow.
Yeah, for those of you who missed it, 2-1 on that series against AM, so Big will move on to face on the winner of this series. Meanwhile, Molo's taken down Arbe 2-1. Kill for Tasman, takes down Andu in the initial portions of this CT side defensive. BCGame trying to play fast and loose, and NovaQ just shutting the hell down. Electronic caught Kakanito with only one. Down near got close on Pump. It's a 4v2 for NovaQ.
Kakanito came close towards that secondary kill, and that could have forced quite a lot of over-rotations from the B-site players. Nexa needs a clean entry against this backside individual. Tasman is still quite aggressive towards short.
And the fires are not detected. Nexa's going to wait for Simple to rotate with that bomb up into the apartments and formulate some sort of plan here on B. They're going to drop off. Now player on site, point blank, and Nexa couldn't stabilize. All on Simple now, 1v4 clutch.
They just tried to beat them with pace, and instead it led to a lot of opening casualties. That was an awkward round from BCGame. Simple's not given much of an opportunity in this one. Tasman on the rotation back. Even the B-side player, Divisor, is slightly repositioned, but still not over-peaking.
Simple adjusts towards the Pfizer, but no more than that. Mode Savage good to return. We're dead set even, all squared up. NovaQ still on with a lifeline and a chance to steal this game away. And how incredible would it be to take Mirage of all maps away from BCGame? We were saying before we got started on this map that with the victory of Inferno for the favourites, that should lock in a 2-0, or at least it should make it most likely. The overtime resilience of NovaQ now starting to find their finishing blows. Can they keep it going to the very tail end of it?
You're waiting for a walk contact from either Simple or Electronic towards A. They get one of the stars to activate. Now, Electronic is already quite aggressive towards A ramps. You expected the walk and the contact to come in soon.
Simple kill on pump. BCGame. Quick attack into the A bomb side with Electronic leading the charge. Nealon smoked off, going to try and beat him to the punch, and Simple's right around that corner. 2 feet away. Scene kills off. Electronic goes falling in turn though. Kakanito can take the Pfizer. It's a 4-on-2 the BCGame with full access and control of the A site. Plant will be secured. Mo Sav and Tasman, surely they don't go for a retake here. They have money though. Overtime and limited funds. Going to try and lean around the bomb sites, but just non-committance there from the AWP. Now he goes falling. Tasman. All you can do is find exits. BCGame are going to be back up on map and series points. Just wait for the ninja. Surely he wouldn't. Surely he wouldn't. Surely he wouldn't. Tasman! Tasman! There's no way! There's no way! The spray's off from Simple! Oh, he's stolen it! He is cheeky as you like him to be, but BCGame left embarrassed in his map point instead for the opposition.
Well, I don't know what they're doing there. It's a 4v1. Why are they not all on the bomb site? Why are we even in a position that we're hunting the last player? It's not even going to make a difference to the economy. What an absolute joke of a round that is. Oh, well, they deserve to lose now, to be honest, Jay. I can't believe I've just seen that loss.
I can, only because I've just seen it happen. NovaQ yet to be on a map point this first time. Are they going to close out Mirage because of BCGame's complacency? Could this really be their moment? Or upset from Mode Savage to receive the incoming A hit.
It just needs to get one with that big green pump towards Underbalk. It's going to be fast. It's going to be pretty quick into the exec.
Here they come. Mode Savage. Flash blinded. Doesn't see any of them. Andy takes the kill at range. Player overwhelmed at dark. Pump found. Nealon trying to go hero. Only gets in one before he goes out of the way. The M4 at low HP. The plant secured. Will be soon enough. Tatsman goes falling. As will Nealon. And NovaQ can't finish off the job. BCGame take us to another overtime.
Well, at least they haven't completely embarrassed themselves. That would have been just a full tilt going into map number 3 if you lose a 4v1 like that and then just lose the follow-up round. So good little survival here from BCGame. I would say at times probably just humbling, right? Like that. I think I was mentioning at the beginning of the day when we saw the best of one that we didn't see any of sort of the troll 5v2 rounds being lost. Well, we've already seen one of them out here on Mirage. And it doesn't matter what sort of players you can have. You just can't be making schoolboy errors like that. So they do need to reel in. They do need to realize what's at stake here, because this has been a really tough best of 3.
Indeed, it has been competitive. One way of describing it. Tasman strikes first on Nexa, but Pump is traded by Kakanito. We are quickly involved in the opening round of this second overtime. Simple finding Mode Savage near and trading it back, but only going so far as Andu gets involved. Tasman lines up 2, and Andu's low HP in the 1-on-2. These perfect shots to the head. And they won't come his way. NovaQ start things off.
Just starting to get a bit brawly from BCGame. I felt in regulation it was quite controlled on the T side. They had themselves a lot of slow rounds, working timings, working map control. Whereas now that we've got into overtime, it's just starting to get drier with some of these duels. We're seeing it out there towards A with Kakanito and Simple. Andu walking through the con smoke. You just start wondering, are BCGame losing their edge slightly in this Mirage?
Quite possibly. I don't think they were expecting this one to go as long as it has for NovaQ to deliver in the way that they have done so far. And being fair here, I mean, BCGame on an individual basis a step above the rest. The only concern you might be able to throw into the mix is cohesion with a new 5th player. The NovaQ have most certainly impressed. Simple's now bombing out 30. Tasman, exact same on his frag counts. And BCGame still looking to usurp the opposition, reclaim control of the lead. Kakanito involved against Neil and takes his shot back. Kill comes easy towards jungle. Pump held away at CT. Dinked down by a quick bait and switch and peek in. Man advantage comes together. The bomb plant should be following suit too as well. Kakanito looking for more engages though. Most Savage's AWP can connect onto him. 4v4 now.
Simple is taking all of the space out here towards jungle. So the rest of the A players just need to stall for time out in Palace and towards A ramp.
Simple scene one, takes him. Tasman cannot mount up to the top fragger of the opposition. Advantage now for BCGame. Swing forward from Exeter to extend it. Pumps down. Mode Savage can land a quick shot on towards Electronic. Defies can come up good as well. Simple from beyond that smoke can connect. It's Defizer alone. 38 HP found by the GOAT. And BCGame on 16 all.
And NovaQ had themselves good setups on the rotation room out from spawn to try and deal with Kakanito. But the issue was Simple in jungle. This is a hell of a shot to go against Tasman. That was the one that changed the complexion entirely.
And the closing blow as well from Con. BCGame looking for a lead at the tail end of the half. NovaQ be ready to receive. No need to regress too far forwards. Standard 2-1-2 setup. Like a 2-2-1 setup really, with the emphasis towards mid for Tasman. BCGame spread out. No engagements yet.
Yeah, Pump is getting a lot of attention drawn from the lurker Simple. But space is being taken. Andu has been able to walk all the way up to short, completely undetected.
And finds a fight on Tasman for it. Starts around for BCGame. Trying to find another. But no one is forthcoming after extended towards the bomb site. Where the Pfizer and Nealon hold in various positions. One back site, one off site. Now Nealon's going to join the Pfizer a bit more tighter angles. Molotov in the balcony, clears it up. Flashbangs come forward. Nealon sprays through the Pfizer. Gets a kill on shore. Andu's down. Nex is down. Bomb dropped in almost. Savage finding Kakanito elsewhere. Electronic with a decent trade, but now he's lost Simple. It's all him again. 20 seconds in the clutch. Not going to happen. NovaQ control the half.
And it's the perfect round for the T side. You gain ladder control. You've got an opening pick. You're splitting B. And yet no one is creating any impact. They're getting down into the bomb site. Andu gets dealt with. The players in the apartments are just getting clotheslined. The crossfire doesn't even feel threatening. And Simple's face maybe says it all. This should have been wrapped up. This should have been a 2-0 for BCGame, and instead, they're down and struggling.
Yeah, that look says to me that he was... he's questioning everything about Counter-Strike right now. Not just in this series as well, to show from NovaQ's side. Earlier on, I can confirm that Muscatares upset foot 13-11, 2-1 in their series, so they are out of the qualifier. One of our key favourites. There's your upset leg. The Pfizer feeling upset about losing the opening fight into the opening round of this half. And overtime again. Shots in from the AWP of Simple. Kakanito can't connect. Simple's back involved against Pump. He might have had enough of this mess. He can't get another kill out of that A side defensive. Mode Savage engages with another kill back towards Electronic. He's lost Neil in the meantime. There's essentially a 1v3. Mason towards him, but single shots to connect on Andu. They feed themselves one by one. In for another. Oh, what a connection that brings home Nexa. And NovaQ, 2 more map points.
Oh my goodness. They are searching without even jiggling. They're just wide swinging into the AWP. Oh, they make it easy for him. Simple's doing everything in that round. He's holding down mid. He's rotating up. He's multi-fragging. That's another free round. That is an unlosable round there for BCGame. And yet somehow they find a way to just completely bottle it. And NovaQ, this is right for the taking, right here and right now.
Their opponent's map pick to head to Dust 2. We were speculating potential of NovaQ to have that one in the back pocket. Potential threat over BCGame. They've had to work for this map. They've had to work for these overtimes. NovaQ pulled off some special opportunities and special moments, and Simple trying to go a step beyond. The Defizer caught first pump, trades it elsewhere. Kakanito to fall. Mid-aggression still the central focus of Neil and Simple, trying to find an engagement point, but Neil sneaks through smokes into connector. Nex's back is turned towards Khan. Checks it, goes down. Quick kill now. 3 more to go for BCGame to concede. Electronic caught on the bomb site, found by Pump. Tasman's involved, and it's all Simple in the 1v4. Smoked off from Con, trying to flash his way forward. Close range from Neil, and at point blank he closes. And NovaQ, against all the odds, have done it. Another 3-map affair here as they push us all the way to Dust 2.
Well, let's be honest, that is a joke and an absolute embarrassment there from BCGame. This should have been a fairly cruisy series. They probably should have even been 2-0'd, looking at how map number 1 and map number 2 has gone down.
Yeah.
I'm still scratching my head with that 4 versus 1 that they've got on the A-bomb site, and it's, lackadaisical, let's all just look for the exit frag, and then, hang on a second, he's coming up Con with a smoke, and that's given us an extra round. That round goes another way. Maybe it's BCGame to close in the very first overtime rather than being pushed towards the second. This is just not good enough. This is tier 1 players versus legitimately unknown players. How is this happening?
I mean, look, you've got some serious complacency in my eyes. Like, you just think about how the final few rounds in that overtime went down. The defuse, the ninja defuse is just the prime hallmark example. Would you take a look at that and you say, that's it right there? That's a perfect instance. But there have been other instances as well. Think about the AWP 1v3 from Mode Savage for NovaQ, right? Think about the fact that they fed themselves one by one. No flashes, no peeks together. If you had just spaced yourselves out and peeked as a unit, you would have been able to get that trade. BCGame should know that, but they didn't end up doing that. And things like that, I think, let them down in that overtime. Because you're right, they should have closed it. It was 12-9 for BCGame. They had 3 series points, and they couldn't get the job done. NovaQ may be on to embarrass the BCGame side.
Yeah, very much so. I mean, I know that BCGame aren't a top-end Tier 2 team, at least as of where they are today. But come on, I mean, there's no way that you should be dropping maps, even being tested as much as you are versus Nealon and co. These guys don't even have events on HLTV. These guys aren't playing at this level frequently. This is getting tested way too much versus a team that you should be bodying.
Oh, look, you said that NovaQ, if they can make it up to a mid-pack Tier 2 position at some point, then that would be a job well done for Nealon to bring up these youngsters. And, well, look, I would say even with the 2-0 for BCGame that they've shown enough potential. If they get a 2-1 in their favor, though, that might be very juicy. Dust 2 is coming up, the final map of this best of 3 after the break.
paper, put my problems paper, dial up the deputy mad at my brown problems in the paper, put my problems paper, dial up the deputy mad at my brown problems in the paper, put my problems paper, dial up the deputy mad at my brown problems in the paper, put my problems paper, dial up the deputy mad at my brown problems in the paper, put my problems paper, dial up the deputy mad at my brown problems in the paper, put my problems paper, dial up the deputy mad at my brown problems in the paper, put my problems paper, dial up the deputy mad at my brown.
Listen here, buddy. Pussy by association. Pussy by association. Pussy by association. Pussy by association. Dial up the deputy mad at my brown. Pussy by association. Pussy by association. Pussy by association. Dial up the deputy mad at my brown.
Put my problems in the paper, put my problems paper, dial up the deputy mad at my brown problems in the paper, put my problems paper, dial up the deputy mad at my brown problems in the paper, put my problems paper, dial up the deputy mad at my brown problems in the paper, put my problems paper, dial up the deputy mad at my brown.
Pussy by association. pussy by association, pussy by association, pussy by association. Now you look at deputy man in my brown.
In the paper, put my problems paper, dial up the deputy mad at my brown problems in the paper, put my problems paper, dial up the deputy mad at my brown problems in the paper, put my problems paper, dial up the deputy mad at my brown problems in the paper, put my problems paper, dial up the deputy mad at my brown problems in the paper, put my problems paper, dial up the deputy mad at my brown problems in the paper, put my problems paper, dial up the deputy mad at my brown problems in the paper, put my problems paper, dial up the deputy mad at my brown problems in the paper, put my problems paper, dial up the deputy mad at my brown.
Listen here, buddy. Pussy by association, pussy by association, pussy by association, pussy by association. Now you look at deputy mad at my brown. Pussy by association, pussy by.
Here we go then. NovaQ have done what we thought to be very difficult at the very least, if not impossible, taking down BCGame on their own map pick. Having lost their own map pick as well, that pick of Inferno from earlier on, we thought that NovaQ were going to get 2-0, but instead they have battled back to try and pull off a miracle. Dweg, do we think it can happen?
Well, it's certainly not a miracle, is it? I mean, look at how BCGame are playing. I think they're just playing quite average today. I definitely don't think that they're playing up to their full potential at all. They need this as a huge wake-up call. If this is not a team that want to try and progress up the ranks and win LAN titles, then I'm not sure what this best of three is meant for. They've got to go on and win everything here.
Yeah, I mean, look, I will also extend that to say that, hey, the way that BCGame were playing, not today, but more just in that overtime, because that's where things really fell apart for them. MVP for the NovaQ side was Tasman. He probably had the most impact, especially over the course of the regulation alongside the overtime. I would say that in overtime, there were other players that probably provided a tiny amount more, but he maintained his consistency. He was the top fragger. And look, they did a great job, I think, as an individual basis. But you are right. The reason why things went the way that they did for NovaQ was down to BCGame's failings. They should have done a lot better in some of those situations. They should have composed themselves much more efficiently. And they could still be on to lose this series as a result of that. The Cider of Dust 2, a little bit more well composed there for NovaQ. They've got a few more results on it in recent times. They've beaten Sashi and Betera on this. Sashi went down 13-9 to them, in fact. So you've got some good results that could potentially springboard into more potential because they've shown off their potential so well so far today.
Yeah, Nealon and co have demonstrated that they've come here to play some decent level CS and that they're coming for some scalps. Now, we know that there's been some upsets on the other sides of the bracket. They want to try and prove it here. Now, if it was to be a best of three loss here for BCGame, it certainly wouldn't be the worst thing in the world because it's an opening day here for Electronic on debut. Their results have been fairly average. However, there's only so long that you can hold excuses out for, right? And I think when you've got the players that you do on this lineup, you need to be winning titles fairly consistently and at least beating teams that you should be able to win easily against. And NovaQ is without a doubt a team in that ballpark.
Most certainly. I 100% agree. Like, this shouldn't have been as difficult as it has been for BCGame. They should have had, at the most, maybe a testing map up there on that Inferno. Obviously, you and I, Dwayne, we said to that map that, yeah, we're given the benefit of the doubt of taking their own home territory. The fact that BCGame lost on their home territory is the part that makes me go, right, well, that's rather concerning, all things considered here. So, yeah, like, look, I don't know where else to sort of take it from here, right? Because even if you want to say things about the whole roster change situation and dynamics and cohesion, whatever you want to say about that, I don't think that is a sufficient enough excuse when you have players like Simple and Electronic and Nexa on the server.
No, I agree completely. I know that there's been a lot of roster changes for BCGame, but one player coming out and Electronic coming in shouldn't change anything. And I mean, we see Simple on the cam there.
He looks so devastated. It's so
they look
sad.
checked out. I mean, we saw it in so many rounds out there on the last map. And is it an ego thing from dropping down from tier 1 and coming here into tier 2 and struggling against NovaQ? this is going to be regular for BCGame. Like, do they not realize what they're in for? They are going to be playing online in Tier 2 for months. They are going to be here all the time.
Yeah, I mean, I just, again, they do look so wild. As you mentioned, checked out really is the best way to describe it, because it is true. And if you're checked out for the final map of the series, and you're about to get eliminated by NovaQ, BCGame eliminated by NovaQ, very much a possibility right now on Dust 2, our final map of the series and our final map of the day here in the Chennai Esports Global Championship European Qualifier. Last chance to redeem themselves. BCGame on the CT side start. The Pistols are live.
Quite a lot of pace down from mid. Now, Pump is playing back passive, which opens up a B split potential. They can smoke off CT, get themselves a single flashbang, and have the late lurk coming out of the upper tunnels. Electronic has a smoke, and that's going to make it awkward for Pump, because when he takes contact, Electronic will drop that smoke.
Need to be play split in from that main player. Mode Savage guns in and in. But Julie's caught out in the open. Electronic good for one pick. That's as far as it goes. Tatsman takes him. Bomb should go down. 4 versus 2. 3 versus 2, excuse me. Actually, Mode Savage does get traded by Nexa. And Pump now looking for Kakanito next up out towards the tunnels. Tatsman and Pump deal with him quick. NovaQ kick things off with a pistol win.
And for NovaQ, when I've looked at them across map 1 and map 2 in the series, it's always felt that they've tried to come back into the game. They've never really got off to positive starts where it feels as if they're putting pressure on the favorites. It's always that they're putting pressure from clawing the rounds back. So if they can come out here in the finale and get off to a good beginning, make it uncomfortable for BCGame, get the economy in order, then they can put a serious threat down in this finale of the series.
Force pack from BCGame. Flash forward, SMGs. Working well for Andus. It's a good finish off the kill against Nealon. Electronic going to follow up onto one more as well. They did take a player out in the exchange, but NovaQ have other actions and success elsewhere. Pump pushes into the B-bomb site, finds the kill against the central site defender. 3 on 3, and looking to burst forward towards the player at CT spawn as well. Julie's a Mode Savage involved with 2 to his name. Next, an Electronic down. Andus.
What a crazy round this is from BCGame. They contest long and do really well. They get the man advantage. They can upgrade some of the weapons. And then Simple just needs to try and block on B. And instead, he's jiggling out there from the upper tunnel's entrance. He ends up getting caught. And you just can't afford that as the B site anchor. You need to be wasting time, buying room for the CTs to rotate in from spawn. And then, well, even Mode Savage just gets the Julies out and he's had enough of it.
Solid start from NovaQ. Pistols only for BCGame, have no choice in the matter. 3-0 start available for the underdogs, who may have been upgraded to dark horses here. Even if they made it competitive, even if they thought they're going to take their home territory, we didn't expect them to take the series. The fact that entertaining this possibility is such a huge achievement for NovaQ. And we'll start off in this round with range. Mode Savage fun Electronic. Following up with Pump also involved. Mac 10 for Nealon. Some more back of the Deagle of Andu. Shot to the head of Nealon. But no more damage to sustain.
Thinking about the upset that's occurred on the other side of the bracket, I was just looking at it in the break, Jay. The opening best of 1, the 2 French teams. Now, I definitely think that Gen 1 is the stronger French team between the 2. Gen 1 were up 10-2 on the T side of Nuke and choked massively, allowing the comeback to come in, Musketeers to be able to win that game. They then go into the best of 3 with Foot in unfortunate circumstances where the head coach Akulio is standing in for Lonks in the entire best of 3 series. So that made a difference to how that event goes. But now I'm thinking, well, we've seen an upset for our number 1 team in the bracket. Big and BCGame are sort of the 2 and 3 front runners. Could we maybe see Big as the only one that's not being eliminated after day 1?
It's possible. Given the fact that they got a buy through towards this well, to this stage here, and obviously won their series to get to the next stage as well. All teams to say they're going to get upset or they're not going to get upset, I wouldn't have put Big at the front of that list. BCGame and Foot have still been pretty decent, even if they have had struggles, particularly in the case of BCGame. The substitution does change things, at least for Foot. Regardless, you are right. If NovaQ can continue in the way that they have done, BCGame have already lost a player here in round 4. A rifle buy is losing Kakanito, 0 and 4 on his kill death counts. NovaQ just taking a slow approach to these defaults again. Majority of players over on the BCGame side towards A. And that bombs out a longhouse as well, so to commit into the mass.
And Nexa out here from the card needs to deliver with quite a bit of impact, because once he gets cleared, you're pretty much done for. Nealon with the pre-aim. Oh, good shot. Yeah, that's a good connection against the in-game leader.
Like barely even pixels offered up there, but Nealon sets it. Electronic finds Pump of the lurks, and now it's all down to the long takers. 4v3 still for NovaQ, bomb out, get planted, forward to engage. Very Simple's good for Nealon. Electronic is low, Simple's unscathed, Tasman's low for the NovaQ side, so 3-on-3 for the retake.
Simple up on the elbow, is not seeing anything. Player up from Goose hasn't even been seen on the jump spot.
Flash forward, Mode Savage there to mark off. Simple is up from range. The player now towards this short access, moves onto the short plant. The fight still gets his kill. Electronic trades him, but long range against the next two. Knows that the AWP is somewhere out there, but doesn't even get a chance to shoot. NovaQ convert upon him. Mode Savage gets himself a double. It's a 4-0 start for the T side.
And BCGame, even if it might not be the core, this is still the, or I should say the entire team, it's only the core 4 because Electronic coming in rather than Prime Tabs. But they've been in 2 grand finals in the last 3 months. They placed second at Exort Proving Grounds and then won one of those ECL Cups. NovaQ can't even get out of CCT close qualifiers, bro. And yet, what's going on in this best of 3?
Everything's going wrong, it seems, for BCGame. Everything goes right for NovaQ on the contrary. Again, we're down to pistols. BCGame's allowing way too much momentum to go the way of NovaQ in the early match. Looking at a 5-0 start unless these SMGs and 5.7s deliver something massive, and trying to find angles to do so here, particularly Andy's in mid door. Sees Nealon's shadow and takes that quick headshot, so that's a start. Can't recover the rifle, but they're up a mat.
BCGame might try and pincer aggressively in from short when this smoke clears. Get on the front foot, look for a little bit more, search for more impact. Simple's close range, and Kakanito's got the MP9 behind him.
37. No flashes forward, dry peeks, the Pfizer and Tasman deal with them quick. BCGame lose a man advantage. Next up, it's not the right angle to find a headshot here. We'll try and get on top of the boxes and the boost. That was fine. Pump, that's a good shot. In a second, almost a third. Tasman just maintains control of this. It's back up towards short. Got 2 more to find. 2v2. Electronics AK recovered. The AWP lands on. Bomb plant will be secured. Safe. Electronic up to clutch.
It gives himself a lurk smoke, but he's got to try and hit this first kill. And NovaQ are not even giving him a chance. They're not over peeking. They're not giving isolated duels. And well, this AK will probably either go towards long, strike quickly, or just end up saving.
Go for an exit frag at best, I think, towards long. No kit, no time. And walking slowly away from the long house. Not even going to look for the exit, in fact. Be happy with an AK, but very little else. The context of the round, it's good because they had only pistols, but NovaQ now 5-0 up. Economy state is still well built despite losing 3 players. Something's got to change, and it's got to change fast.
It's been a pretty concise T-side for the most part here for Nealon. He hasn't been calling many gimmicks. When he's got good long spawns, they try and rush it out quite aggressively. Otherwise, work lower tunnels, keep smoking off the doors, early molly towards short, give yourself easy map control. And Mode Savage, a player that's been pretty inconsistent. It's been a pretty poor best of 3 from him. He's looked pretty solid to the start here of Dust 2, and that's a real positive sign for them.
Orping prowess getting 9 frags thus far. Top of the board in the early matchup. And as soon as they give him praise, he whiffs the flashbang. It doesn't make a difference, at least. There's no one out in mid to really find for BCGame. Most aggressive they've gotten is out towards the short corner, but they're going to get driven back by Molotov, so no major threats against Novak for now. Past the first minute, no opening casualties.
Good space being generated towards long by the T's, and then also kneeling with what he's working out here in mid to B. No long player. Simple with the AWP is holding out from the car. You've got Nexa and Kakanito still quite aggressive towards shore.
Lays up to Nealon. Swing the spot players of Kakanito. M4 near the corner. Moves closer. Turns away from flashbangs, but none come his way, so Nealon gets an easy kill. Simple found Task to start the round, though. Nealon's not done. Nexa puts him down. Simple close. Quick shot. Overcooked. The Pfizer is involved in this one alongside Nexa's trades back on pump. It's 2 versus 2. But the Pfizer's not done. Kill found. Andu alone. Bomb tapped once, and Mode Savage takes that chance to shoot him down. 6-0. Nova Q. Look at the looks on their faces. They know that they are in full control, and they might realize that the opposition is checked out.
Yeah, well, you could just see the clear contrast between the two teams. NovaQ are happy to be here, whereas BCGame, it just looks like, oh, it's just another official, isn't it? Or whatever. It's like, well, what are we doing here? We can't have that mentality. You can't have that process at all. Because they're starting to turn into the Falcons of Tier 2. I mean, they've bought Simple out from Na'Vi. They've bought Electronic out from VP. Bro, that would have been crazy money to be able... I know Simple's towards the end of his contract on Na'Vi, but who in Tier 2 is buying players from Tier 1? Like, no one.
Yeah.
No one is doing that at all. No one's got the money to do it. No one's got the resources. I mean, you'd expect that for NovaQ, you'd probably fund their entire year with 1 week's salary from Simple. I mean, that's what we're talking about here. It's just a complete different landscape.
Especially if the rumors about his salary are true, and I wouldn't be shocked considering the streaming also involved in that. He's value produced in other areas for BCGame, but in terms of performance, you are right. Because this may be one of the most embarrassing losses that they'll take. Even if we had the optimism to know the queue, we also did set the expectation that BCGame should make it to the LAN and win it. Simple lands on Mode Savage. Nealon trades him back. 36 HP to the tag down. Orp now passed off towards him. A 4-on-4 ensues. And you've still got broken weaponry for BCGame.
You can just feel that it's on, can't you? I know that it's still early on Dust 2, but you can always get that vibe when an upset's occurring. It's been a very good best-of-3 series from the Kazakhs. Nexa out here towards long. Oh, they're just losing every fight. They are on it today.
Come into their own. Struggled throughout this series. Lost their own pick. Damn near lost in 2-0 as well. The pressures bolt them. And now they're feeling comfortable. They're playing their own kind of game when BCGame made all sorts of mistakes. Giving up all sorts of advantages, and now have 1 M4 defending as A take all the way back towards long as well. The Pfizer so quickly onto Andu, takes him out. AWP player just seeing the SMG. Trying to get cheeky, but gets nothing out of it. Kakanito hoping that there's some sort of play. Oh, actually the bomb gets dropped, but I think there's just enough time to plant it. Yeah, we're fine. Kakanito. I mean, surely you say. I mean, do you save? It's about to go 7-0, but from range, fights and gets 1 kill. His first kill of the game. About to hammer the clutch. Might have to. Not going to happen. Vertical crossfire locks him down. This is another example as to where things have gone so awry for this BCGame team. Remember when Kakanito was delivering so many frags over on the first map up? He was constantly leading the charge. 30 by the end of that Inferno, and now just entering the final map of the series.
I mean, it's just incredible to think that Simple and Electronic have won a major, Nex has been in a major grand final, and Neelan took Ramzik Boss, Kios, and Toric to a LAN, or to a major, I should say, in 2019. We're just talking about completely different career paths between the two sides.
Shot from Mo Savage finds Electronic first. Kill that opens up, but not much more to receive. BCGame gone back to passive. Andu, no smoke, he's burning. Trying to put it down towards the cross, but tanked almost all of his HP. He's the only defender of the D-bomb, so he's going to get run down so quick. Simple trying to make a play, trying to find any sort of lifeline here. And Nito now pressured. Dead in an instant, shown no signs of life there in the A defense. Nexa can get caught off towards this house angle. He does find Tasman back at long. The bomb's going down. It's another 4v3 where all of BCGame is scattered. There's no retake out of this one. 8-0 for Nova Q. And of all the ways to beat BCGame, this was the least expected.
Oh, for Nova Q, they have just come in and displayed a very concise game plan to this T side. It's not been quick. It's been slow, it's been util heavy, and the trading has been so on point. They've given hardly any multi-frags away to BCGame. Nexa then gets caught, so even the exit kills are making it more expensive. And if you're watching this on HLTV, if you're following all of us on the social media, there's a reason that Simple's on almost every of our graphics. Everyone wants to see BCGame at this LAN, right? Everyone wants to see them qualify, win the title. Mate, they're not even going to get to the qualification best of 3 at this point.
Single wheel in bracket, no second chances. If Nova Q take this in 2-1, then BCGame are done here in Chennai. And to go back on a point you mentioned earlier about how this is another official, well, it's not, right? There is no second qualifier. It's win here this week or you don't go to LAN. And for BCGame, maybe a few LANs might be worth it for them. And swings up, doesn't get anything. Simple does put him back down. Only a few chances to maintain contention. At least it's done well with those few chances. Man advantage for BCGame. Once again, we go back to quietness in the mid portion of the round.
And finally, an opening man advantage because Neelan goes for an aggro play. I don't mind that. You're 8-0 up. Confidence is high. You feel a lot of individual ability to go for these sort of fights. Kakanito out for mid, just trying to block. This is looking a lot better here from BCGame.
Oh, Molly, he's burning, he's dead. Pumps caught kill on Electronic, and Kakanito didn't realize how screwed he was until it was far too late. And 5-on-3 now, going to a 3-on-3 for BCGame. Andu is the only defender of this B site. You've got Pump that's extending, the bomb rotating back, flashes forward. Pump extends, kill gets found. I can't believe it. I genuinely cannot believe that they just bottled that. BCGame ripped apart by 3 men. A Molotov, a double molly, a push, and a complete collapse.
Oh my goodness. What a great return. And I love in that 3v5 that they don't panic. They put the double mollies down out there towards the CT player of Kakanito. We didn't quite see the kill out on B for the first player, but then they don't accelerate, don't get in there quickly. Instead, slow it down, leave a lurk in there from mid, bring the bomb into the upper tunnels, fight together. You know that Andu's somewhere on B, so you can fight as 2 rather than 1, and you just wide swing and just hit the shot immediately towards Car. 9-0. And I think those facial expressions that we were getting out on map number 1 and the start of map 3 doesn't surprise me that the score's like this. Like, when I see that, I already know they're checked out. I know the series is finished.
And we're not seeing any signs of that changing. BCGame. All over them right now. spotted. Simple's backed away. Longhouse default aggression in from NovaQ, not going to go so far forward with it. Waiting for a peek to present, waiting for a kill to come up. Orbital battle might present for Mode Savage if he can make his way up out of pit, but he's not willing to do so. He's expecting BCGame to come to him.
Yeah, BCGame have just found it so tough to work opening man advantages. It's only come in one round, and that's when Simple went aggressive with the M4 towards short. Now, Long is being scaled quite heavily with just a single lurk out here towards short, and they even bait the AWP, but that's good info.
Nexa goes down. Mode Savage took a leg shot. CT's extending. Ooh, Electronics just caught information back to Pump. Will call that into his teammates. See how long he can hold it. AK just going to sneak his way forward, get caught back. Alongside Simple's kill on the bomb site. Tasman's got to trade that to a 3-on-3 to maintain control. It's still even stances despite all the activity the BCGame have generated. NovaQ just been stellar in return. Bomb plant's got some time to come down. It will go down a default. He's tapped Tasman involved. Andu takes down the planter. Electronic against Nealon now. It's all going to be on Tasman. Half HP. These headshots needs him quick. Exposed on one side. Andu closes it out. And finally, after 9 in a row, BCGame get their first.
And I think you can only give that round victory towards Electronic because of the lurk that he provided in the upper tunnels. Getting in from behind, having that MP9 going down in towards lower, getting a free kill and upgrading to the rifle and then making it 2. The players on A are struggling. They're just completely collapsing against short pressure, long pressure. Doesn't matter where it's coming from. They just keep losing fights. Electronic just bails them out and gives them their first.
Maximum of 3 on the CT side. NovaQ. Oh, sprays couldn't be. I don't think Tasman realizes how close he really was. Just damage and minimal amount. I'm kind of surprised it's that little on Kakanito regardless. No kills in the early minute as per standard. It's been a bit of a characteristic. NovaQ's slow T-side defaults, but they will start to form up leaning into short this time.
There's been pretty much no mid player from BCGame. No one's defending that area. So we're constantly getting these CT smokes down, the odd flashes, and it's making it quite confusing for the CTs on exactly what's being taken. Kakanito needs to drop into spawn to clear out this space. And Simple is alone defending the elbow angle. He's got Nexa very deep out towards long. There could still be B-split potential on this with a short fake.
Andu swings, flashbangs, perfect, but he gets nothing for it. The T's got more kills in that exchange than the CTs did. Kakanito does at least find Tasman. Blind spray from beyond that smoke. 2 low HP players as well. Pump gonna have to act out of main. Kill from Kakanito, trying to follow it up. Electronic defies it in the ground. And the last man of Pump, known to the CT side. He can isolate a pick, but Bomb's not with him. 10 seconds of the clock. It'll go down Simple in the end. A second of a BCGame.
Yeah, holding on with a good crossfire. I know there was a TK there into the mix, but the flash assist was on point. And Electronic doesn't overpeak at all out on B. He's playing out from the back of the big box. He's not giving an easy kill to Pump that's out there in the upper tunnels. He's also wasting a lot of time, which is buying room for rotations. Now for NovaQ, and they've done exceptionally well to be able to get it to 9-2. It's now just about closing. Just getting that finishing blow to make sure this best of 3 is being won.
Nailing down a 1 HP. So involved to Longhouse, and he got the dink off on Tasman, but Tasman gets the kill with the AK, a little bit better caliber. An all-important start for the NovaQ side, although 2 low HP players could find the trades in real quick for BCGame.
Kakanito's been averaging close to 30 kills a map across this series, and now on the finale, he's 4-12. What a huge drop-off that is from a player that's been so exceptional for them.
Was MVP of Inferno. LVP right now here on Dust 2. And who's trying to make a difference in this smoke? Is there a flash available for Electronic? No. Be dry face or hope and pray. Clear, utility in hands, Andu gets 1 kill out of it. Allows Electronic to get Mode Savage 4 versus 2. Look at the health though across NovaQ. Next and simple. This is a lot more of a doable retake than they might think. The bomb plant secured. A flanks coming in from Tasman though. That's the other wild card from NovaQ. They don't even realize it. Backs turned. Simple's caught. Dead to rights. Nexa in a 1v4. And despite all the damage being done, despite all the potential trades, BCGame will amount to nothing here in the last round of the half for NovaQ to go 10-2 up at the turn of the half. For this T-side to be stellar, for BCGame to look done and dusted on the final map of the series. 8 to make up, 3 to the win. Let's find out if they can close after the break. BCGame set for an impossible return. They've looked checked out for this entire third and final map. T-side comebacks are going to have to be staunch. NovaQ have done it from their back feet so far in this series twice now. Such a strong front foot now for them, and BCGame 8 to the good on NovaQ, 3 to the win at the tail end of this map up to eliminate one of our key front-runner favourites here in the qualifier.
BCGame are packing quite heavily towards mid, and Neelan's got a pretty good idea of what's going on. He's cleared out all of long, he sees players out there towards top mid, and you've got Mode Savage that is defending this CT line.
Smokes in the way of the body block from Mode Savage, going to block off that entrance towards CT, or at least to generate a gap there. The taps that eventually lands onto Andu, to damage towards the next player of Nexa. Kakanito's also tagged pretty heavily. Electronic can't close out on the player on site. Pump and Tasman get those kills together. Nexa's down, Electronic and Kakanito dead as well. Simple followed up upon, and BCGame have just been wrecked out of the pistol. Not a single casualty goes their way. And it's a pistol win for NovaQ.
Yeah, I think Electronic would prefer it better on VP, and I can't imagine saying that about any player that's left that organization. Bloody hell, they have been farmed here on Dust2. This has been a great showing from the underdogs. This is NovaQ really realizing what's at stake and just coming here for the win, coming to take it all.
What should have been a tough task for them has turned into an easy ride on Dust2. Should have been BCGame cruisily getting through a 2-0 series. It's turned into out-and-out disaster and elimination. Calling them out now. BCGame. A minute to play with, and NovaQ just trying to play the bomb sites now.
They play the range game. You know that there's not a huge amount of time left on the clock. There's not going to be a huge amount of util for the T side. Play range. You've got a player up at Goose and another player towards ramp. This is perfect on a defense against what is going to be an A split.
And BCGame taking their time with this. M4 at range on Mode Savage. Caught by Simple's Deagle right between the eyes. M4 should get surrounded, watching out for short access. Pac-Man does get involved. Still found the first, not the second. Nexa overwhelmed. The SMG of Electronic cuts out the rotators. And BCGame return from the pistol with an all-important steal, one that keeps them alive.
Well, NovaQ are going to be disappointed about that one because they got themselves in a good position. Mode Savage just gets wrecked. He's not over-peaking. He slightly tried to reposition. He tries to widen up the angle, and he just gets demolished by a Deagle at extreme long range. From there, you've then got one player that's trying to defend short and a ramp at the same time. Never easy. BCGame, survival.
Still to the force of NovaQ. Have got some rounds to play with, so it wouldn't shock me for them to try and steal one back. It could put them in an even worse stead for BCGame. NovaQ will know that. Forward, that's perfect time. Comp's got one. Awkward sprays is Simple, panicking as much as he can. But fortunately, they maintain control. Tasman's found. And Defizer will go down the same. 1-on-3 for him. Good effort for NovaQ, close to getting a third pick out of it. But not to be that way.
And NovaQ know that they've got plenty of rounds to work with. It's just about not letting the pressure get to them. And I mean, for Neelan, I think in quite a few different stages throughout his career, he's always been able to bring the quote-unquote underdog teams or the more unknown players towards decent heights in Tier 2. And I don't expect that to happen overnight here for NovaQ, but you can start seeing the beginnings of it.
Yeah, they're showing so much potential, even if this series was to be lost. The BCGame. Still well far behind the NovaQ lead. It could not only be potential, but proven prowess for the NovaQ boys. Rifles inbound for round 17. 2 away from the win for the CT side. BCGame will know they can't afford to put a foot wrong. Yorp is simple. Out to play for here, and Suicide watching out mid. Teammates walking up ramp into the short access A site. Defended by 1 player centralized, 1 player long. B has 3 in total.
BCGame have been able to take a lot of map control without using any util at all. They're just completely scaling on a contact up here towards short. Mode Savage with a re-smoke going down, but maybe a little bit too late already.
Involved, bashes over Mode Savage. Find an angle of attack. AEG reveals the smoke. Andy gets the kill. Mode Savage down. Second player on long to fall back. Tasman's got no chance defensive. Bomb plant secured. Might already be a save call now for NovaQ.
And even if it is a game where we're seeing a lot of saves from NovaQ, they've got so many rounds that if they keep saving mass players alive, they're going to keep getting gun rounds. They're never going to have to eco. And that's one of the benefits of Dust 2, is that when a bomb site's being taken, it's so easily accessible to save elsewhere. Kakanito does at least catch off 1, but there'll be a rebuy in the next round, no problem. BCGame get themselves up to 6.
Round by round is how the comeback will come together.
Terrorists win.
Assuming it does come together, of course. Very early doors. Tactical pause called in by NovaQ, their first of the half. I believe they're first in this map as well. Now BCGame are building up some momentum, building back some of this deficit. 5 rounds is the gap. I think you're going to pick their moments wisely. And as you say, should have enough in them for a buy-up. Be weakened though. 3M4s definitely help them. They're going to go half-seas instead. Deagle's out for the last 2.
Good long spawns here from the T side, so they're going to try and excel.
On Nexa, but kills get found from Electronic. Double up is secure with Nexa securing the last man and Neil, and 1 trade was found in that exchange. 2 pistols plus 1 rifle down. Defizer and Pump were over on mid and B. So A being compromised. This should end up being around the BCGame. NovaQ. I want to just save these 2 weapons at this point. I mean, you've obviously got a buy coming together with the loss bonus in the next. Really expect these 2 weapons to pull off a miracle like this. Even if you've had that confidence. BCGame will make light of the last individuals. 4 alive for them. 7 to the board. NovaQ with another buyback. You start tugging at the collar a little bit. NovaQ can just close out this round, then still be on for the win. Otherwise, BCGame's comeback starts to look a little bit more tangible.
But there's so much money because of the round streak that they're going to go for an auto sniper that they can spam down from mid and then basically just drop that back for the AWP.
Tags on Simple, land on Defizer. No more than that, just half HP for the man, no kills as of yet. Not necessarily required for them, however. Boost up on top of the blue bins, Nealon. Try to draw attention away from Tasman. No one's there at Longhouse of any major concerns. Real default from BCGame is held up to mid once again.
Electronic to try and clear up some of this short space. Now, because Tasman has all of long by himself, they don't need anyone towards the car. They can focus 2 CT's attention towards short. Now, this off angle should at least get 1, maybe 2.
Doesn't get any of them. Half HP down on Nexa. Now attention drawn away from Nealon towards that Longhouse entrance. Back behind the car is where he's going to weigh that Molotov. Almost drove him away, but he gets into a safer angle to hold against him. Beyond that smoke, flashbang, Molotov actually followed it up, and Nealon gets nothing out of that. Andy falls next. HE see no gaps in the smoke mode. Savage to fall back away. Pump gets Electronic on a lurk back towards this short position. Does it turn into a retake, though? They're still going to be down a man.
If they can work one more kill, then they might send themselves in. Otherwise, you just save and go for the rebuy again. That pressure is definitely getting to them. But at the same time, BCGame is starting to hit quite hard. We saw that out there from long. Really clean challenge against the blue bin. And then for Nealon, once you get there at Car, there's not much you can do once the util comes against you. You just have to keep fighting, hope that you can get away with one before falling, but both times just not being able to crack anything.
It's taken a while for this team to get engaged, finally get into this map up. They've been struggling for an entire half. It felt like with that pistol, the NovaQ was still going to take it anyway. BCGame survival to steal the follow-up, and now to generate this round streak. Max loss bonus will kick in for the NovaQ boys. Three weapons saved, two more combined bags, walking down to Mode Savage. Auto snipers again, there's all sorts of WPs out right now. Kakanito and Simple with double up setups. Kakanito gets legged down and gets nothing out of that long spawn. Mode Savage now can block it off, smokes in the way. Hold their positions on the long defense.
I haven't seen Kakanito do anything with the AWP. Had it in a few rounds out in Mirage, just a much better rifler, but in that position he's got the best long spawn, so you can understand why he wants an AWP, but down to 16. You've got quite a lot of mid-space being taken. Haven't seen much action towards the B-bomb site from BCGame in the second half.
Kakanito is still the lowest fragging player in server right now. BCGame. On to this short access, Andu watching. Mode Savage lands onto him, kill found to kick things off. One man down at BCGame. Kakanito's also been tagged as well. And this B execution looks a lot more weakened here.
Nealon's got a good read on this. They know exactly what's going on, and they're blocking for time. That smoke is going to start clearing soon in the upper tunnels, but they're going to need clean entries out on B.
Defizer, first port of call. Flashbangs miss. Nexa lands on Nealon. Defizer. See a play off on a boost. Challenge on pump. Gets killed off. Simple to Nexa mode. Savage involved as well. 2v2. 10 seconds of the bomb plant. He'll get it. NovaQ going to set themselves in for the retake. Tatsman in from long. Coming in from the tunnel's entrance. Back might be turned towards him. Mode Savage drawing attention towards himself.
Get that flash out to clear out that black plat position. They still have not been able to clear out the car or the big box.
Tatsman flashing his way into the site. Burst firing with the bomb site now, playing known towards car. Engage with electronic back at big box. I don't know where Tatsman is. He must be out in the open. Fire the headshot. Turn back. No. Simple. Beats him to the punch, and BCGame barely hold on to the round.
Oh, that looked a little bit uncomfortable with the crossfire. I think just a bit of panic there from the B players. It's when Nealon goes down, they're wary about Nexa that's running up behind them out in mid. And with the time on the clock, with a player at big box and from car, you expect that round to just be over. The bombs get dropped in the open, you multi-frag up, you crossfire successfully, but not to be. Oh, this is getting tight because you had a lot of rounds to play with, and now BCGame are coming back into this.
They are. This is 11-2 for the streak of BCGame has now brought back 7 in a row. The gap has closed to just 2 rounds between the two teams.
And there's only so much that Nealon can do as a caller, right? If you've got players that are struggling or panicking in individual moves, a caller can't change that.
It's kind of been NovaQ's series, right? Like, just great, excellent fundamentals let down by some mistakes. Be forgiven by the younger players on the team. Of course, they are still so new and so inexperienced. BCGame, they're going quickly in towards short access mode. Savage found in an instant. It's a half-by round for NovaQ, so it shouldn't affect the economy too bad. See these M4s can get anything out of it, and Tatsman's good for one of them, but no more than that. Defies the last rifle left, the 4 versus 2. The BCGame have control of. Fires him also out towards long. Pump from CT can do nothing.
And to think it was all that anti-force buy round. You get the 10-2 half wind pistol. Nealon goes, what, aggressive lower tunnels. You get it into a 4v4. You have the two players cross-firing on A with the M4s. And it's Simple's Deagle out on pit that is now basically clawed back a huge comeback. One individual move has allowed so much more to follow. Now for NovaQ, this is where they might want to change up tack slightly. And that might be getting aggressive into lower tunnels, maybe having two players fast go in towards short. They might just want to change from the defaulty aspect just because they're struggling so much to close this game out.
What's the answer to NovaQ's problems, or are they about to bottle the most incredible lead?
Well, they know that they've just taken long heavily, so that gives them an indication that there was a lot of A players, so that's why they're pivoting and moving towards B.
And no one's there to receive them, at least not directly. Pump can get back to the doorway. Establish himself over at Car in the open space. Molotov sent. An open flashbang incoming, and just headshot gained immediately by Andy. Nealon's going for a trade back before that smoke blocks off the doorway. 4v4, swing up to the AWP, seen a player also at Car. Needs backup to get here though, there's no way to set the retake on his lonesome. They're wary about mid control, but the bomb's going down.
And this is probably another save. You've got players so far out of position. Tasman is still trying to clear up top mid. The AWP is still wary about a short lurk. There's probably not much in this retake at all.
Simple. Watching the window, jump facing him, see what's going on. Can't take him though. Red strikes back. Looks in for more in fact, but that one pick has already sent them into a save. NovaQ have now lost their lead. 11-2 at one point, now 11 apiece. BCGame switched themselves back on. NovaQ struggling under the pressure. Pfizer might not even make it out alive, he won't. The comeback is on now.
It's getting very difficult. And even for the buy state, someone's going to have to go down towards the FAMAS by the looks of it. You're not keeping three players alive. Not ideal. And Nealon needs to try and work something, get this game closed up. And what a comeback. You do not see frequent comebacks in MR12 like this. Round by round, BCGame have done it. And there's been a few chances, but I would say for the most part, the rounds haven't been too competitive.
No, not in this streak. BCGame have been in full control. NovaQ have let this whole thing go by them. For map and series point. Who's going to get it though? BCGame nearly get caught off. The Molotov damage done to Mode Savage and Nealon certainly aids in the BCGame camp. They don't get the kills out of it though. The AWP at low is going to fall away. Old Batbar on the smoke. And not take a fight to BCGame.
It's still a good move of intent. Even though it doesn't win out a single duel, it tells you that they're still confident to go for that ability to challenge head on. Now, there needs to be a bit of movement in the mid to late rounds. They've got all of long, and they're trying to block on B. Now, previously, it's been Electronic and Andu that have done well to just work picks on this B bomb site on the takes. And just a spam kill there from Simple to win the AWP battle against Mode Savage.
One bullet. Tasman. Hakanito catches him. Aggression catching NovaQ. Dead to rights. Nealon now. One or two players still on single-digit frags at the moment. Can't hold on towards long. Pump gets one trade out of it, but he's nowhere near retaking the site. And NovaCube even being flanked by Kakanito here to be watching for him. The AWP not scoped, but does land. The 2v3, they're going to go and save. It'll be map and series point for BCGame. Their 4th that they've had so far. 3 of which came down on Mirage. And 1 now here on Dust 2.
Excellent work of patience there from BCGame. They do not get flustered by the aggro take of mid. They slow the round down, Simple gets a kill, and then it's just everyone freezes. They wait for the reaction. It's a free kill there from Kakanito, who's defending the longhouse. Now, Andu is getting closer towards spawn. You'd love to be able to drop this AWP, as unlikely as it is. BCGame right here with a massive streak of rounds. And they do get him. That's the AWP gone.
A huge weapon that they may have needed here, NovaQ. One more round to buy into map. A match point for BCGame to stay alive here. Look checked out at a certain point. Ah, Simple. Gonna rub salt in the wound as Mode Savage is tapped down by the Auto Sniper. This time to a kill. He caught tags before. Nealon picks up the AWP and tries to apply it. Pumps on down elsewhere. B-site is open. Simple. He's caught Nealon. Raw bang. Headshot through the door. And a 2v4 for NovaQ to maintain. It looks like BCGame are going to complete the comeback. The inexperience of NovaQ caught up to them in the end. They look lights out for a half. 2-11 deficit. BCGame have brought this one back from the brink. And Defizer trying to defy BCGame, trying to hold some sort of contest left. He knows this is a losing effort. He knows this is a miracle moment if it comes together for him, and it can't. Rifle set, Orp is watching. Connects his kill to close it out. The 13-11, and not a single round drop since the pistol with the second half. BCGame will move forward and eliminate NovaQ.
It's definitely an important series to win, but it's almost on reflection like, oh, we didn't lose. We just didn't win. Like, we just didn't lose today, did we? And that's not a good positive sign moving forward into tomorrow. I think we definitely need to see a step up in performance for BCGame. But look, their goals and expectations are a lot higher than what the majority of Tier 2 teams will be. They'll look at today as a disappointment, but at least they're not eliminated. At least they've got a crack in tomorrow's best of 3 to qualify to the LAN.
Yeah, and I think that really is the ultimate point of what BCGame wanted as a recovery point. Like, look, it wasn't confident, and it probably should have been confident. So that does pose some very big concerns my way about what BCGame can really do right here, whether the issues that stem from having a new 5th player really are that staunch. Because look, like I said before, I don't think the chemistry concerns you might have about this team shouldn't justify or shouldn't be an excuse to why NovaQ damn nearly beat you on Dust 2 at an 11-2 advantage.
And could have won it in 2-0, could have won it in 2-1. I think Nealon and the boys will be disappointed, and they'll know that we don't get many opportunities often. I think any team that's on the outskirts of 100 on VRS, you don't get many chances to qualify to lands. And this was a key one. I think if you get the victory today against BCGame, get a lot of confidence going up against a fresh-looking big tomorrow. It doesn't happen, though, and it's back to the local lands to make sure that they're very consistent in the Kazakh region. It's online qualifiers to hope that they can get into some ranked tournaments, but Nealon knows that we bottled it. He knows that we choked what should have been a very easy 3rd map decider.
Yeah, and I do want to give at least a little bit of leeway because the NovaQ guys are still young. They've still got a lot to learn. And I think that overall in the series, it does echo the sentiment of what we said earlier, or what I was saying earlier at least, about the fact that this is a team that obviously have a very, very great core, a very great sort of set of fundamentals, but they're led down by individual mistakes, by team-based mistakes, some concerning moments here and there that did cost them, I think, in this best of 3. It cost them that Inferno, most certainly. And I think that by the end of things with that comeback, it did cost them over on Dust 2. So they are young. They've got a lot of work to do, I think, to try and maintain themselves and push further forward in terms of their own development, their own progress. But look, like you said, Dwayne, probably the aim for NovaQ in general is to make it to the mid-pack of Tier 2 and see where you go from there. And I think that given what we've seen against BCGame, they've demonstrated the potential to do that, at least if they can refine themselves.
Anyway, that's the problem with the VRS system, is it doesn't matter if you show it in best of 3s, how are you going to get invited into ranked tournaments when you're outside of the top 100? And that's what makes it very difficult for these kind of squads, and what's put I would say, so much more pressure on open qualifiers to get you into ranked tournaments, to get you towards LAN, because that can kick you, right? That could push you really far up the ranking just by even going to the main LAN event. So it's going to be difficult. We probably won't see them on HLTV very frequently. We'll probably see them in the next CCT closed qualifier. But yeah, definitely a missed opportunity today.
Yeah, you are right, and I think that importance could have certainly been amplified had they made a run here in the qualifiers for Chennai, because that could have been an absolute miracle moment and an incredible situation for NovaQ to be in against a team like BCGame. The fact that you've had that amount of pressure applied to you and you still managed to make them look like fools at certain points. Like, they were so checked out in this first half, and I think that, again, the majority of the reason why NovaQ got as far as they did was because BCGame just didn't feel like fragging, didn't feel like doing much in that first half. They turned it on in the end and took control. But NovaQ, look, I think that there's something ahead of them. I don't know when it's going to be. I don't know how long it's going to take for them to get to that point, or where we're going to see them return to try and make that run at mid-pack tier 2. But I think the players on this roster have demonstrated the potential to do it, and that is what I want to try and hope to see as time goes on, if they can make it back.
And maybe it's playing up to your opponent. I know that in the past, BCGame have had some issues against much weaker teams. Eternal Fire is a key example. Ruby is another one. You look at NovaQ today. I think against Big, just because they're a slightly more system-based team and it's all about playing the percentages and playing the right way of Counter-Strike, I think they'll probably have an easier time. But then again, it depends on if the individuals show up. So it was definitely a wake-up call today. They need to put in a good performance tomorrow if they want to qualify to LAN.
Yeah, no doubt of that in my eyes, at the very least here. Thinking about the BCGame boys, I mean, you talked about several different things coming into this series and coming into today. Obviously, it was Electronic's debut day with the team, and you know, putting aside the rest of the factors from BCGame and NovaQ, do you think he's had a very good opening day out?
Yeah, it's been okay. He's at times performed adequately, and he's at times performed very well. So I think it's been an okay first day. Definitely not being eliminated is a very good sign that you've at least got a day 2 of a competition that you can go on and achieve a little bit more. But I want to see what Electronic is going to do in that qualification game tomorrow. I want to see if he can be a takeover play and be the reason why they qualified to LAN or not.
Our MVP is Electronic for Dust 2, so he's done the most amount of impact to bring them back upon that comeback. And yeah, I guess you could say that we do want to sort of see him against a higher level caliber opposition, because that's what BCGame want to be. Big will certainly be of that higher caliber. They'll be facing them in that semi-final qualification game tomorrow. And for BCGame, look, I will say that if they are going to get checked out as easily as they were against NovaQ, then they're going to have a very hard time against a team like Big. I know that Big haven't always been all that incredible, but you are talking about a team that have a much better, a much more experienced basis than the NovaQ side. Remember, BCGame very nearly lost this best of 3, very nearly lost here on this Dust 2. So I want to look forward to that one. I want to hope that we see something a little bit more confident come out of them. But look, I think this is set a pace to where they are a beatable team right here in the qualifier.
I think Big are going to be hungry for that series tomorrow. I think they've had a really turbulent 2025. They've been to a lot of LANs and they've not been successful. They've changed in-game leader. They've got a new AWPer. They've pretty much gutted the entire coaching staff. They've really tried to make a difference to improve the team, and we just haven't quite seen it. Now you've got a best of 3 tomorrow against an out-of-form BCGame that will get you to a 50k LAN. That may be year survived for Big, right? With how much they've been dropping in the VRS. If they can go to the Skyesports LAN and put up a good result, even win it, you jump the VRS quite highly and maybe get back into the conversation of at least being towards the top end of tier 2, because they've not been at the high end of tier 2 for quite some time now.
No, that's very true. And look, it's going to come down to how that best of 3 works out for them tomorrow. And I guess you could say the same thing for BCGame. The fact that they are aiming to try and win the event is probably the point to prove at this moment. So look, we'll see how far they'll go with it. We'll see how they'll match up against Big. We'll also see how Musketeers will do against the Forever August side, who have managed to make their way into their qualifying game by beating Foot and Arbe respectively. Arbe, I mean, not as much as of an impressive showing as maybe we hoped for the Danes. Similar story for Foot, the caveats of the standings involved and all. So one of the, or 2 of these 4 teams will end up being a qualifiers to Chennai.
The Musketeers are going to be heavy favourites going into that one, just because they actually are a team, and also they're Augurless like their opponents are. So if you're thinking about the French's point of view, with this being a real big opportunity in front of them, that might just help them get signed. I know when Foot signed the core originally, they were putting a lot of money into the social media and it looked like it was going to be a long-term project, and then a new offer comes and it's like, right, see you lads, yeah, we're not funding you anymore. you need to get funded if you want to be decent in Tier 2. If you really want to move up the pedigree of the ladder, you can't do it orgless. It's very difficult to do. So that one best of 3 from Sixer and Co, that might just be the difference of finding an organization towards the tail end of the year.
Yeah, especially when you consider the fact that, again, you're going to get prize money points from the LAN event as well. So, look, there's a lot of things that can come out of these next 2 matches and the 2 qualification games that we'll have in tomorrow's best of 3s. On the mainstream, we'll be taking a look at the Big versus BCGame matchup today, so we'll get to continue to follow how well BCGame will be doing with this new iteration of the team. I guess probably it is the right sort of match to watch out for, to see who of our 2 remaining favourites can come out on top and who can be the favourites set in for the LAN itself.
Yeah, I'd agree with that much. I think that for Big and BCGame, these are 2 organizations and 2 sets of players that are more LAN players than they are online. You'd like to see them more at that atmosphere than grinding in the Tier 2 hell. But it's an important best of 3, and it comes down to who delivers on the day.
Indeed. Well, the question at the moment will end up being tomorrow, who delivers on the day, or will there be more embarrassments to spare for here? BCGame do make their way forward, however, in their 2 best of 3 and best of 1 matches. They have found their victories and moved forward to those semi-finals. So tomorrow's qualification games followed by the day after in the grand final seeding matchup. A lot to play for over the course of these next 2 days here in the qualified leg. So I'm looking forward to it. I mean, you know, is there anything else to sort of say before we head off?
Not really. It's nice to see that some of the underdog teams have been giving the challenging squads a run for their money. Yes, they've not always quite come through, and especially we can see that here with the end of the result from BCGame, but we get to see a wider field of teams that we don't often get to see in Tier 2.
Now, wider field has shrunk to just the 4 squads, so we'll see who's going to qualify in tomorrow's edition for the Chennai Esports Global Championship European Qualifier. That's it for today. We'll see you back here the same time at midday CEST, where we continue to find our qualifiers to land. Okay, so we're not actually going to be throwing off to the end of the show, Blake, regardless. Look, let's talk a little bit more about how this whole situation can line up here, because we've still got... okay, no, never mind. We are going to end it. So thanks very much. We'll see you back here tomorrow to continue the qualifier.
Put my problems paper, dial up the deputy mad at my brown problems in the paper. Put my problems paper, dial up the deputy mad at my brown problems in the paper. Put my problems paper, dial up the deputy mad at my brown problems in the paper. Put my problems paper, dial up the deputy mad at my brown problems in the paper. Put my problems paper, dial up the deputy mad at my brown problems in the paper. Put my problems paper, dial up the deputy mad at my brown problems in the paper. Put my problems paper, dial up the deputy mad at my brown problems in the paper. Put my problems paper, dial up the deputy mad at my brown. Listen here, buddy. Pussy by association. Pussy by association. Dial up the deputy mad at my brown. Pussy by association. Pussy by association. Dial up the deputy mad at my brown. Put my problems in the paper. Put my problems paper. Dial up the deputy mad at my brown. Problems in the paper. Put my problems paper. Dial up the deputy mad at my brown. Problems in the paper. Put my problems paper. Dial up the deputy mad at my brown. Problems in the paper. Put my problems paper. Dial up the deputy mad at my brown. Pussy by
association, pussy by association, pussy by association. Now you look the deputy mad at my brown.
In the paper, put my problems paper, dial up the deputy mad at my brown problems in the paper, put my problems paper, dial up the deputy mad at my brown